Alrighty, ready to rock and roll. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope folks can get in here. I'm going to be setting up some things and get this thing ready to go for. It's probably going to be busy next 6-7 hours. We'll see how things develop here for this afternoon, but welcome to the channel, and I'm going to be streaming also on Facebook as well, so bear with me here as I'm getting ready to start this going over on Facebook and kind of get all my little gadgets and stuff here put together. First time I've actually tried to stream on both platforms here. Looking forward to this. This should be a kind of a new experience for me here, doing this with both Facebook as well as going into YouTube as well. So we are now checking here over to my Facebook, and we are live over on Facebook. So good afternoon, Facebook and YouTube world, as we're going to be doing our live severe weather coverage here, for which promises to be a pretty significant event here, I believe. We're going to be dealing with a 2-day, multi-day event here. We're going to be dealing with severe weather that's going to impact roughly about 50 million people are going to be inundated with this thing as we kind of go through the next couple of days. So I'm going to be doing this live here for both days, and I'll be watching all that. I'm just kind of doing my last minute pre-checkers here and getting all my bells and whistles here going here, and hit connect. So I've got my interactive stuff. The chat is open. I will be taking questions and things that come up on that. Be watching that here closely here for this afternoon. As we're going to be watching, there should be a watch box coming here shortly here in a second. We've got our first severe thunderstorm warning up for the day right now. That's for Garfield, Kingfisher, and Noble till 2:45 Central Time. That's that area there just north of Oklahoma City. So we're just getting started, but as we're kind of going along here, we will kind of show what's going on. Again, I was expecting this yesterday when I did my update in the morning. I did expect that we would probably see an upgrade to the moderate zone, and that's what we're kind of seeing there across a big part of Oklahoma there, that red right in there. The big thing for that region is not so much tornadoes as I'm expecting pretty large hail, 2 to 3 inch hail, I think not out of the question with this, just because the lapse rates were looking pretty impressive there. And also obviously very high wind width. So we're going to go ahead and break this down here real quick for you as we're kind of going into the afternoon here across the middle of the country, going into the Midwest. So what you're seeing there is the day 1 outlook. That's also will translate to day 2 for tomorrow. That'll shift into Ohio, getting a bullseye right there for similar conditions. And you see the enhanced coming down in North Alabama, and all the southeast kind of getting under slight risk there as well. So we're going to focus in here on today, okay? This is what we're going to be focusing in here on today. So here's your tornado risk map right now as it stands. That area there in yellow, that's giving you a 10% chance of seeing tornadoes in that area. I think Missouri's probably, at least kind of looking at what I was seeing with the model data, might be a little bit the best area, although it's still 10% down in Oklahoma as well. But I kind of like Missouri. There's a couple of storm chasers out there in that area, and they're kind of reading what I was thinking as well. The high wind threat's going to be pretty significant with this. Look at this. I mean, we're talking 30% chance of seeing some high winds here, stretching from Indiana all the way back into Oklahoma and Arkansas. So we're talking quite significant wind damage threat here. And then the hail part of this. I mean, look at the big bullseye here. I mean, we're talking, 60% chance of seeing some pretty sizable hail there for that area there in purple. So we're talking a significant hail up to baseball size, not out of the question with this as we go here through this evening, late this afternoon and into tonight. There's little pieces of energy that are going to be coming out. So kind of the triad look here. Once again, here's your overview here of the tornado, the high risk, and the hail risk here for this afternoon. And going into tonight is what we're going to be seeing. There's some energy that's going to be rotating off a piece of low pressure that's kind of in the southwest. It's going to kind of eject out and come across Oklahoma and then kind of go along a boundary up there across Missouri and into the Midwest. That's kind of the pathway on that right now. But you can take a look here at the regional look right now and see what's kind of going on here. You got that swirl down across New Mexico and Arizona. That's kind of the cutoff feature there, and it's going to be propagating some energy off and a fairly warm and unstable air mass. Temperatures in the 70s in this area, and we're going to be watching that as we go into the next couple hours. Things are starting to destabilize And so we'll see things begin to deteriorate there here very shortly. I just got to show you the water vapor imagery here. You kind of get the big picture here of the swirls. You get the big swirl there, low pressure coming in off California. We've got a pretty good divergence in here. When we talk about divergence, we're talking about how the air kind of splits a little bit as we go through time here. So as we kind of see the flow here, you kind of see it kind of doing like this, kind of splitting through there. So that's usually a pretty good indication. You got some pretty good helicity, some spin. You got instability. We got cape there. So we're going to be seeing a kind of a textbook severe weather event. I'll be honest with you, what we're kind of seeing with this as we're now officially going into April. And, this tornado outbreak is not out of the question. We're talking over 2 days here. It's just a question of how significant of a tornado event are we going to be looking at here as we go through late this afternoon and tonight, and then again doing it again for tomorrow. So the prime daytime heating will be the best time periods for this. So we're talking late afternoon into the early evening hours, not only for today, but also for tomorrow as this thing pushes off to the east. But again, we're going to be focusing here predominantly on what's going on across what's going on currently with the system. So with that said, I just wanted to give an overview on that real quick as we're watching this first round of severe weather kind of sitting up here toward the north. I do have the Oklahoma City radar up here, and we'll get into here real quick. So I see Pewee, hey, got the old weather radio out and phones and flashlight. Yes, that is definitely something that you want to have available, to say the least, right now with that. And so just make sure you're ready to go and you're ready to rock and roll here. And I will have to make sure my chats are working properly here. So let me see here. Hit OK. Yeah, not sure whether they're not popping up. But anyway, thank you, Pewee. I appreciate it there. And I will go check on my Twidget here. I wanted to be able to pull up my chats here as I'm going along here. So I do appreciate you there posting. And anybody who's coming on here, if you want to post anything down below, I do appreciate that. As I do have the chat up here. I'll kind of show you that. Here's the big chat here on board. But I will be adjusting this as we go along here very shortly. So let me I'm gonna go over here and pull up the thing here. I want to try something here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shut this thing down and then pop it back open. So let me shut this thing down here. Okay, and we're going to shut that down. Go back on the chat, and then we're going to pop out the chat again. And welcome to the chat. All right. Anyway, all right. So we're in store for a pretty busy afternoon, folks, and into tonight. And a lot of YouTubers out there watching this. A lot of folks talking. My big form here is just keep you informed, keep you up to date on what's going on with the latest conditions, and not go crazy, hyperactive, over-the-top coverage. Not my style, but I do want to. I will geek out when I see something worthwhile, to say the least. Here's my cross level. This is one of my nice tools here that I get to use here. And in your opinion, do you believe this will? No, Hanson. That was a very significant. I know what you're thinking here. You're talking about the 2011 series season. The April big outbreak at the end of April. I don't see this as that right now. That was a very unique setup for that particular setup. I don't envision this being on that level, but could be a decent severe weather event for today and tomorrow. So I don't believe that's going to be the case right there. Thanks, Hanson. I appreciate it. It's so interesting when you go out there and you watch folks out in the YouTube universe and how they do their coverage and stuff. And I've worked pretty hard to try to get this product built up to a level that I feel comfortable with. I'm not fully there yet. We're still kind of working this as I'm trying to get this thing improved and stuff. So it's interesting to see how this thing will kind of work itself out as we go through, and you kind of do these coverage and you get a little bit better, and then you start and you want to get a little bit better, and you're always trying to make the product better. That's the That's the big key for me. And the big thing is just to make sure that you get what you need for those who come in here and want to get coverage, and that's what we're doing right now. The big thing, like I said, for this event is going to be the fact that we're seeing just significant wind shear, and the hail thing for this is going to be quite significant. I really think that area there in Oklahoma especially is going to be something to watch here closely. And I do have the chasers up. I do have their storm reports up. I'll be watching that very closely here as we kind of go through this afternoon. This will kind of give you up. This is the watch box that just currently came out. You see the warning that's there across Oklahoma. There will be other warnings, watches that'll come up across Missouri, parts of Kansas, and Illinois. That'll probably get fired up here in just a little while right now. But the watch box just came out, so that's what I was waiting for that to kind of come on before doing my live coverage here as we're continuing on this. So there's a severe thunderstorm watch that's up here toward the north. I need to turn that on. I'll turn that on here in just a second. So the tornado watch box right now, that one goes until 9 Central Daylight Time right now. So let me go in here. I did not turn on my watch box, so let me go ahead and turn that on here as well. So let me do that real quickly here because I only turned on the tornado watch box. So let me change that. Do you want to add the severe thunderstorm watch boxes? There we go. There's the watch box there. There we go. So there you see the watch box. It also goes until 9 o'clock as well, Central Daylight Time. So those are our current watch areas right now. And you see all the spotters that are out there. And as storm reports come in, we'll come back to this map and we'll kind of check it out. And we'll go from there. So not looking too bad there. Let me see here. So this is a Twidget. So I'm calling a Twidget test. So interesting. My Twidget's is not lining up with my stuff. So I'm not gonna be able to pull up the names like I normally like to do. So I'm not sure what's causing that. Hopefully I'll get that remedy for tomorrow. I like being able to pull people's names up when you show stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look at this storm up here toward the north. We'll do a little bit of analysis. We'll have a little fun here as we just kind of get started here with the coverage. We're going to what's called Radar Omega in here. And again, there's that watch box. It again goes up for another 25 minutes. 1-inch hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds. And this is just the low-key stuff right now going into that area. So those are the counties that are being impacted right now. So we're talking about Garfield, Kingfisher, and Noble. Those go until 2:45. So we got another about 25 minutes or so on that particular warning, kind of going up into that area. Let me pull up a little bit closer here. I'm going to stop my loop on my cross here. So I move this over a little bit. So this is my side-by-side. We kind of do your reflectivity and your velocity kind of set up in here. Showing 1-inch hail on that, pretty decent VIL. Looking at other little smaller hail reports kind of in here as well. So we're definitely getting the start of what's going to be a very active afternoon with some of these warnings as they come up. So I've got the alert tone on. Oh, actually I need to unmute that. So let me make sure my alert tone's on. I muted it. My apologies. So you'll hear a tone cue that'll come out when there's a warning that comes out. I do have the crawl down below. It does do it by Weather Service office, but I'm not getting the county information just yet. Like I said, work in progress, but I will continue to watch. I do have a scroller here to alert me on the new warnings. So as soon as they come out, I'll be able to see them pretty much instantly and give you an update on what's going on with those conditions. So this is our current warning right now. I only got one out there, but again, things will begin to destabilize as we go through this afternoon here through the day. So let me go back over to Radar Omega here, and I'm going to pull back out here. The big focus, the way this was looking, and I was looking at the model data. The high resolution model was kicking up some energy where we get some thunderstorms that would flare up across Texas and then kind of kick across Oklahoma and then kind of run into Missouri as we go in here for tonight. So that's what I'll be watching closely. Let me see if there's a new update on that for that currently. So I'm going to show the big spectacle. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate the new follower there. Thank you for joining the family. At least I got that working tonight. Last time I was doing this, it wasn't working properly. So one problem at a time right now. So let me see if the that's a pro. Nope, we just got the watch. Still waiting on the other one to put up in there. Let me see here. I wanted to show. Yeah, we'll show this one right here. You can kind of see this is the current temperatures right now. We got temperatures well into the 70s there across Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri. So definitely got the warm factor in there. You got some pretty good wind shear in there as well with the upper level dynamics, and so with the high humidity weights in there. And I could show you the dry line that's kind of making its push through there. Let me show you that real quick. I'll go ahead and switch over to the regional here, and I can show you the. Oops, sorry. Let me go regional, and we'll go down. We're going here toward Texas here. I'm going to show the dew points here. This is kind of your lapse right there. So you kind of get an idea to see where that dry line is off toward the west there across Texas and western Oklahoma, as that's going to kind of push off toward the east here as we go through this afternoon. So I don't think I got a whiteboard there. All right, so let's see here. Again, we got that push right through there. There we go. Where you got the drier conditions and it's kind of pushing off like this. You got very warm, moist air coming out ahead of it. So the target zone initially, it's like we get something to form right and hit this way and then kind of race off toward the north and east. That's how things will be developing in here for this afternoon. I'm going to leave that up. And again, you look at the temperature difference in this area. I mean, we're talking, well into the upper 70s there across the the eastern portions of Oklahoma, low 70s into Kansas, upper 70s to around 80 around Dallas or so. So it's a very warm weather pushing out ahead of that frontal boundary and that low that's kind of kick out here as we head for the next 24 hours or so. I guess I can go ahead and show you the simulator radar. This is let me go through and make sure this is updated first. I want to make sure we got that going for us real quick. That is the 17Z, so that is correct. That one's just up. So let me go ahead and transition here. Here is the simulator radar here for the next 12 hours. Let me go ahead and pop you through here real quick here as I'm kind of zoomed in here. So as we head here to the late afternoon, we're going to watch some of this energy start to rotate around. You see the eruption of these storms across areas of Missouri and coming back through Oklahoma. And it really gets very, very active there across central Oklahoma as we head to around 6 o'clock central, 7 o'clock eastern. So in the next couple of hours or so, we'll see things start to deteriorate. And this little complex of storms will push right into Missouri and then kind of go along the boundary up to the north and kind of right into the Midwest as we hit through the overnight hours, although it should lose its punch. And that's the first round, and then there's another piece of energy that's hanging back there toward Kansas and Missouri. That'll move in during the max daytime heaving going for tomorrow. So this is the latest run here on the high resolution model. You see the storms there coming across the eastern portions of Oklahoma and then kind of migrating across the state of Missouri. There's a lot of storm chasers up into Missouri right now that are going to be watching this. Got a new warning that just came out. Let's go and switch over to Radar Omega. Just came out there, just got the alert there on that. So you can see there, that is right now just up toward Ponca City area right there. So that is coming in. That one goes for another 34 minutes. So it's out ahead of that little line out ahead of it. Got 1-inch hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds with that one right now as that's coming on in to that area right as we speak. So I'll give you the counties here in just a second. I was just waiting for that to update it. I'm a little fast to the draw on that one as we watch the storms here come out across Oklahoma and going into that watch area. Now, the reason why we have the severe thunderstorm watch into Kansas and the tornado watch to the south, because the dynamics for the tornadoes are just better down in Oklahoma than they are into the southern eastern portions of Kansas. Now, in Missouri, that's a different story. Now, Missouri and going into southern Illinois, I suspect we'll see tornado watches come out for that one here as we go here for the next couple hours. So that new warning goes until 3 o'clock. That is for K and Noble. K and Noble, that's just been issued there. And I got the alert cone just came out again there. All right, I think it was just updating on that. I'm going to pull back out, make sure I'm not missing anything out there. Nope, that's the only two out there. Just double checking. Oh, they added to that other. Okay, they just added a little corner there. So that one right there, that's a weird looking box. I don't know how they did that one. That's kind of weird seeing it like that. But that's also for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's for that complex of storms right in there. You can see Vince here. I'll take him full. He's one of my normal storm chasers. I kind of watch him a lot through time. We'll take him full. We'll take him full screen here for a second. Let's take him full here. Let me close out of him real quick. Try it again. So he's kind of he's in intercept mode right now. So you can kind of see you see the low hanging clouds kind of sitting through there right now. Oops, didn't mean to double that. So I'll leave them up there for right now in the top left-hand corner. So these are our first severe thunderstorm warnings right now again, and just kind of going to rehash those for you. Again, that's for Osage. That was that one that was added, that little piece that was added there. That one goes until 3:15. K and Noble until 3. And then we got Garfield, Kingfisher, and Noble going until 2:45. So that's the current warnings up right now. And this is just getting started, folks. This is just getting started. We're going to be sealing this going on here really for the next 6 hours. So I'm going to be watching this very closely. And the alert just came out. And this is about the time I was expecting this, about 3 o'clock. So they just added to the bottom part of that line, right along that boundary. And if you remember, I just showed you where that line was in the dew point. That's kind of right along that boundary right there as we're getting that push there into that unstable air mass, and we're getting those showers and thunderstorms to flare up along that boundary right now. So, again, watching that area very, very closely. The big thing for me with these storms currently is because of where it's located, I think the tornado threat will be a little bit further off toward the east. The large hail is what I'm kind of watching to see what happens with this as we go through here. I'm looping here through my split view here, and you can kind of see what's going on. Let me slow that down. All right, so this is go back here to my split view here, and I'm kind of highlighting to see here. We got 1/4 inch hail, 1 1/4 inch hail showing up there. Right up in there. So you got 3 different ones. There's definitely little hail cores in all these, but nothing that really stands out. I mean, they're over 1 inch to 1 1/4 inch hail that I'm seeing in there currently. So kind of sitting up in here. There's a pretty good hail core right in there, and back in here, also showing a little core through there as well. So that's what we're currently seeing with that right now. I'm looking at the velocity to see if we got, looks like it's a broad rotation down here on the bottom end of this, but nothing that's tornadic at this point. Again, when you're talking about velocity mode, you're looking for those reds and those greens kind of going away and going toward each other with the severe weather going through that area right now. So again, we got 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties currently under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Let me update my crawl. I'm gonna go ahead and take my tornado watch out of this. We'll keep coming back to that. I just want to leave it on warnings right now. That'll continue on the bottom crawl there. So I'm gonna go ahead and update that. So just the warnings will crawl. There's a lot of warnings right now, so I don't need to roll the tornado watch box with all the warnings going on at this time. So let me take a look at my quad box here to see if my chasers are out there. I see 2 of them out there right now. So I got 2 of them out there, Brandon and Connor. They're good, reliable folks out there in Missouri. I'm not sure where Freddie's going to be just yet. I'll update his location, and I did put the cam for Oklahoma City down in that area for right now. Just to see if they get any kind of active storms that come up from the south there in Oklahoma City, as the model was kind of indicating, or the high resolution model was indicating earlier with that right now. So anyway, I'll keep coming back to these, and we'll check on this, and as we go through the rest of the afternoon, it's going to be busy afternoon to say the least. So got a couple of the storm chasers up there right now with Vince, and then you got Brandon up there on the top left. So again, we'll kind of watch this. Twitch is waiting for a chat. I see Twitch gave me something here. Yeah, I don't know why it's giving me that right now. Twitch is waiting for a chat. Let's stop that real quick. Here we go. Not sure what's going on with my Twitch, but I'll have to check on that pretty well. This is the first time I've actually streamed on. I'm actually streaming on my Facebook page, which is for the folks in Alabama and Georgia. I kind of worked in a TV market down there to do forecasts. So this is my first time actually doing it over there on Facebook at the same time I'm doing YouTube. And hey, Freddie is coming up. I just noticed there's Freddie just coming up online. We'll start seeing some of his video here for the next couple hours. So this is the first time I've actually streamed on both platforms at the same time. And I don't have the integrated chats just yet. That's going to be my next thing to do, is integrate my YouTube chats along with my Facebook chats, so we can see that kind of stuff going on. So again, there is the current conditions right now. And the other thing I need to get me another monitor. I've got 2 set up here, but I probably need to get a third or get the all 4 up here as well. Timothy Holcomb, Midwest Indiana, Terre Haute, Evansville. He was asking about the tornado threats up in that way. I'm sorry, I'm about 10 minutes behind you there, Tim. Sorry, brother. Thanks for subscribing. And yeah, that area needs to be watchful. I mean, you're up in that area for tornadoes that'll come up there. That's kind of into tonight and going into tomorrow. Again, I can kind of show you that you see how close you are there, Terre Haute. You're kind of right on the line there. For today's activity, which goes into tomorrow morning, and then you kind of see the day 2, which kind of pushes off towards your east, because you're either on the western edge. You're right on the edge there in Terre Haute. You need to make sure you just pay attention. I think the most significant stuff will be just to your south, Tim, but we're going to watch. I'll watch it closely. But pay attention to your National Weather Service office, and make sure you got your weather radios and get your weather apps and ready to go for that here. For this next couple of days, and you should have it anyway. You always got to be prepared. You know, I've done a lot of these type coverages over the past, and the big thing is, folks, it's so much better than it was, say, 20, 25 years ago. The information is instant. You're not relying on weather radios. The apps are a big upgrade. You've got all these different folks that are out there. You got a baby YouTuber like myself who's up here just trying to get a few folks to get the word out to everybody, and then you get the big guys out there, and there's a couple of them that get, you know, tens of thousands of viewers. I only wish to get to that. One of these days, maybe I'll get there. But for those who I do get on the channel, I'm definitely a very, very appreciative folks like Hanson and Tim and anybody else who comes into the chat and wants to discuss this particular weather event. I still want to try to get this Twidget working. I really like being able to start stuff up. So I'm going to try to reset my Twidget and see if it will allow me to try to do my interactive stuff. So I really, really like doing that. It's just a nice little tool to try to bring in a person and highlight what they're asking for and stuff. So I'm not sure why it's not working right now, and I'm not taking my stream down. The other alternative I have is to try to shut down my feed and reset it, and I'm not doing that. That's not going to happen. So I'm putting in my stuff, and I'm trying to see if it'll load up the chat, and it's pulling up one person who commented that was not in my chat feed. So not exactly sure what's going on with my Twidget. My Twidget is down for today. See, it's showing the waiting for active for chats. Hey, it's Odessa, Oklahoma. Odessa, be ready there. Odessa, there in Texas. I think you need to. But Victor, I appreciate it there. I don't think you'll be too bad there in Odessa. You're okay. If you're up there up to the north and east of you guys, absolutely need to be careful, to say the least. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. We're just not gonna. Let's see. There's that. Boop. There's one of my updates there, Pewee. But my regular chat is not showing the data over here. So that's what I was talking about, my Twidget there. So whereas Victor's asking a question, I can pop him up and pop him down. But for some reason, that's the only thing that's populating in here right now. Not exactly sure why. But we'll leave it up. I'll pull it up if it starts working again. Who knows? But Victor, yeah, you stay weather aware there, brother. Stay up to date. Right now, everything's up in Oklahoma. So let me go to my regional view here. We'll do a little regional look here, and I'm going to zoom in on this. Let me get my interactive up here so I can do it properly. There we go. I'm going to transition this over. And we're just going to kind of zoom in a little bit closer here so you can kind of see the big picture here. So you kind of see this activity down near Abilene. I'm going to watch that as it comes up to the south, up to the north and east. As it kind of races up toward Wichita Falls, and we got our first cluster of storms there near Ponca City and Enid and Dover and Stillwater. That's your major target zone right now with all those different warnings that are currently out. But I'm also going to watch this activity here further to the south as it races up as well. I believe this is the activity that the high resolution model was showing earlier as it races up to the north and east. We'll see. I'm going to watch very closely to see how this evolves. And that's one thing that's really good about when you're doing this kind of work. Yeah, no problem, Victor. Anytime, brother. Is just watching this and seeing how it evolves. Forecasters, we get out here and we look at the data. Got a new warning just popped out. All right. And we look at the data and we kind of try to interpret what's going to kind of happen. And then when it's ready to go, we're ready to go. The event we followed about a week ago, I'll be honest with you, it kind of turned out to be a little bit of a bust. It didn't really do a whole lot there of what was expected. So sometimes you can have all the dynamics there. And I'm just watching these storms here down here toward Abilene. Yeah, these are pretty good storms there. Let me put this back in the loop here. Yeah, watch that Seatwater, Abilene area. That's a pretty good storm. So let me transition spec over here. There we go. That's what I'm watching right here. This is that cluster of storms I was talking about. I'm going to watch very closely. And I thought I heard an alert go off. Just looking for the new box, see if there's one I missed. And nope, I don't see one. I think it was just an update. Sometimes when you get an update on a warning, it'll go back over that alert tone. So right now, as it stands, the current warnings. It was Indiana. There it is. Boom. I was trying to figure out where it was. It's over here in Indiana. There we go. You're talking about Terre Haute earlier, but this is down to the south. Let's go ahead and focus in on this one. We'll go zoom in on this one. All right. It looks like I got a pretty good hailer in that one. Eliteville right now. So you got that one's severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County, South Central Morgan County, and Southeastern Owen County. Goes to 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Storm was near Spencer, about 9 miles northwest of Bloomington, moving east at 35. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail with that particular storm right there right now. Let me go ahead and take down that chase video there. That's not in this particular area. Looks like that may have some near State Road 46. This is in Indiana, folks, just north of Bloomington. It clearly looks like we got some pretty good hail with this one. Let me look and see here. Yeah, I got a little hail quartet there just to the west of Ellettsville. So we got a pretty good hailer in there. Pretty good one there. About the high resolution there. Yeah. But that right there this one goes for another 34 minutes on that warning. So, again, those counties on that one. Oh, I shut that down, didn't mean to. Oh, God, I hate when I did that. Let me open that back up again. There we go. That goes until 4:15 Eastern Time. That's Monroe, Morgan, and Owen counties on that particular warning. So, again, it's a big area. This is going to be a lot of stuff to really pay attention to, and that's what I hope to do for all you guys coming in. This is a big storm complex. It's affecting a lot of territory, so I'm going to do my best to kind of guide this through here this afternoon and give you kind of the best coverage that I could possibly give, drawing on my many years of experience of watching this. So that's the Indiana warnings, and of course we've got all these other warnings over here in Oklahoma, near the Oklahoma City area, up to the north of Oklahoma City, with 1, 2, 3, 4 warnings that are currently up there right now as we speak. So we'll be watching right now 6 active severe thunderstorm warnings out there covering Oklahoma and now Indiana. So, and we're just getting started, folks. It's 3:42 Eastern. I was looking at 3:30 to get started on this. I came on a little earlier once I saw the watch boxes that were put out. And I'll be interested to see when they put additional watches out here shortly. So I'm looking at the SPC and kind of seeing what they're doing here, looking at their discussion. And seeing what's going on with that. So let me update this here. Yeah, they came up with additional watch boxes here too. So, like I said, very complex setup. So the pink area is there in Kansas. That is your severe thunderstorm watch there, and you got one down in Texas. In between the two, you got the yellow. That's your tornado watch boxes. Now, all that green over there toward Pennsylvania, over to Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, those are your flood watches up. They're going to have not only a lot of rain coming in now, but I got plenty of rain coming in for tomorrow. So that's where we're currently sitting. I do anticipate some more watches going up here across Missouri, Southern Illinois, maybe get Indiana. I think that'll be a tornado watch box as we go here in the next hour or two right now. So that's what we're seeing currently with the watches and warnings with this. So that's our target zone right through here. So we're going to be watching. But as you can see, we had a warning out here in Indiana, but there's no watch box out there just yet. You can get warnings to pop even without a watch box out there. So that's got to do your due diligence when we're doing coverage like this. So I've got a high res visibility here shot here across Texas and Oklahoma. And one thing I'm looking to see is the explosion of cloud tops. If we start getting some that go 35, 40 to 45,000 feet, not seeing it just yet, but that's something I'm going to watch here closely. And I am watching the airports as well. The major hub, or Chicago's already getting some delays up there. I think St. Louis will get some. And DFW, anybody got any travel plans with this thing, definitely make sure you check ahead with your carrier. To say the least, as this thing goes on through. Let me see if this has been updating. Because sometimes if you don't hit refresh on there, just kind of see the explosion there a little bit as that dry line's starting to push off to the east a little bit. New warning just came out. Oh, look, it's almost the same area where they're into portions of Oklahoma. There's the new warning that just came out. This one goes for another 30 minutes. So we're talking about 3:15 this afternoon. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail with that one, with that storm pushing off. And again, more warnings. They just keep piling up, man. Got 6 of them out there right now. So that one is for Garfield, K, and Noble again. Same place we just had a little while ago. Again, that goes until 3:15 Central Daylight Time. All right, let's check on the. Again, the chat box is up. I got the little thing up here. I got it up here as well. If you're coming in and coming out on the channel, please, you can do me a favor. Go ahead and post a question or something down below. I do appreciate that. And if you want to share this with anybody, if you're over on the Facebook side, please share over on Facebook and get folks over there, as well as on the YouTube side. I do appreciate you over here as well, as we're continuing with the severe weather coverage here on what's going to be a pretty active late afternoon and going into tonight's coverage with this. Now, I call it a multi-day tornado outbreak. I don't expect the tornadoes to really start popping until a little bit later, probably getting closer to 6, 7 o'clock, I believe. Just looking at how things are evolving under the current setup right now. And then we'll see things. This will continue into tomorrow, obviously, with the day 2. We got moderate out there severe weather. And when I did my update yesterday, I kind of figured they would do a moderate, they would upgrade to a moderate outbreak for severe weather. It just looked like it was going to be in the cards. And that's what we're seeing so far right now. So let me see how my chaser buddies are doing here. All right. So Brandon and Connor are still moving around into Missouri. And we'll see if what we're watching for is we're getting these individual supercells, and they want to interact with these supercells and trying to see what we're getting. I think we're going to see some late here in the next couple of hours. I'd say we'll see kind of your textbook development where you're looking for a pretty good supercell, that classic tail hook or hook on the back part of the southwestern portion of the storm, and that's probably something we'll see begin to evolve here as we go here in the late afternoon. So storm chasers just out getting into position, kind of seeing how things are going, And I'm just kind of checking the storm reports here, seeing that there's a couple of storm reports just came in. Let's check that out. Let's go check that out, shall we? Just noticed one pop up in there, so we'll go ahead and take a look and see what's being reported in here. And we got 1-inch hail in Hennessy, and Kingfisher law enforcement showing 1-inch hail, which we knew was going to happen. In fact, I do suspect that the number of hail reports out of this particular event over the next couple of days will probably be quite significant with this storm. So there's where those current warnings are. You kind of see where their locations are with that. And you got a few storm chasers out here, but not a whole lot. I think a lot of folks are positioning themselves up into Missouri and into the eastern portions of Oklahoma. I think that's probably the best location for seeing that tornadic activity here as we go through the next couple hours. So I want to go take a look at my Facebook folks over here, and we got nice little views over here on the Facebook side. Hey, Facebook, I appreciate you guys watching over here. And again, if you want to go over to the YouTube channel, you're more than happy to go ahead and subscribe over there as well. So I may have to put the cats inside today. If not, I will see them flying away. All right, yeah. You definitely don't want to. Definitely want to make sure you're staying on board with that, to say the least. All right. Anyway, all right, so we're doing a live severe weather coverage here on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. We're just getting started underway, and folks are coming in and coming out. When it comes to this kind of coverage, you got people who are just going to come in, they're going to watch a few minutes of it, they're going to pop out, they're going to come back in. That's just the nature of the beast when you're doing this kind of coverage. And the fact that I've got a fairly small subscriber base, I'm not going to get a ton of folks, not like some of these other guys, but that's okay. Because I love doing this. This is something I enjoy to do, and I also want to make sure I keep you guys, those who come in and out of this thing, up to date on what's going on with the overall coverage. So I'm going to go back over to Radar Omega. I'm going to pull out here a little bit and see what's going on. I'm watching this stuff down here toward the south as well, over on the Texas side. Yeah, there's that storm down there. This one might go severe here shortly. Over here just to the east of Sweetwater. Just to the west of Sweetwater, I should say. You see the lightning cluster right through there as it's coming across Interstate 20 right through there. So that one's probably just barely borderline severe right now, but that's something I'm just keeping a watchful eye on. And we switch back up here to the Oklahoma City one, because this is where our current warnings are out right now. And we got 6 current warnings out there right now, including one in Indiana, which doesn't even have a watch box up right now. The current severe thunderstorm warnings out there are for Garfield, Kay, and Noble, and that goes till 3:15. Up in Indiana, we have Monroe, Morgan, and Owen. That goes until 4:15 Eastern time. In Oklahoma, we got Osage until 4:15. And Kingfisher and Logan until 3. Osage is 3:15. My apologies. 3 o'clock there, and then 3 o'clock for K. So that's where our current warnings. That's that little cluster of storms there up toward the north. Let me get that looping again for you. I do like to see direction. So these storms are going to move up toward the north and go up into where that severe thunderstorm watch box is currently up into southern portions of Kansas. So that will be moving up that way here in a little while. We got a chaser up here. Let's see what Corey Gherkin. You can kind of see what he's looking at right now. So you can kind of see some low-hanging stuff there down on the horizon with this, as he's going to intercept those storms that are coming in from the south. Kind of see what he's looking at right there. So you can see he's in that position. He's up in here, so he's chasing that storm right there that he's seeing right now. And I'm guessing he's going to try to get that stuff down toward Ponca City. And as he intercepts, we'll come back and we'll see his stuff here in just a little while. So we go back over to my. I want to go back over to my cross over here. Why am I doing way down here? I don't want to be up that way. Come on. Yeah, a little bit of wind shear. I'm kind of looking at a cross section of those clusters of storms. And I like to go back to side by side because I can look at the reflectivity and I can look at the velocity mode and kind of see where things are going. A little bit of circulation up there in that storm to the east of Poco City, but it's not that bad. Not that bad. That's fairly low. Inch and a quarter inch hail, 1 inch hail. Oh, that's a pretty good one there. That's a hailer. 2.5 inch hail down there on that one. Let's go back over to this one. This one here, shut this down. This storm in here, south of Marshall. See the dark purple in there? That is indicates that's a pretty good hailstorm in there. Let me go over to my velocity mode here. I mean, not my velocity, to my VIL. I want to take a look at the core on that one. Oh yeah, that's a big bullseye on that one. Let me transition over here. So you can see that that's a pretty good hail. Indications of 2 inch hail in that one, just south of Marshall in that severe thunderstorm warning right there, which goes for another 7 minutes. My guess is that that'll be extended as that hailer moves up toward the north. Those up in Perry, you need to watch out for that one for sure if that one comes up in that direction. So definitely got a pretty good hailer on that one. Let me go put this back in motion again. And I'm going to have to turn those off. So pretty good hailer on that one. Looks like, yeah, Perry on that trajectory. Yeah, Perry needs to watch out for that one up here toward the north and east of that cell. And not unexpected. Again, when I saw the hail threat for this area, and we were talking 2 to 3 inch hail, not out of the question. I mean, it's a very steep lapse rates. We knew the hailers was going to be a big problem with this thing, and we're going to see some hail damage to some cars, to say the least, with this storm. This storm system before it's all said and done. All right, oops, let me get my chat box up here. I see somebody chatting there. What is it, Tuchima, say, Oklahoma? I'm not familiar where that's at, but I'll look it up. I'm not exactly sure where that's at, but I can look it up. I am, if you spelled that correctly, because I'm not exactly sure what that is there. Rip, let me take a look, brother. Tell me what I say. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay, you're east of Oklahoma City. Yeah, that's a pretty high risk area in there. That's probably one of the better areas for tornadoes there. You definitely stay with nothing in your area just yet. I just had he's over here. I see you now. Yeah. You're obviously nothing in your area just yet, but you got that watch box that's up until 9. So yeah, you definitely make sure you stay weather ready there. I'm waiting on activity to form down to the south. I was showing this. Let me see if the new simulator radar is updated yet. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this. I'm going to refresh this. We've been on for a little while, and it should be updating to 18Z right now. Let me see what we got. It's just starting. Okay, so the 18Z model run's just starting right now. So let me go down to the 17Z run there. Or 18Z, there it is. So 19Z, that's the one. So we'll go to this one to add. So this is the simulated radar here. Again, watching that area there east of Oklahoma. So we're talking around 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Your area could be hit pretty good there as that storms. You see the fire up storms are coming out of Texas and then kind of comes across Oklahoma there as we head towards 7. And that's 8 or 7, 8 o'clock there, kind of getting up toward the Tulsa area, and then kind of rides into Oklahoma as we head to into tonight. So about midnight or so, we're seeing there central areas of Missouri getting hit. So this is the concern here for the next couple hours. You see that little piece of energy kind of rotating and kind of breaking off with some energy, and that's going to be the hailers. There's a cold core with this as well. That's why the hail risk is so high through there as this moves on. All right, we got a new warning that just came out. So let's go back over here and take a look at what's going on. Again, that's probably that hail. Yeah, that's that hailer we were watching a little while ago. That's why I anticipated that area up toward Perry. where I said watch out for that 2-inch hail coming your way. You got a new warning that just came out for those counties. 2-inch hail. I was already seeing that with that particular cell. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a 48 minutes on that warning right there. So we're talking that's going to go up for a little while. So let's go take a look at those right now. That's Garfield, Kingfisher, Logan until 4:45. 4:45 or 3:45, I should say. Sorry, 3:45. I'm going to keep looking at my Eastern time zone there. Sorry about that. So 3:45 on those warnings there. With that pretty good hailer that's going to come in there. So folks in Perry need to, if you get your cars in the garage, if you got one, definitely want to make sure you get in there to say the least with these storms hammer. We got 8 different warnings out right now. Majority of them sitting in Oklahoma. Oklahoma's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So only good thing I'll say so far is we at least don't have any tornado warnings out there just yet. Just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings with this initial round of severe weather just getting underway. So watching this one piece of energy that's going through Oklahoma. These warnings will progress into Kansas, into the southeastern portions of Kansas here in the next couple of hours as we speak. Here's one of these chasers. Let's see what he's showing there. He's pulled over to the side of the road. Corey's not showing much. All right, we'll come back to you later, Corey. And let's see if he's showing anything. Vince, nope, he's showing his intercept of those storms. I'm guessing Vince is probably going to try to intercept that hailer that's coming up toward Perry. Just looking at that particular cell right now. Hey, thanks to that new subscriber. I appreciate it, brother. Whoever just came in, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is what I always appreciate when I get new people coming on this little lonesome little channel out in the YouTube universe. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right. So I do have the chat box up. And if anybody wants to go ahead and put in a chat, you can do so. With that, I got it running there right there on the side. You kind of see it over that way. And I'll continue to answer the questions as folks come in. You can see a pretty good rain shaft there coming into view there. And that's Brandon Coptic's seat. Oh, by the way, the chaser information. I have 3 of them that I've been using for this particular coverage. I do have their links down in the description down below. And as always, out of courtesy, you always put their links on there. And if you want to subscribe to those gentlemen's accounts, please do so. Because, I've been a storm chaser, been out there myself a few times. Not very often. I got a friend of mine who's a professional for many years. A guy by the name of Michael Phelps. And what the storm chasers do out there, they get a lot of great data out into the folks who need it and report back to the Weather Service. And the technology that's available for these guys is just amazing right now, to say the least. When 20, 25 years ago, we were just getting underway with the 3G networks and everything else that we were trying to do with the severe weather coverage. So right now, what we're waiting on is how this thing's going to evolve here for later this afternoon. And I'm going to turn those watches off real quick. Let me go over here and do this real quick. My time and everything a little snow. Tell you what, let me do this real quick while we're doing that. We go over here. We'll switch over to this one while I make my adjustments over here. Do these in peace. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna turn these off because I just don't need them on the radar. It interferes with my ability to clock. Because every time I click on it, it's popping up, and I don't want to do that. There we go. That's much cleaner. All right. I'll go back over my storm. I'm gonna check over on my storm report, see if we get anything else out there just yet. Nope, nothing new to report there. All right, that's good. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun night. Fun night, to say the least. Keeping track of all this activity going on. There's that cross level again on my GR level 3 here. And still showing about 1.5 inch hail. So that's kind of come down a little bit. But still, as you can see, that direct line just going right toward Perry right there. With that potential for some large hail. The storm north of Perry is also producing about 3/4 inch hail there to the north. That's this one up here. And this one back here is reporting, 3/4. So it is trending downward a little bit on the hail size. That's good. With that one, that's getting it out of Garfield County, going into Kingfisher County, heading up toward Perry. But Perry, still, you're looking at pretty good hail there coming your way with that particular storm. So anyway, we are going to be staying on top of this all night long. And again, welcome to the Weather Nerds channel. I'm your beloved host, your beloved weatherman. I am Greg Majeski. They call me the Magic Man. That was a nickname I had in the military, by the way. I thought I'd share that. It's like, why do they call you the Magic Man? Because that's my last name's Majeski, and it was always like I was an officer, so it was like Captain Magic and Major Magic, and so Magic Man was kind of my hearsay, my nickname. So I said, yeah, I'll just kind of stay with the Magic Man here on the Weather Nerds channel. So I launched this channel about 6 months, well over 6 months ago. Had a lot of success initially. I was getting a lot of subscribers, and then just YouTube said, you know what? There's too many of you guys. We're gonna lock me out. So they kind of locked me out, and I'm like, well, that's okay. We're gonna keep doing what I enjoy and love doing, and keep you out there informed of what's going on with these storms as it continues to see this activity here for tonight. All right, I'm still watching this stuff to the south. I'm waiting to see if we're going to get stuff to fire down here toward the south, and because that's what the modeling was kind of showing it. There's got this cluster of storms down here near Sweetwater. They haven't gone severe, but that's where the initial light, as it was pushing into the eastern portions of Oklahoma, that's where the models were kind of suggesting we'll get an eruption. So I keep coming back to this site down here as I'm watching the storm move to the north and east to see if that does follow what the high resolution models were showing there and kind of erupted. So Wichita Falls going into the eastern portions of Oklahoma, that's there for the bullseye for really significant hail. And then as we go into into the early evening hours, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, as we got to go into the eastern portions of Oklahoma and going into Missouri, that's what we're kind of seeing with those particular areas for potential tornadoes. Because the tornado risk here, you notice, is not in Texas. It's pretty low. It kind of picks up there across the eastern portion of Oklahoma, and it's those clusters of storms I just showed you that I'm kind of seeing if it's going to erupt into something more significant as it pulls up into that area where the dynamics are better, the instability, and it kind of helps to almost like throwing a match, on a thing of gasoline and kind of getting those storms kind of going. So I'm going to watch that. It goes up through Oklahoma into Missouri, and then overnight as it kind of makes kind of a bit of a right turn there for that area. The big thing for me, again, we're already seeing it with the hail reports kind of coming in, is that hail bullseye there across eastern Oklahoma, and then the high wind threat, which is also significant. And you see that almost lining up with the hail report. Almost the high winds and the hail are pretty much on top of each other here for tonight and going into tomorrow morning, and then we get to do it again tomorrow afternoon. So, so let me go back to Radar Omega. I'll kind of move this. You can see one of the storm chasers there. Brandon's kind of gotten himself into a pretty good squall there. Let me switch radars here. So this is our most significant weather we have right now with these different cells. They don't look all that bad. I mean, folks in Oklahoma go, yawn. I've seen worse storms than that. I'm sure you have. But again, we're just getting started here, folks. As I really don't anticipate things to really significantly go down until we get for another couple hours. It's only 3 o'clock Central Time right now. As we get past 5 and 6, that's where I do anticipate things to kind of get more unstable with certain things that will be happening as these storms begin to evolve. I think the worst of the storms have yet to really show themselves yet. They haven't really exploded yet. So I keep kind of looking at the high resolution satellite imagery, and I'm kind of waiting to see what that's going to show. Let me see here. Oh, oops, sorry about that. I'm the wrong one. Oops, don't you go nowhere. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see here these puff balls kind of exploding like cotton balls starting to go off there. A little bit across Oklahoma, and you can see the high upper level winds very, very clearly here on the satellite imagery here. And yeah, you can see this very, very well as you got these upper level winds kind of blowing up through here. All right, and then you got surface winds kind of coming up like this. So where they cross and you get those changing winds with heights, that's when you get your tornado threat. And the tornado threat's the more significant sitting up here across the eastern portions of Oklahoma. So I'm watching these cells back here. You see them kind of blowing up the little puff lines right through here. That's what I'm watching to see how they evolve as they continue to move up toward the north and up toward the east here over the next few hours. So they're just kind of getting started. So like I said, we're kind of in the early stages of this right now with these storms getting underway. That's the kind of the Abilene area there with those storms, and we'll watch and see as they progress up toward the north and east as it gets toward Washington. You can see even on the radar imagery the higher cloud tops get blown off there with those very high upper level winds as that is going to progress into the eastern portions of Oklahoma. Right now, we've got 7 active warnings out there currently. We just have a new warning that just came out. I didn't even hear the alert tone on that one, but I just saw it pop. So let me go over to Radar Omega. I just saw it in the periphery of my eye pop up there. So we got a new warning there. Again, these storms are kind of training. There's the alert. I guess I'm a little fast. These are kind of training over the same area. Probably some pretty heavy rains through there, some hails. This current warning that just came out, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That seems to be the tailer with these storms right now, with the storms coming in. So that is, yeah, that would Osage County until 4. And then, so, man, we got a lot out there. 8 different warnings out there currently, almost all of them in Oklahoma. 1 in Indiana that's getting ready to expire here shortly in about 5 minutes. But everything's in Oklahoma right now with these warnings, with this big cluster of storms, sitting right up through here. So this is our prime zone right now with these warnings right now with these cluster of storms. Let's see what these guys are showing here. Corey, seeing a whole lot there. Taking full, so you can kind of see his coverage. Just kind of seeing, it's nothing that's really to drive home about. Looks like there's somebody else there chasing with him. Let's see what his looks like. That was Brandon. There's Brandon's Coptics. So there's Brandon's stuff. He's just kind of in a pretty good range right now. So they're just outside of the warning areas there to the north of them. The south of them is where the active warnings are. So they're just kind of getting positions, waiting the storms to come to them and kind of watch. That's interesting. Something just kind of caught my eye here watching this storm back here. Let me do something here. I'm going to switch over to my cross level. Something just caught my eyeball. No, okay. Sometimes reflectivity will say, ooh, that might be something to watch. And then I'll look at the velocity and no, nothing's there. Nothing there. I was just making sure I didn't see any kind of a little spin up there. 3/4 inch hail being reported all in a 1-inch hail with this stuff in those cells just south of Ponca City. And you can see the hailers, they line up pretty well when I pull up the vertical integrated liquid. You can see the hail cores there line up with those cells. So that's hail core coming into Perry right now. You got another hail core just south of Ponca City, and then there's one out in kind of a no man's land out there in northern Oklahoma, getting ready to go into Kansas with that particular cell sitting up in there. Let's go back to high reflectivity mode here. Oh, there's another chaser here. There's Vince. He's out in the sunshine a little bit. Looks like he's got some sun there, which is always dangerous. The thing when you're watching these storms and you get some sunshine and anything that kind of adds to the instability, adds a different. He's there in Pawnee, Oklahoma, right now, so he's kind of away from the storms right now. But nothing to worry about with that particular cell right there. I think he's trying to probably intercept that cell that's heading toward Perry right now. Well, new warning just came out. Updated warning. Goes for another 32 minutes. Like all these warnings we've had here in the last hour have been basically over the same stretch of land, which is kind of a little unusual to see that. That particular cell that just came out, the 1-inch hail being sitting in that particular cell. There, so you kind of see that flashing box area of that polygon, and all these different warnings are kind of integrated on top of themselves right now. I'm just gotta keep going down here just to check what's going on south of town. There's that cluster of storms, not severe yet. Kind of watching that. See if that develops into something a little more to be concerned about, but not yet. Quiet so far. So, don't want to forget these folks here across the southeastern portions of Oklahoma. Couldn't rule out some warnings being issued out for your area soon, and then, of course, this will eventually get over into Missouri here before too long. But that'll be later tonight before the folks in Missouri need to be concerned. I really hate it for some of the storm chasers when they get out there this time of day. It's not bad, but when it gets into nighttime, I'm like, guys, it's just not. I'm not a fan of the storm chasing at night. The dangers just go up extramentally. Even though I know a lot of them are professional and they've been doing it for a while, as me, I just not my cup of tea. It takes a special person to kind of do that stuff. Let me go and get this looping again here. Maybe just got a text message here. Let me check this real quick. Okay, I need to send a text message here real quick. Uh, 724 tomorrow. Sorry. That is my little business phone. I got a little business I do from my home when I'm not doing the weather coverage, so I just had to keep somebody updated on their schedule. So my apologies. Anyhow, all right. The chat is open, by the way. I just want to keep reminding folks that the chat's there, and I am keeping an eye on there. So if anybody wants to put anything in the chat, they're more than welcome to do so. Again, this is severe weather coverage on what's going to be a very busy night for tonight. And for the 10 people out there currently, thank you for joining us here at Weather Nerds, as keeping a very close, watchful eye on these storms that are currently hitting into Oklahoma right now. Could see additional warnings across southeast Kansas here pretty soon, as we're kind of watching these. There have been mostly hailers up to this point. The largest hail seen so far, up to about 2 inches right now. But we're just getting underway. This is not the high water mark of this particular event. What we're expecting hasn't hit just yet, and this is definitely not an April Fool's type joke, to say the least, right now with this storm system. So very, I would say, almost textbook in a way of when you get this kind of severe weather. So right now, this is what we're currently watching is across Oklahoma. That's where the bulk of the activity is currently sitting. There from Ponca City and areas down to the south. This area has been getting hit here pretty religiously here, continuously here for the last hour or so with the severe weather. Now we got a new warning that just came out, so I just hear the alert tone. So, and that's that other one that just came in there. So there's that new warning goes out until another 43 minutes on this one. So this is going to take us right up until 4 o'clock Central Time on this. So 1.5 inch hail. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's been the mantra with these storms. At least this initial cluster of storms. In the hailers, and this is kind of on the edge of where we're seeing with the hail probability. I mean, we could be seeing 2 to 3 inch hail for areas there, say, between Oklahoma City and heading over toward Fort Smith, Arkansas. That area down here to the south. So this zone in here will need to be watched closely for potential hailers later tonight as some additional storms kind of come in here as we head into the late afternoon and now getting into when we get into the early evening hours here for tonight. So I'm keeping an eye on my storm chaser guys out there. I got 3 of them I'm kind of watching right now. So there's the 3. A couple of them over. I guess Brandon's actually over into Oklahoma now. I need to update his area. Connor was in Missouri, and I got to see where Freddie's. He's also in Missouri as well. So he's kind of watching. I got a little camera there from Oklahoma City. So I'll need to update his position as he's in Oklahoma right now. So I will update him. Let me update chaser number 1. Chaser number 1. Okay. Oklahoma. I just want to make sure he's updated so I got him in the right place. All right, so we're currently into about the first hour of coverage right now. So it's been a pretty decent, active afternoon with this severe weather. Everything kind of sitting in Oklahoma, but getting ready to pass into areas here across the southern portions of Kansas, which has got severe thunderstorm watch boxes. So this area right in here, as these storms continue to move up toward the north and east, we'll be setting up some additional severe thunderstorm warnings. So Pittsburgh and kind of in between Wichita and Pittsburgh, that'll be the active zone here shortly with some additional warnings. I keep looking south because I'm waiting for the additional activity to start to fire. I think once it does, it'll do so fairly quickly, and those will be the storms that will be of much interest as we head in toward the 5 and 6 o'clock hour here in the central time zone here as we head into tonight. Currently, and I'll go ahead and do these warnings up again for folks. We'll just go ahead and mention this again. So, we do get the there's the warnings there in Texas. See, I didn't even hear the alert on that one. That must have just came out. Yeah, there they are. That's what I've been waiting on. That's what I've been waiting on. Yep. It's these cluster of storms here because there's a little bit of energy with this that I'm watching. This one, 70 mile per hour winds. You see, the wind is a notch higher on this. And it's part of a little disturbance that's going to ride into eastern Oklahoma. That's why I kept coming down south to watch this to see where these were going to go. So the current warnings right now, that the Texas one is for Fisher, Jones, Nolan, and Taylor. And that goes until 4:15 Central Daylight Time for those storms right there in Abilene. Let me go ahead and keep the loop on that, and I'll go in a little bit closer so you can kind of see the Hamley just went to the Sweetwater area. Those are the current warnings there. The other warnings that were out there as far as Oklahoma is concerned, you got Osage until 4 o'clock, Kay and Noble until 3:45, Logan, Noble, and Payne until 3:45, and Osage until different part of Osage County until 3:45. So quite a number of warnings out there, and we just got a new one that just came out once again. Trying to stay on top of these as best I can. Probably these other storms up here toward the north will be coming in here with the active weather here. So I'm just seeing where we. Oh, there it is up here in Missouri. Okay, let's switch up to this one. So we got Missouri now getting on the act. And notice that this is actually outside of the current watch boxes. So in fact, let me double check that. I want to make sure I'm staying on top of that. Let me go back here and check here. And update that, make sure that is up to date. Yep. So we got this new watch up here into now into Missouri with that particular warning, and that goes for another 23 minutes. So a fairly short-lived one there. So we're talking about 3:45 for those counties, 60 mile per hour winds, and kind of sitting in there. I'll go a little bit closer. Maysville. You see kind of in there, maybe a little bit of hail with this. Doesn't look overly impressive looking at that right now. So we got a lot of warnings out there right now, covering all these different states. That was the Missouri ones are for Andrew, Buchanan, and Clinton. That's the it was located near Clarksdale, 9 miles north of Gower, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So that is the Missouri cell right now with that particular storm. And I'll show you that here on the cross level here. So that's that cell right through there. Some pretty gusty winds in there, but not looking too bad. Just hail, the big threat. I'm seeing 3/4 inch hail into that one. So that's the Missouri cell. Whew, a lot of stuff going on out there right now. Lots of activity. I'll come back down here toward... Oh, we also got this new warning here into Kansas, too. All right, so they just issued this one. Let me switch back over to this one. And they finally got one across into Kansas. This one also for another 36 minutes. So we'll watch that closely. That is... Boy, I'm gonna butcher that one. Chautauqua, I think it is Chautauqua till 4 o'clock into Kansas. That's the severe thunderstorm warning there for that county. I hope I didn't butcher it too bad. Chautauqua. That's the only bad thing when you're doing wall-to-wall coverage like this and you kind of bouncing around and you're not from a specific area. You may butcher some town names and some counties because, I'll give you an example in Alabama. And there was this town in Florida I used to where it was called Weewahitchka, and I always had a hard time pronouncing that name. I'll call it Weewa. It was in the Florida Panhandle. So let me see what these guys are seeing with their activity. There's Corey. He's just in a pretty good downpour right now. I'll show you a transition over to him. So they're just got to get into these storms here to the south. See a couple of these chasers that are sitting in here. Let's see what... Brandon's feet's down right now, which is not unusual. You're kind of out there in no man's land. But you see that stretch of warnings there, kind of stretching now and getting into southern Kansas. So I was putting out the alert in there for that. Independence, and you're kind of going into Independence, Parsons, Girard, Pittsburgh, Fort Scott. That's kind of in that general path as that storm, as these cloud sources continue to kind of trend up in this general direction. Like that. So these other counties up here will probably see some new warnings coming here shortly with additional warnings coming out as the storms continue to move to the north and east here over the next hour or so. I'll put that back on a loop. So anyway, we're welcome everybody here on the channel. We're streaming on both Facebook and on the YouTube channel. First time that's been done. First for me to do that. And as I overhaul my Facebook page, it'll become the Weather Nerds Facebook page. Before it was something I used for the folks in Alabama and Georgia, which I'll continue to do my daily forecast for them. But I also want to integrate my Facebook in with my YouTube channel, so that will be going through a bit of an overall here this month of April. I should have it done before the month of April, to say the least. So again, I'm watching these storms. I'll go back here to the south again. I want to watch these storms down here. I want to again keep an eye on these are the other warnings right now into Texas, and just kind of seeing how this thing's starting to develop a little bit. Seeing the lightning flashes and the lightning strikes in the last 5 minutes or so. And these storms, so will continue to move up to the northeast. So Wichita Falls, need to watch out. I see a lot of, you also notice there's a big cluster of spotters up in this area, sitting right up in here, as this storm activity kind of moves up in this general direction. So the spotters know, they watch, they see the weather data just like everybody else, and they just kind of position themselves into the best positions of where they think the activity is going to be. I'll go back to the Oklahoma City radar here. Watching that stuff on the little, boy, that's a pretty good hailer in there. Wow, look at that one. Let me zoom into this puppy right here. That's got a look. You see the deep purple in that on that cell? That's getting ready to cross into Kansas, just south of Elgin and Chautauqua. Boy, that's got a pretty good hailer in that one. That has definitely got. Let me look at the bill on that sucker. Oh yeah, nice hailer on that one. A nice hailer on that one. Let me take a look at the cross section. I'm gonna go zoom in on that one. Let me bounce over to my level 3. I want to see what kind of hail we're seeing in that one. Let me get down to where I need to be. Here goes this one. Well, it's showing all right. That's showing 1.5 inch hail on that one. I just switched over to the radars here. Could be larger, but they're right now showing 1.5 inch hail. Pretty good bill in there. I can show you that transition. Go into there. And the one back behind here is also showing 1.25 inch hail. So hail reports are going to be significant when they do start coming in across the area. So that one's going into the Kansas, Chautauqua. That's got that one that goes until 4 o'clock. So you got a pretty good hailstorm there coming into your area there. Probably coming into Sedan and kind of heading up toward Peru. And is that Notaz? Notaz? I guess I'm going to watch that very closely with that warning coming up that way right now. I'll look at my storm reports here. I'm finally getting some more storm reports here coming in. Haven't seen the hail reports just yet. I keep checking these storm reports. There's another hail report there. 2-inch hail. So we had official 2-inch hail and video of 2-inch hail there in Marshall, southeast Marshall. So that's that hail. The storms are moving up to the northeast. So 2-inch hail not out of the question with some of these storms as we're starting to get the live reports coming from the storm watchers right now as we go here through this afternoon. So, and now we're starting to see the reports. You notice the box I have right there, that's the storm reports right now. And the hail reports are going to be the most significant thing that we see kind of coming here over the next few hours is going to be that number of hail reports going up significantly. So I'll have to update that map later. I'll do that later. I'm not going to come back to that one right now. I'll go back to Radar Omega. Go back to wide view here, and we'll pull back out. And we'll kind of continue to loop this through right now. Let me see. I just got a text message here from my mama. Oh, my mama just saw some stuff. I'm in the process of moving my father, who's a Vietnam veteran, up here, and I moved all his stuff up this morning. He'll be coming up around the 10th or so, so trying to get him settled in with that. So I only see like 3 hail reports, one wind report, and 3 hail reports so far, and that'll go up significantly. I believe the hail reports will probably be. Wouldn't surprise if we get into hundreds of hail reports before this thing's all said and done with the storm coming in. So the hail report box, the box right there, the red is your tornado reports, the blue is your wind damage, and the hail is the green there. Right now, the green's the big factor right now, and that will continue to update here as Weather Service folks get updates and get reports in from the spotters and the storm chasers out there in the field. That information will gradually go up, especially from emergency managers as well. That'll continue to go up. Hey, there goes a like. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Whoever just joined the family, I appreciate that. If you got anybody who's watching right now, if you'd like to post a question, you're please more than happy to do so. I'll continue to come back and forth and kind of continue to watch that very closely right now. So we're watching this cluster of storms right now. This is the initial cluster right now, kind of coming through the region up through Ponca and coming down toward Pawnee, and just now getting a pretty good hailer going into southern eastern portions of Kansas. And this is just the initial round, folks. This is just the initial activity. What I'm watching and waiting for is this activity out of Texas to develop and move up to the north and see how it evolves as we go into this afternoon. You see this little squall line here of activity starting to form as this races up to the north and east. It's my belief as this continues to move up toward the Wichita Falls area and gets into Oklahoma that this stuff will just get stronger as we're looking at better dynamics, better instability. The pieces of the puzzle, shall we say, are kind of coming together to kind of instigate that severe weather development here for this afternoon. We're under that moderate risk going into the eastern portions, kind of from Oklahoma City over to Fort Smith, into that area for a reason, for that moderate risk to be targeted right there. And we'll be watching that closely here for this afternoon as this continues to move on up for today. So I'm going to continue to watch this here as we go through the late afternoon and into the evening hours. I really do believe between 5 and 6 Central Time, we're going to see some very, very active weather start to take place and move in. But right now, we're just kind of getting, this is kind of, I call this kind of the warm-up act with this. We've had warnings in Indiana. We've had warnings in Missouri. We've had more than a dozen warnings so far across Oklahoma, although it's been kind of running over the kind of the same areas right now. Right now, currently 9 active severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're just getting underway, just starting for this right now. So we're going to be watching this. I'm going to be watching this for you guys all night. So anybody kind of coming in, coming out, that's okay. More than happy to do so. Come on back. We'll give it to you straightforward on this. I'm not playing the hyperactivity game with these storms, and I'm ready to kind of tell you what you need to do if you're in any of these areas. And the thing is, there's 50 million people that are under this right now. We're talking a lot of folks who are being impacted with where we're getting the activity today and what's going to be expected going into tomorrow. So the multi-day tornado outbreak expected is what I'm going with, although we have not officially seen any warnings just yet. My window for the tornado warning or tornadoes to start kind of getting away was going to be kind of as we head towards, say, about between, say, 5 and 8 o'clock Central Time Zone, kind of going into that time period where I think that'll be when the highest threat for those tornado threat will continue for that region here going into tonight. That's going to be the thing we have to watch very closely. All right, hold on one second. Texting somebody back here, a little message. Okay, all right. So we'll see what my chaser buddies are doing out there right now. One of my chaser quads. So I need to find out where Freddie's at. I need to double check on where he's at right now. I got what Connor's over in Missouri, which I need to. I got Brandon in Oklahoma, and I need to check on where Freddie's at. Oh, he's in Missouri too. So, and that doesn't surprise me because Missouri was kind of where I was thinking as we go into tonight. But the problem is that when the tornado threat is the highest going to Missouri, it's getting awfully late, man. I think the sun might be set by the time we get that activity up that way, going into that part of the country. So I'm gonna. It's just we'll see how this. It's right now. Just watch and anticipate and wait and watch to see how things develop with the storms that are not really there just yet. And I want to go over and take a look at the. I do want to see if I've got an updated simulated radar just yet because I was waiting for that to update. And let me take a look here. So you can see what I'm talking about as far as the time frame here. We are on, okay, that's the 19Z, that's the latest run there. So let's go ahead and we'll show you this one, okay? Well, that moved on me. Let's go to forecast move there. There we go. Pop down correctly. Thank you very much. So this here is the high resolution, kind of think of it as a future radar, okay? This is a future radar over the next 18 hours, and we'll see how this activity here develops here as we go for the next few hours. Again, I'm waiting for a cluster of storms to kind of develop and kind of move in out of Texas and kind of erupt into Oklahoma. And that's those storms that are down in the Abilene area are just that I've been kind of watching and watch that kind of migrate into Oklahoma as we head towards 6 and 7 o'clock. So this is about 6 o'clock Central Time where we see the activity really start getting underway across Oklahoma. And this is going to ride into, as we get to 8 and 9 o'clock, going out of Oklahoma and then kind of going into Missouri as we go toward about 9 o'clock. So that's the window here, and I'm waiting for this activity to kind of flare up here over the next couple hours, going into the portions of Oklahoma and then stretching it, just kind of clipping Kansas, and then kind of going up into areas of Missouri as we head in here for tonight. So that's kind of what I'm currently looking at right now. So let me double check my... And we just got a new warning just came out. Let me take a look at that one here. Let's see where that one just came out here. Down here toward Texas. Yeah, this is the stuff down here toward the south. So, new warning along that line. Let me go ahead and get you over to Radar Omega real quick. We'll go back over to this. And we got this one goes for the 52 minutes on this one. Okay, so this is going until about 4:30 Central Time. This is Jones, Nolan, and Taylor for that. And then, of course, that other warning there is for Fisher, Jones, Nolan, and Taylor until 4:15. So we got those two warnings sitting right in that area right now with that line of storms. And then that stuff's going to be moving up. This is the part of the energy that I'm waiting for that's going to be moving up into Oklahoma. You started to get the warnings. The winds have also been higher, 60, 70 mile per hour winds with this. It's probably where the jet energy is kind of racing up into Oklahoma City. That's where the dynamics and, again, that instability kind of come together. Again, when you talk about severe weather, it's almost like putting a jigsaw puzzle together and kind of watching as the pieces kind of fall into place here over the next several hours. So that's where I'm kind of pulling on out here, kind of a big picture view here. All those dots you see, those are all the different storm chasers that are currently out. Obviously very active here on a day like today. So we got one warning that's up into Missouri, a whole bunch of them there in Kansas and into portions of Oklahoma, and then a couple down here in toward Texas right now. So let me switch back over to the Oklahoma City radar as I'm watching these storms here on the north. Maybe I should go over to Tulsa, actually. That's... yeah, a little better to keep that a little. And we'll move this again. So this is where the most activity currently is falling across Oklahoma right now. Another warning just been issued. Let's see where that's blowing out to. That's also down toward Texas. All right, so not in here. This is where I was waiting for this stuff to kind of pop. This is why I kept going back and forth, because I kept waiting for this stuff to show, because this is where the high resolution model was showing some of this stuff going on. And that's kind of bowing out right there. When you see a storm that's kind of bowing like that, you tend to get some very strong winds right along that boundary. So going through Holly right now is probably pretty rough. There's a couple of spotters in that area as this storm is moving on through right now on that. So that new warning there, Jones, Nolan, and Taylor. Jones, Nolan, and Taylor, that also goes until 4:30. So, and we also got another warning out for Oklahoma, for Osage and Pawnee. That's that same cluster of storms that have been running over the same ground here for a while. Right now, that's also been updated here. Let me close this off. So that other warning is, again, in the same area up in here with these storms up in here. Still looking at very good halo there, by the way, near Peru. You see that purple in there. That's some very, very strong halo right there near Peru. Probably 1.5 inch, 2 inch hail in that one. And you see all the purple in here as well. Boy, wow! You see purple. That's the highest reflectivity on the radar. When you see that, that's a pretty good indication of hail in there. And again, that was. The hail and the wind damage threat was the highest on this. The tornado threat was there, but not as high as these two regions are. Burbank, Webb City, Shedler, I almost cussed there, I didn't mean to. Shedler and Foraker definitely seeing some stuff. There's that new warning that just came out here. 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So like I said, the hail reports are going to be significant with this system. Quite significant as this storm develops here for this afternoon. So I'm gonna pull back out and kind of see where all these warnings are. So we got two little clusters that I'm kind of watching right now. All right. So you got this one cluster. These storms have been going on for about 1.5 hours now, going into Kansas and Oklahoma. This is the other activity I'm watching down here as well. With this activity, this is what's going to be swinging up this way, where I think the tornado risk will increase here as we go into the early evening hours here for tonight. So again, it is a kind of wait and see. I'm going to go switch over here to the kind of I'm going to go kind of the multi-ring, so I can kind of show the whole radar here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom it, go ahead and loop this a little bit. So just kind of adding, this is kind of your composite radar here with all the activity here going on right now across this region. So those are the two clusters of storms. We have 12 active severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now, and there's just a lot of them in there. Make sure that wherever you are in the country, whether you're being impacted across the current areas of getting warnings or those going to Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, going into or tomorrow, make sure that whatever your favorite weather app is, make sure you have it on your phone. That's the thing. If you have a weather radio, make sure you got batteries in that radio, because in case the power goes out, you want to have that radio available, obviously. And just make sure it's ready to go as well, especially for any severe weather that could come in your area coming into the nighttime where you might be asleep, especially if we're looking to get that tornado activity going underway. What we're seeing so far, what I've been seeing here so far here today with the activity, has been surrounded mostly with the hail threat here. A lot of tremendous amount of hail reports just kind of there on the edge of that purple, just to the north there. And this will be going downhill here for the next several hours. So tremendous amount of hail, tremendous amount of wind energy with this. Yeah, there's a tornado threat with this stuff. There's the high wind risk. It's kind of sitting almost in the same general area as that cluster of storms that will be coming out of Texas should be coming in and kind of making that right turn as it moves up toward the north, toward Missouri and Illinois and into Indiana, heading into tonight and into tomorrow morning. And there is a tornado risk, not overly high. I mean, it's 10% here, and that'll also be for tomorrow as well. But again, the big thing, hail, the high winds are going to be the big thing here over the next few hours. I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens as we get to 6 o'clock Central Time, whether we're going to see those tornadoes start to develop into that area here for tonight. And I'll tell you, we're just getting started. I really, it's tough when you're doing wall-to-wall coverage on something like this because of how expansive this thing is. It is a very, very big area. When you're doing a local television weather, you're kind of just focusing in on one marketplace. But when you're doing wall-to-wall coverage for a bigger area, boy, it's definitely presents its challenges. Yeah, that's for sure. So there's our current warnings right now. They're starting to pare down a little bit now. We're down to 8 on the severe thunderstorm warning count. Still seeing some pretty good hailers there. Looks like a pretty good hailer there. Let's see what he's seeing, if he's looking northward on Vince. Now he's reporting some stuff right now. But that purple there, that's a clear hailer sitting right through there. You got these little hail cores sitting right there near Scheidler getting some hail. No doubt about that with these hail storms. And let's check this activity down here to the south. Let's switch over to this other radar. Yeah, some moderate hail. Looks like potential in there as well. You see this kind of sitting right through here. Some pretty good hail in there, I'm pretty sure, north of Hadley. All right. Hawley, sorry, and Nugent. So you can kind of see the purple again, high reflectivity. And when we say reflectivity, that is the reflection of the Doppler radar going out. And ice is a very high reflective surface. So when it shoots up in it and it sees ice into that thunderstorm, it shows up very nicely on the radar. And typically also when you get a high return like that with the ice, you also typically get a cluster of lightning in the area as well. So when I see a lightning count going up, usually are a pretty good chance that's probably a cluster where the hail count's also going up for that same area. So let me go and put this back to the motion here. And that's pushing off toward the east, about 35 miles per hour on that right now. So I got one of the chaser stuff up here. You can see his video up there above. He's up there in up in Oklahoma. Not seeing a lot of chasers out in this part of the country because this was kind of just outside the zone of where the high risk is. So you're not gonna get a lot of the chasers down here. They're sitting up in here just waiting. So this is the other zone watching right through here. All All right. I do appreciate everybody watching on here again. This is the Weather Nerds YouTube channel. Live severe weather coverage. Going to be doing this here for a while. Probably for a while here for tonight. Hopefully the old vocal cords will hold up pretty good for you. If you do have any questions or concerns, if you're in a specific part of the country where maybe you're not getting the activity right now, maybe it'll be heading into later tonight or going into tomorrow, please just drop me a comment down below. I'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions you might have. This service is for you guys, and I do appreciate you coming on there. I do like the likes. I got 13 likes on there. If you want to give me a thumbs up, I appreciate that as well. Kind of helps with me trying to fight this YouTube algorithm. Has been fighting me, man. I tell you, that's the YouTube algorithm. It's a beast to try to figure out. I'm still figuring it out, but that's here and there. I'm more concerned about what goes on with this severe weather coverage here for tonight as we watch these storms come up right now. So going back checking the counts right now, like I said, not a lot of storm reports just yet, but I think as we go through the evening hours, we're going to continue to see more of this going on. Also, those watching on Facebook, again, thank you. If you're on Facebook and you want to comment, I'm not watching the Facebook feed right now. I'm going to work this out. There is a way I can put both my YouTube and my Facebook chats together. I'm working on that, but for this broadcast, I don't have that. So if you want to come over to the YouTube channel and you want to ask some questions there, you can do that as well. So we're going to integrate my Facebook and my YouTube here over the next month or so, as I kind of try to find ways to kind of integrate my social media platform and try to get my my growth moving in the right direction. Because ultimately for me, it's about how many people I can reach, how many people I can get out there and show what's going on with the active severe weather when it's going on. So right now, this is where we're looking at, and I'll go back over to Radar Omega here and focus in on this. Let me get this back looping again here, as we're watching these storms moving up into Kansas. Independence, they're going to probably be a new warning here shortly coming up to this storm right here. Just looking at the hail core on that one. Coming up toward Independence, I do expect another warning to be issued here very shortly. And they got one just went off here to the south. It's kind of out there in no man's land right now. But I mean, these are some very, very good radar signatures here. You got a hail core here. You've got hail core sitting right there. Notice the lightning going up. I was just mentioning the fact when you start seeing the lightning come up that you're going to see the increased chances. You probably got hail in those areas. So yeah, that not unexpected here for tonight. Just want to respond here to somebody's text they sent to me, and they are okay. Good. All right, they're good. I love multitasking, man. I'm doing severe weather coverage at the same time I'm keeping up with my business phone, which is always fun to do. Let's go check on the chat. Let's go take a look at the quad chart. Let's look at the chasers out there, see what they're seeing right now on their perspective. So we got Brandon in Oklahoma. I got Connor over there in Missouri. Freddie's also in Missouri right now. And I got the Oklahoma City campus there on the views, and I keep checking back with those guys to see what their views are right now. And I do have I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again. If you do want to follow these storm chasers, I did put their links down below. And there's the warning I just called for. Just called for that one. Yeah, we just called for that one. We knew that was kind of coming. You see that hail core kind of coming in there. That one goes for another 24 minutes. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Independence, Cherry Vale. Get ready for that severe weather that we're just talking about with that particular storm. So Chautauqua County. Yeah, that's also got a new warning up in Indiana as well. Ohio, Boone, Campbell, and Kent. So we're going to go switch gears. Another warning out. And again, what's interesting, some of these warnings are coming out. Like, okay, this one just came out. So this one's up here in Missouri. And I got a couple places I've got to go here. So not seeing that one. All right, let's go over here. Oh yeah, here over near Cincinnati. We'll go over to this one here. So got some warnings here in the Cincinnati area, and these don't even have watches up on them, folks. That just kind of shows you what's going on right now. That one right now, this one I'm showing you right here is for over near the Ohio area, or Indiana. It's Ohio, Boone, Campbell, severe thunder. Let me go ahead. Let me open that one up. Okay, that is Ohio County in southeastern Indiana, Kenton County in northern Kentucky, southern Campbell County in northern Kentucky, and central Boone County. That's right near that Cincinnati Metroplex. I'm sure it makes rush hour a pain in the neck right through there. So seeing 1 inch hail with those as well with that storm cell right through there. All right, so that's that one. All right, we got another one we got over here. We got these new ones over here in Missouri that just kind of came out on top of each other here as well. Just on the edge of that radar there. Kind of out in no man's land. Let's try this one up here. That's probably a little bit better. Here we go. So you see in that, again, that seems to be the theme with this is a lot of hail with these particular storms. You see that purple in there, south there of Albany, one coming up here toward King City, seeing the hail in there. Let me go ahead and loop this here. It's kind of moving up toward the north. So King City, Albany, just here east there, getting in with that particular cell. This warning goes for another 37 minutes. So we're talking about 4:30 Central time on that one with that cell. So that's the ones up there. There's our cluster of storms once again here across Oklahoma and southern Kansas with those warnings right through there. Been watching that one really for the last almost 2 hours as it's kind of propagated a little bit to the east and kind of going up into Kansas. And we've also got these additional warnings down here toward Texas with these storms down here as well. So you kind of see them kind of pushing through there. So a lot to stay on top of here, folks, and I'm going to do my best. I'm going to stay on top of this stuff and continue to give you updates as they come in live here on the Weather Nerds channel. Again, I definitely do appreciate you, and I'm sure a lot of folks out there in the YouTube universe appreciate you watching their coverage, and I'm glad you're giving me a shot to kind of watch my coverage of this severe weather event here on April the 1st. No fooling. April Fool's Day, and we got a big event like this. And again, this will be a 2-day event. That's why I got there on the title, Multi-Day Tornado Outbreak Expected. Okay, it's just a question of how significant of a tornado outbreak. Are we talking about April 2011 outbreak? No, I don't think anything like that. But it is 2 days of where we're going to see tornadoes covering two different potential tornadoes covering 2 different days. So that's what we're watching right now. That red area there in Oklahoma, going to Missouri. You see the enhanced area. We got the moderate risk here for today, and then we got the stuff going into tomorrow. This is today's. This is tomorrow. So we'll do it today, live coverage, and we'll do it again for tomorrow, and keep you updated here on the Weather Nerds channel on this severe weather. And I do appreciate the folks coming in and watching. It seems like we're getting a little bit better participation with this coverage for today, and I do appreciate that. Just leave a comment down below if you got any questions, and appreciate the likes that I've gotten so far for today's coverage. All right, let's go back here to Radar Omega. I'll keep up on this. All right, go looking at all my different. My Twidget's not working, which really irks me because it was working last time. It's not working today, so I can't pull up my comments. But I can still see the feed. But I like pulling up my individual comments when I get questions and stuff. So that's a little bit of a downer for me. But definitely getting some very large hail reports and some of this activity out there. With the system. So let me go back here to Radar Omega. Yeah, that's got some nasty looking stuff right there. That right there is a pretty good hailer coming into that county right there. So that's just north of the Abilene, Texas area there. You can kind of see that. Let me go ahead and stop that. Let me look at my cross section. I'm gonna look at my cross section, and I'm gonna shift down to that. Oops, I shut that down. Let me. Oh, I did it again. Why do I keep doing that? I'm so bad at doing that. Oh, man. This is crazy. There's that one. I want to look at this cross-section here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're getting some good hailers in there. Good hailers in there. This one here has got some down there to Texas. 3. Well, we're getting some nice big hail reports there. 2-inch hail, 2.5-inch hail into some of this stuff. Wow, very impressive. Also, some moderate wind shear is at the mid levels as well, pretty elevated. But this is down toward Texas and Abilene. This is the these cells right through here. So you see the purple in there. That's probably some pretty good, decent, large hail sitting with that particular cell right now into Texas. And the Texas storms, Jones, Nolan, and Taylor, they're under severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30 on that. And they got Jones, Shackelford until 4:15. And so some of these are getting ready to expire here in the next 15 minutes or so. But we got 11 alerts out there right now. Quite significant. All right, let me zoom back out of this one. I'm watching 2 clusters of storms. Let me switch back over. I want to check the cross level on that one as well. Let me zoom back out. I'll move toward. No, that one's not working. Go to this one. Looks like an 1.75-inch hail with some of this stuff. So I'm looking at that stuff, and but boy, that's actually got some broad rotation on that one. I need to watch that one very closely. I'm watching this. All right, some very good winds showing up in that storm right there. Broad circulation, maybe. Just something to watch. You're seeing the red and the greens. It's kind of blowing away and toward the radar in there. So we got some pretty. I'm watching this air right in here. Kind of got some rotation going in there. It's broad. We're not talking tornadic yet, but just something to kind of watch. Get some broad circulation with that supercell right through there right now. Definitely showing about 1 3/4 inch hail in that storm. There in Oklahoma. I'll zoom in a little closer. They're just to the south and east of Fulraker, I guess that's the name of that town. And that one's a 1 3/4 inch hail with that. Well, new warning just came out. Where's that one? Oh, down toward Texas. I got another one down. I got all these storms that's just sitting on top of each other. And another one there, and that's got another hailer in that one too. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1 hour warning on that one. So that one goes until 5 o'clock on that one. You can see that one kind of racing through there. Again, hail on that one as well, kind of traveling right along the line, south of Abilene. Let's switch on over. I'm not on the right map. My apologies. Let's show you back over here. There we go. Just had the new warning, and I just had to update that real quick. So once again, you see that dark purple in there. You know you got some pretty good hail in there. Coming up toward Tuscola, that area in there. And it looks like this should stay south of Abilene. I think that'll be okay there. You already got the storms there approaching the Abilene area don't look nearly as impressive as the southern line of this. In fact, it may have been severe earlier, but it doesn't appear to be quite that severe coming into Abilene right now. But Tuscola, that definitely, and maybe near Lawn, need to watch out for the potential for some pretty good hail through that and some pretty gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. So you got multiple clusters of storms right now. This is the storm complex down here toward Texas. Very good hailer in this one. Wow, look at that sucker. But it's kind of to the west of all these. This is kind of out in no man's land out there. But again, some very strong hail with this one. Again, you go to vertical velocity mode, you can see a nice boom, big bullseye, coral air, 2-inch plus hail right there. Quite significant. But you can see that right through there with that active weather right there. Just south of I-180. That could come into the Albany area there on that county. Kind of see it kind of rotating through there. All right. All right, now tracking 10 active severe thunderstorm warnings out there covering the region right now. Let's kind of keep an eye on Brandon to see where he's going with that particular cell. I love when somebody decides, you know what, I don't want to subscribe to your channel. I'm like, okay, I don't care. That's all right. I love watching my counter go up and down. It's kind of fun. Let's see what he's showing in there. Corey, yeah, he's driving in some pretty good range through there. Kind of see a little bit more modest with those clouds a little bit. I gotta see what he's looking at. All right. Well, those guys got in a pretty good position with that. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Just checking my reports here. Yeah, not a whole lot out there just yet. Got some more storm reports though. Let's look at the storm reports. Yeah, that just coming in here. Got some additional storm reports. Let me switch you over to the storm reports map. We should take a look at some of these. That was half-inch hail here. We got this is up here. 1-inch hail. That was at still in Chautauqua, Kansas. The radar was showing indications up to 2, but you got 1-inch hail there. So these hail reports, and I think we're going to see a whole lot more of those we go on through. Let's look at the storms down here to the south. Oops, here are the more storm reports. 1-inch hail there. 71 mile per hour winds. Mesonet, showed up there, and multiple power poles down to the city of Sweetwater. Those are those storms when they moved on earlier. So some very high winds above the surface. Again, with these storms as they kind of come in here. And these are the storms down into Texas right now. So let me turn this off. Let me turn the, just so you kind of see the overall map here. I'm going to turn just for a minute. So you can kind of see the whole big warning map. So, okay, there's the new tornado watch. I was waiting for that to come on out. There's the new tornado watch there across Oklahoma. And that one goes until 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time there with that tornado watch there. So you can see where the current warnings are stretching from Missouri back to Oklahoma and back toward Texas right there. So you got the 2 tornado watches in there and a couple smaller severe thunderstorm watches in there. And even got a severe thunderstorm warning over there near Cincinnati, even though there's no watch over there. So I was waiting for that watch box to come on out, and you see it there with that system right there. All right. So anybody wants to come on board, if you got any questions, you got things you want to say, please come on board and go ahead and leave a question, or if you got something you need information about, I'm more than to try to do my best to kind of help you out there and give you what you need to know as we're watching these storms here. Also streaming over on Facebook. I want to thank my folks over on the Facebook page watching this first time event of actually streaming on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. I've never done that before. First time to try to do this, and then hopefully I will integrate stuff in the near future. Now, let me update this broader look here. I want to make sure it is up to date. It is now up to date. There we go. So kind of see the overall, that's kind of that version. Here's the other watch warning map. So I got a lot of flash flood watches there across the Ohio River Valley from Pennsylvania, West Virginia over to Illinois. As the storms are going to come up and cluster and they're going to rain over the same area. Then we got another round of rain and thunderstorms that'll go in there on Tuesday as well with the storm. Again, just kind of watching the water vapor imagery here as we're watching this big low that is responsible for this. It's kind of causing a kind of split in the jet stream flow as it's kind of coming on the side. You see a big swirl there across Arizona and New Mexico. It's a little dry slot kind of punching in there across Texas and going into Oklahoma. And we're starting to get the eruption of those thunderstorms right along that boundary. You can kind of see that very well in here. I want to highlight this a little bit. Let me go to my right watcher here. There it is right there. So you kind of see these storms kind of flaring up right through here and then kind of right through there. with those higher, the dark green is basically the higher the water content that you're seeing through there with those thunderstorms. So we're starting to just kind of get them erupting right now. And again, I'm expecting we're at 4 o'clock Central Time, 4:07. So as we head toward 5 and 6 o'clock, that's where I really, if the high resolution modeling is correct, that's when we're going to see things really get going downhill, and that's when I believe the highest expectation for tornadoes to kind of break out in that area as well. The hail and the wind threat is through the roof. We already know that, but again, we'll be watching that very closely here over the next year. I mean, it's very warm to say the least here. Let me show you this real quick. Let me make sure this is updated. And interact, and let's go to temperatures. And we got a new warning here. Let me switch over to that. So you can see how warm it is here across Texas and Oklahoma. We're seeing temperatures well into the 70s, upper 70s even into Oklahoma, and getting into Kansas and into Missouri. So we got some pretty good warm air feeding these storms right now. I just heard the new alert, so let me go over here and take a look. See, yep, it's over towards Texas. So let's go ahead and take a look at that one, shall we, right now. So let's take a look at this. This is getting up toward the Wichita Falls area. Let me switch my radar here. There's that hailer up there. This warning goes until for 51 more minutes on that one. That's for southern Ford County, Knox County, about 8 miles northwest of O'Brien, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. That tells you they're moving fast, moving quickly on that. And it's those clusters of storms, and you see them kind of spreading out too. That's another thing. I'm kind of watching the. You see, it's kind of going like this. These storms are kind of look like they're kind of splitting a little bit. That's kind of what the jet stream. I showed you on the water vapor imagery, kind of doing that a little bit. Yeah, things are going to go. Anybody there across from Oklahoma City over to Fort Smith, McAllister, Ada, Ardmore, these storms are coming up in that general direction. That is going to be an area of concern here over the next couple hours with the active severe weather. And this stuff's going to come into areas up into the Midwest. We're going to deal with this stuff that's coming into now, but this will continue going into tomorrow as well across the Midwest. And a big part of the Midwest is going to get hit pretty good with some of this active weather. We're just kind of getting started on with this right now. I'm going to make a left turn there. Boof! It's amazing watching that. It tells when I see a storm kind of make a left turn like that. It tells me you got a jet stream that's kind of splitting a little bit, which adds to the spin in the atmosphere as it's approaching that area there in Oklahoma. I'll double check this stuff up here. That new warning was Ford Knox until 5. Runnels and Taylor County until 5. Missouri's got Davies, DeKalb, and Gentry till 4:30. Osage until 4:30. Just a lot of the warning. Got 10 alerts out there right now, covering a lot of areas. Oh, there goes that rotation I was watching earlier. This is something I was watching. Go to my cross level here. These are storms up in Oklahoma. 70 mile per hour shear in there. That's not bad. 2 1/4 inch hail. Look at that. They got a pretty good hailer on that one. That's just south of the Kansas line. Out there kind of in no man's land, which is kind of good, but it's a very, very large hail with this thing. Yeah, that needs to be watched. See if that thing closes off. There's some rotation with that cell moving up to the north and east there. Let me go back over to this one. So what I'm looking at here, I'm watching this storm. See that bright purple in there, very large hail in there. And there's some indications of some broad rotation in there as well. So this storm is going to be moving up. Again, back into Chautauqua County, you got the one warning there just with that storm to the west of Independence. But there's going to be another warning coming out. Again, these storms have been kind of training over the same area, which can be problematic. And I do see another warning coming out there. Just got that alert again. Let's see what we got coming out right now. Zooming back out. It's back here toward Texas. Let's go back down there to Texas. This was the zone I've been waiting on to kind of erupt. And that one goes for another 48 minutes, 1 to 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's for central Shackelford County in west central Texas. That goes until 5 Central Daylight Time. 9 miles west of Albany, moving east at 35. So that's that cell right through there. If you hear my dog barking, I apologize. She's a French bulldog. She can't help herself. She likes to go outside and just bark at the fence. I say, let her enjoy herself. That's back up here again to the north. I keep bouncing back and forth between these poor same counties have been under these warnings over and over and over again here. This is that new warning that just came out again. This one, northeastern Osage County, which has had warning after warning after warning after warning all afternoon. This one goes till 5. Severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles northeast of Fairfax, moving northeast at 60. Again, this has got quarter-size hail. We've seen larger, but that's what we're seeing so far with that particular cell. That's also got the corner of that storm. It's got the area I'm watching for maybe a little rotation with that cell as well. So let me turn my ringer off here. Sorry about that. Very good large hail with this particular one. I'm going to look at that. I'm zooming in on this particular cell. I see there's a storm spotter up here. Corey's in good position. That storm's going to intercept him pretty good. We're going to watch his feed with that particular storm coming out that way. He could be running into some pretty good hail, 2-inch hail up there to say the least, as that moves up that way. Right now, not looking too bad where he's at, but he's got this storm here cell. Again, look at all the purple. That's a good hail core right through there. There's also indications of some broad circulation in there as well with that storm. I'll show you that here in just a second. There's the warning as I was anticipating. Yeah, I was anticipating that warning. That's for that cell, and it's coming across those 2 counties. So they just added these counties here. This one goes for northeast Osage, northern Washington, northwestern Nowata. That goes until 5. The storm moving east-northeast at 50. And then this one up here to the north. This one is for Montgomery County and southeastern Chautauqua County. Also going until 5 Central Daylight Time. This storm moving northeast at 65. So these storms are hauling butt, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and ping-pong-size hail possible with this. And with that hail core in there would not shock me in the least. So Corey's in a good position here as that stuff's moving in his direction. I wouldn't think he'd have to move too much further than where he's at. He's sitting around the Oklahoma and Kansas line right there with that particular cell coming up that way. Also, again, there's some broad rotation in with this cell as well with this storm. As I look at my gyro level 3, getting some pretty good circulation. Not too bad in here. 52 knots away, 52 knots forward, sitting about 4,700 feet. So it's off the ground. 2 and a quarter inch hail with this thing possible, showing in some of the signatures. So again, that area there in purple is of most concern where the hail is the most significant. There's another hailer down here. This one's probably a 3/4 inch hail. That's not looking too bad. Some broad circulation in there, as you can see with the greens and the reds in there. So you kind of, there's a broad circulation right in there. Not tight enough for tornadic signature, but when you get the rotation in there, you can develop something. So that's why I keep watching that very closely to see if that in fact turns into reality here over the next few hours. So that is a very nasty storm coming in there along the Oklahoma and Kansas line. Again, going back over to our full radar Omega here. So we're talking Caney, Coffeyville. I think it'll say South Independence. We'll watch that. Cherryvale, but generally in there. So I want to watch this closely because I want to see what these two storm chasers show when that storm gets closer here. Probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll have some significant, could see some significant hail falling. I'd love to see what the storm chasers fall. Their cars are used to getting beat up. I wouldn't want mine out there, but they're used to getting putting their vehicles into a lot of problematic stuff, to say the least, right now. All right, and let's say please chat if you wish. Just want to check my box. I just put something in there. Keeping my chat box active right now. So we're staying pretty active right now with the severe weather coverage. We're on a little over 2 hours since we started this coverage. And since we started, it's been pretty much nonstop. We've had more than 24 severe thunderstorm warnings, if not 36 severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings yet so far. That's been good news, but I'm anticipating that to change as we head into the next couple hours or so, because that was the kind of the window I was looking at potentially seeing that kind of activity to kind of pop up here as we go into the around 6-ish or so, going towards Central Daylight Time, as these storms to the south down here kind of make their presence felt here a little bit more. So we go to the Fort Walton. Right, it's kind of on the edge of their range. So as that stuff begins to move up into Oklahoma, because what the high resolution models were showing was these storms kind of clustering up into eastern Oklahoma, then going up into Missouri, and then kind of making a right turn out that way. And that's what these cluster of storms were doing initially. That was of main concern. So we'll see some new warnings. Got Vernon, you're going to get a warning here pretty soon, although that county just to the north, what county is up there? Crawwell. You're going to see a warning up in your area here very soon. You got one just to your south. That'll click on here pretty good. Here's another hailer down here. Albany going to get nailed with some pretty good hail there. There in Texas, Albany, Texas. Breckenridge, need to watch out for that. That could be some hail in there as well. And passing south of Abilene with a pretty good hail core with these storms that are firing up right now. No tornado warnings, but a whole bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of high winds and a lot of hail reports are going to be the rule of the day so far with this activity. I'm going to switch over to this radar here. Ooh, that looked a little bit more ominous. Huh. Oh, that looks like crap. No. That cell's got some rotation on it, but I didn't see anything that kind of caught my eye just yet. Let's watch these guys up here. I want to see what these guys are going to get. They're going to... Let's see if these guys are in position to give us any decent views. Yeah, it's very dark clouds. See those? That's the storms just off toward his west there. These are dropping close to 2-inch hail been reported with that particular cell. So as the storms get closer, we may see some hail falling in that area. Nothing just yet, but those clouds, you see a little bit of lightning. Yeah, I see a little lightning in there. Oh boy, wow. Woo! You start seeing like a blue like that. That is some very extensive hail, boy. That's like off the chart hail being reported with that one. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, that is some very large hail in that one. When I see reflectivity and I see that kind of, you see that pink or that kind of blue in here, that is probably 3-inch hail plus, probably getting up to baseball size hail with that sucker right through there. And these guys are just waiting for it right now. It's coming right at them. So I want to watch this closely. Again, right now, about 11 severe thunderstorm warnings out right now. Got the crawl down below showing the regions that are being impacted. And folks, again, if you are not got a good severe weather tool on your phone, the National Weather Service has got one. It's free. Download it. Make sure you got it on your phone. As we're going into spring, obviously deeper into spring, and we're watching this active severe weather coming up. My wife was asking to bring Chinese, and I said absolutely, because I'm doing severe weather coverage, man. I am doing severe weather coverage. Yeah, so I'm watching this closely. I want to see if they stay where they're at. They're going to get nailed pretty good. I think that they're. What's the distance on that? Just wanting to know. He's not that far. See, it's about, he's moving about, it's about 60 miles per hour. So we'll see how close he is there. No impact times. There's nothing in that area. It's no man's land. I just wanted to see if there was anything out there. Didn't see anything that caught my eye. But that's a really good hailer. Oh, I want to watch this. This is going to be interesting to see. Very, very dark clouds in there. I mean, we're talking. Ooh, there's the lightning. Here we are at 4:24 Central Time, watching the severe weather outlook here across Oklahoma. Significant hailstorm here that some chasers have got themselves into pretty good position to get some pretty good hail video if they get in the right spot. Right now, a lot of lightning with this, and usually when you get increasing lightning, it's because of the hail. Again, that ice is a very conductive, good conductor of electricity, and I'm anticipating these guys to see some very good hail here in the next 15 to 20 minutes as this hail core is coming right at them. There's a couple of spotters in that area, and looks like right there in the town of Caney and Owen, there's two of them right there in the same area. So you can see that not only is that purple indication of very large hail, when you start seeing the blues, you know you're getting some very, very large hail in there with this cell, because we're getting just off the chart reflectivity here. I can kind of highlight this a little bit. I mean, wow, 72 dBz, 70. I mean, that's off the chart reflectivity with that. Here's another hail core down here up there in the blue. So yeah, I was just wanting to take a look at that. So I want to watch these guys as these guys get closer and closer with a severe thunderstorm warning coming in the southern portion of Chautauqua County in Kansas. So riding right along the Oklahoma and the Kansas line right now, and look good indication here that we may get to watch some golf ball size hail fall live if that core continues to hold together and goes over. Oh wow, woo! You just saw it updated right there. These guys are going to be in the soup here real soon. Let's again go back over to watch the video here as these guys are intercepting a very strong severe thunderstorm. Indications are that we've got hail in here, possibly up to above between golf ball and baseball size hail potentially in with this storm, as these guys are looking to intercept and get some video here of these pretty very impressive severe weather code. There's the lightning you're seeing with this storm, but again, I'm waiting to see if these guys are going to get interception of some of this hail that is sitting right on their front door. And when you see a peak core reflectivity that's going into the blue, you know you've got some very large hail in with this. And there's several storm spotters in the town of Canea. You can see you can see them here with the green dots. James Wilson, Brandon Ivy, Bryant Burrow, all sitting in the same area with this particular storm coming up on their front door. So we're going to see some. I got two different video cameras. Let's check his camera. Brandon Coptic. Here's Brandon. Watching his coverage of this very impressive severe thunderstorm coming their way. Should be sitting on top of them. Pretty good hail core with this. And I'm anticipating if the storm cell goes over their location, and looking at the looks like heavy rain to the left, but over to the right, it does appear that maybe we got some hail in with that, as that core is coming right at them. Not seeing any rotation in that lowering wall cloud, but very impressive hail core with this storm. That indicates there's very cold temperatures aloft with the storm. He's just off to his west. Let's check. I'm checking both these guys' cameras. He's moving still, and he's in position. So I'm going to go ahead and hold his there. Watch this closely as he's intercepting the storm. Again, welcome to the Weather Nerds channel. To everybody watching the storm, go ahead and invite anybody who wants to come see this. If you want to see a good hail core dump here in a second, this is the best place to be here, because I anticipate we could see that here very, very shortly with this severe thunderstorm that's approaching these storm chasers right now, where we could see some pretty large, substantial hail with this storm as it's coming into that area. So if you got any questions, please don't hesitate to go ahead and post them down below. I do appreciate you watching this severe weather coverage here. It's kind of my third time doing this, and getting a little better every time. But we're watching this core coming at this storm right now. And I'm going to look at while we're looking at that video, I'm going to look at this cross view here. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that core. I'm going to show you the cross level real quick. I'll come back to him in just 1 second. Indicate we're showing 3 and almost 4 inch hail. We're talking softball size hail with this sucker. Softball size hail approaching the town of Caney, right there into southern portions of Kansas, right on the Kansas-Oklahoma border there. And also some very strong rotation winds with that as well. I mean, we're talking some extremely high reflectivity. You see the lightning. I want to go ahead and back over to this again. Watching this live here on Radar Omega as we're watching this hail core coming just outside the town of Caney. Very, very large hail with this. I just want to see if we're going to actually see it. Is he going to get in there? He's in the right position, unless it passes just to his north or he's off. But right now he's looking very promising with that particular cell. Watching this very closely. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Go back there. So as you see the wall count kind of approaching right there, yeah, let's just sit there and watch. I mean, it's no need to come off it. It's getting ready to go over him here very shortly. And we're going to see if he's going to get some a large hail with this or not, as that core of that storm comes over the top of him. As this pretty significant, probably the most significant storm I've seen so far of the day. He took off his camera there. All right, we're going to come off you there. We'll go to this other one here. Oh, not that. He's a little bit further down the road. I want to stay on him, as the core's just about on top of him. Watch that wall cloud come rolling over. You're probably going to see some pretty gusty winds with that, and some pretty heavy rains. And then we'll see if if the radar indication of the hail shows up on this shot, and if he's able to hold his connectivity. That's always a fight when you're doing coverage, when you're chasing a storm like this. Are you going to be able to hold on to your connectivity as the worst of the storm pulls off that? Boy, yeah, it looks like it's over to his right, though. God bless. Whoa. What you doing, man? You're making me see this. Oh, he's moving. He's moving out ahead of it. Well, heck, I thought we were going to get some hail. I guess he doesn't want to intercept with the hail right there. He's moving. He turned himself back around. Might be because that core looks like it's going to pass him just to the north. He may be a little bit out of position. If they were up 75, that probably would have been a little bit better, but it looks like he moved himself a little bit out of position there on the storm. So we got these, let's see what he's showing here. He stopped. He's a little bit further down the road. As that wall cloud, you just get the lightning once again. Very heavy core of hail coming in just to the north of Canary. They're in extreme southern Kansas, around the line with Oklahoma. Coffeyville needs to be a watch on that for sure. Go back to my level 3 here. I'll double check here. Still showing 3-inch hail. God bless. Still showing 3-inch core. 3 3/4 inch hail. Just update on it. Looks like it may have pulsed up, come down just a little bit as you see the blue kind of faded a little bit. Ugh, boy, look at that nasty. Watching the lowering clouds on this. Let's see what turn on his audio here a little bit. No, you're not saying anything. You can see the stuff back behind him there a little bit. Oh no, loss of connectivity. All right. Looks like they're going to miss the core. Looks like it's going just to their north. They just missed it. Well, you're hoping to see it. You hope you can see it. Hope you can see it. I'm going to go over to this. I'm going to go with the full here for just 1 second. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Alrighty, sorry about that. Had to take care of nature real quick. Alright, continue here with our severe weather coverage here on the Weather Nerds channel. I'm your beloved host, meteorologist Greg Majewski here on what could be a pretty significant severe weather event. It has been pretty decent so far. We've had maybe 36 severe thunderstorm warnings so far. But we're still not in the worst of it yet. I still think the worst of this stuff is going to come into later tonight. If the high resolution models are to be true on this. And let me go here, kind of watching this activity down here toward the south as well with the storms. As we head toward the 6 o'clock, it's only 4:36 right now, Central Times. As we get toward closer to 6 to 7, that's when it appears that what the modeling was showing were the most significant chance for the storms really getting fired up, and that tornado threat will come up as well. There's the new warning as I was just on that particular cell. We'll go ahead and zoom in on that while we're sitting right here near the Breckenridge area. Again, looking at a 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for southwestern Young County, northern Stevens County, until 5:30 Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail with that storm. So again, we're getting the warnings in this area, and it's the areas here toward the north that we're really kind of watching where it's going to kind of deteriorate, and we're talking about kind of in this area right through here as this activity pulls up this way, although it looks like more of a west to east right now on that. There's some energy up in the upper levels that will set off some additional severe weather. That's where the bullseye has been for the moderate risk. Hasn't really set up in there just yet, but right now everything that I was looking at with the modeling looked like it was going to be a little bit later, like into the 6-7 o'clock hour. So we're still a little bit ahead of the curve right now. Now we've had numerous warnings, really kind of all over the place so far, and you look at where the current warning watches are currently sitting. I'll make sure this is updated, so let me give you 1 second here. You kind of can see where we're seeing the current watches. The watches there in yellow are the tornado watches in Missouri and in Oklahoma. The pink, that's your severe thunderstorm watches there across portions of Kansas and also into areas of Texas, which is where the most active weather is currently setting off. We just got another warning that just came in here. I'll go ahead and transition back over to here as I was watching this coming into south of Clyde. So 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That seems to be the standard with a lot of these storms. This storm right now is for Calhoun County, northwestern Coleman County, southeastern Taylor County, and northeastern Runnels County right now. So let me go to my full screen here for a second. I gotta mute this. Stand by. That was my daddy. I had to take care of that call real quick. I apologize for that. Anyway, we had another warning that just came out. Where did that come out? Still got all this activity down here toward Texas. Right now, we've got 10 different alerts out right now. 10 total. Callahan, Coleman, and Runnel were the latest at 5:45. Oh, great morning, Kentucky. See, that's kind of interesting when you see that. We got activity over here in Kentucky, and this area is not even under a watch right now. So this is this new watch warning that just came out here. And I'll go and highlight this. This is for northern Bracken County and northern Kentucky, southern Campbell, northeastern Pendleton, and then southern Claremont County and west central Brown County and southern Ohio, southwest Ohio. Severe thunderstorm warning was located near Caryville, moving east at 30. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail with that one. So we're getting warnings outside of where the current watches are off on. That's the second one we've seen over that way. So it just again shows you just how crazy it's been with this active weather right now. Right now we've got the two clusters that we're watching. This one up here toward the north, which is the one in Oklahoma and into Kansas. I just saw another warning came out. That's down here to the south. All right, let's go focus on this one. That's on its cell down here. So this is this cell here. 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for southeastern Ford County, Wilbarger County, and southeastern Hardman County. Goes until 5:30. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong-sized hail with that one coming into the area. So quite significant. That was a pretty intense little supercell with that one as that continues to race up to the north and toward the east here. So that's that cluster storms, and then you got this other cluster storms up here. Tremendous hail. Been watching these guys up here, seeing if he's showing anything up there. Corey's still out there chasing, but not seeing any hail in this area. Where's the other? Oh, they're together. They're following each other. All right. So looks like they're moving this way, and they're trying to stay ahead of this hail core right now. They probably said, nope, that's too big. I don't want 3-inch hail falling on my car because that may damage it to the point where I can't broadcast. So I can't blame them for that. They're kind of getting out of position there. Can't say I blame them for that. So we continue to watch this severe weather here for today. There's Brandon's stuff up here. So he's kind of caught up in the soup right now. Checking out my storm reports real quick. So looks like the hail reports are coming up. Wind reports are coming up to 7 now on the hail report count. No tornadoes just yet. That's good news. So far, so good. But again, as I've been saying since I started broadcasting about 2.5 hours ago, I really wasn't expecting the tornado threat to be until later, until we got into the early evening hours when I anticipated the potential for that to come on and to be a problem a little bit later. So we're not quite into that time just yet, but that is coming for that part of the country, especially there across eastern Oklahoma and going up into Missouri. That's my problem area right now for that. That's what the Storms Prediction Center was putting out for the tornado track. That's this area right there, kind of going through Oklahoma into Missouri, and that'll be later. That's coming in later for right now, which the tornado threat's kind of low down toward Texas, but again, kind of getting in that area across eastern Oklahoma, just a little bit of Arkansas, a little bit of Kansas, and then getting up into Missouri. But right now, no active tornado warnings, but a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. Just a ton of over 11 right now on the count as far as the number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me go back to Radar Omega here as I kind of stay up on this. So it is turning out to be a pretty decent severe weather event so far, but the big thing is, will we get the tornado outbreak? If we don't get it today, I think we definitely see a lot more of it for tomorrow, as I was looking at the tornado parameters on that. In fact, I tell you what, let me look at the severe radar. I want to go ahead and take a look at the models in here. I'm going to switch over to what's called the significant tornado parameter on this, and I want to see where it's painting the highest probability for tornadoes. All right. So let me make sure this is up to date. Here it is, 20. That's the latest. That is the latest. All right. So let me go ahead and take you over to this. So you see the blow up there as we get. This is getting toward 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock. See there across portions of Oklahoma, the southwest eastern portion of Oklahoma, getting into Arkansas. You kind of see it going into Missouri and to Arkansas. That is where the different parameters for tornadoes will be at their highest. That's what the latest high resolution model is showing there, and it kind of decreases through the overnight hours. Thus, because we lose the daytime heating, but you still have a little bit there. But that's what we're looking at here over the next few hours. We really haven't got to the prime yet, so we're talking about 6, 7 o'clock. That's when the tornado activity could start to pick up if the high resolution models are indicating correctly. So all I can do is kind of look at the data, look at where we're kind of showing it, and kind of extrapolate and see where we're going to see that severe weather potential there for tonight. Let me wet the whistle here. All right. Yeah, they want to stay away from that hail core. Woo. But as talk about getting dark, there's some very dark clouds there. See the flags blowing pretty good there. Very dark clouds. It's like he's going through Coffeyville right now. But looks like that hail core staying just south of Jefferson, continuing off toward the east, and should Avion. Let me loop that real quick. Maybe coming in between Avion and Liberty with the hail core on this. This is into southern portion of Kansas right now, in Chicago County. So this is not looking too bad, but there's going to be a new warning coming out here shortly. Those into Altman and Parsons, probably going to see a new warning issued here probably in the next 5-10 minutes or so, as that particular supercell moves off toward the east at a pretty good clip, about 50 miles per hour on that cell. We go back down here to the south, continue to watch this activity here down into Texas. Let me loop this through. So if those storms hold together, they keep going. They're still probably a couple hours away from Dallas, but that could get into the Dallas Metroplex if those storms continue to hold together. There could be some active weather there and could provide some weather delays potentially into DFW later tonight if those storms continue on their current trajectory. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, just waiting for the new warning to come issued out on this one. Yep, and for those over on Facebook, again, thank you for following me on that. I haven't looked at my Facebook for a little while. Let's go take a look over there because I have not really looked over there for a little while. Let me go over to. I've not been watching my Facebook live over here, so I just want to check and make sure it's streaming properly because I've not been paying attention. There we go. Yeah, it's streaming pretty good. Just double checking. Yeah, those watching on the Facebook side, as far as Georgia is concerned, your activity will come in late tomorrow. Alabama, Georgia, and you'll be under a slight risk down for your area, and that'll be on Tuesday. So you guys will be dealing with your active weather coming in on Tuesday with that severe weather there. So right now we're kind of watching the central stuff here across Oklahoma, in the middle of the country, anticipating the potential for severe weather here for more tornadoes tonight, and then another round for tornadoes going into areas of the Midwest going for tomorrow. So just wanted to double check my Facebook because I am not watching what's going on there. So anyway, it's the anticipating. Let me check out my chaser guys. Make sure what they're doing here. Check out my chasers. Haven't seen a whole lot from them just yet. You can see the regional radar here. All the warnings there in Texas, it's just south of the Wichita area. And you see the reflectivity. Those high jet stream winds just kind of blowing off the tops of those thunderstorms out of Texas and in up toward Oklahoma. Okay, nothing there. I don't know what I did with that one. I'll need to fix that one. I guess I could fix that right now. I can sure try. Let's fix this real quick. Got a new warning. Oh, that came out in Texas. That came over to Texas. Let's go take a look at that one. Let's look at the new warning that just came out. Still another one here back toward Texas. San Angelo. It's kind of getting out of the range of that radar. We switch radars here, get a little closer here. I don't look all that impressive, but new warning. Under 1 inch hail. That was barely severe, but that's eastern Tom Green County, southern Reynolds County, and northwestern Concho County until 5:30 Central Daylight Time on that warning there. Nickel size hail, that's not too bad. But the new warning they added on the tail end of that line. As we're watching these storms through Texas right now. Kind of covering up right through there from Wichita, getting close to Wichita Falls, back towards San Angelo. And this activity should shift up in Oklahoma. And watch it very closely as it kind of comes in over the next couple hours. Pardon me. was going to go in here and fix this real quick, so I'm going to do, oops, So as I go in here and interact, and go here. Really? I got to do that? I didn't want to, but I will. I will do it this way. Not my forte, but I will do it this way. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I'm just putting my count map here in a bigger map so you guys can see this a little bit better. So I am blowing this thing up a little bit, and I'm just going to put it right there in the middle. That's fine. That'll work. So there's your storm report so far. I said 10 hail reports, 9 wind reports, no tornadoes. But like I said, those hail reports are going to go up quite a bit here as we go through the next several hours. So I just wanted to have that storm report map here ready to go. It was locking onto something else. Not sure where it was going, but it was definitely locking on something else. So back over to I'm checking my cross level here. Let me pull back out. I'm watching this stuff up toward Independence. Looks like it's still looking very nasty up there. Let me stop that one. Stop. Yeah, look at that. Woof! Still showing a 3-inch hail there. It's amazing to me. This is the cell in southern portion of Kansas, in Chautauqua County, that when it's approaching Liberty. 3-inch hail coming into the Liberty area there. There's been reports of, you can see these storm reports back here, 1 3/4 inch hail, 1.5-inch hail with that cell, but upwards of 3-inch hail being indicated by radar. I'm not seeing rotation with that one yet, so nothing there to worry about with that, but definitely big hailers. That has been the trend here with this storm, because we got a big bullseye of purple. They're showing the high risk of large hail up to 60%. That's quite significant. 50-60% of large hail. Needless to say, we're getting plenty of it right now. So let me go back to Radar Omega here. Stand by. Get back over this. Kind of wide out. We got one warning over near Kentucky, one up into Kansas, under Topeka. Got this one up here. So I want to lose these cities up here. I'll go loop this again. Once again, looking at large hail. See that little boundary there kind of coming in toward near just outside the Kansas City area. So, and again, you see that cluster of lightning, very strong indication that you get some hail in there, and there's a pretty good hail core in there, just south of Overbrook, right through there. And Centropolis will be getting in on that action here pretty shortly as that storm moves off toward the east. That another 20 minutes on that, 1 1/4 hail, $half hail moving northeast at 40 on that one. Here's another hailer down this way. That's the big one down here. Yeah, a new warning will be coming out here very, very, very shortly for that cell. This cell's about ready to pull out of there. So they're trimming that box away. So Altamont, Parsons, Oswego, you're going to have a new warning coming out for you here very momentarily. Just waiting on the alert. It'll hit here any minute. And a new warning coming up for that area here very shortly. As that storm's been pretty impressive. It's held itself together pretty good, and it's been not only a hail producer, but a long trek hail producer with that storm. It kind of again shows you the dynamics of just how cold it is aloft with these storm cells. They're pretty good up, up well of those storms here with that storm. I keep going back down here toward Texas because I just want to wait and see if we're going to see anything. I got hailers all up in there. Wow. I mean, each one of those purple areas that you see on that radar, all the way down through that severe warning, all of them are producing probably 1-inch hail plus all up along that line as that continues to move off toward the east. So this will get into the Dallas Fort Worth area here And I've got a meteorology friend of mine who works radio over there. I'm sure he's watching this religiously right now, with these storms coming up that way. Oh, new warning just came out. I bet that's probably for the one. Yep, just for the one I was calling for. Here she blows. Yep. We were waiting for it. There's that new warning. I was just calling it. Here it is. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 2 3/4-inch hail with this one. Again, this is for Labette County and southeastern Montgomery County until 5:45 Central Daylight Time. This storm's moving northeast at 55. That's what I just said. And baseball-size hail with this thing. And trained weather spotters have seen this hail. So, haven't seen it with those guys who were chasing out there. They stayed away from it. They didn't want to. They had no business with baseball-size hail, and nor do I blame them. But been some pretty good hail with this storm. Let's see what they're showing. That cell. This is the cell right there. So you see that's the live look right now. That super cell thunderstorm. Very dark clouds. Up to baseball-sized hail being reported with that particular cell as it's moving up in through southern Kansas right now. That'll rearrange your house for sure. So, currently, as far as the current watching, there you see how that we got another watch box that was just added, and I was waiting for that too. That goes into Illinois, so they got the tornado watches now going into Illinois right now. I do want to take a look at the spotter reports in there, so let me go to my storm chase here. I want to turn those back on. I turned them off for a second. I forgot to turn them back on. So let me put I'll just put the local storm reports in right now, and I can kind of zoom in here. This was 1-inch hail. That was earlier, so not a whole lot. There's a couple more hail reports up here out ahead of this. 4 that was last hour. 1/2-inch hail there. So we just added this new watch into portions of Illinois. Again, the activity is supposed to kind of rotate up toward the north there with the storm. With the storms kind of coming out of Oklahoma, going to Missouri, and then kind of making that turn into Illinois. There's the regional radar here. Let me pull this back out again. So we're watching that area up in there. You notice you got the warm front boundary sitting in here. So it's right, and that's not unusual when you get the storms kind of coming up and it kind of right along the warm front boundary, and that's where you got to get the additional spin in there. So to see the tornado watch box in the proximity of the warm front is not unusual. As you're seeing these storms here kind of flaring up and getting stronger there across portions of Kansas right now, and then we got this other activity that we anticipate to kind of fill in here toward the south. Going into Oklahoma, although it hasn't materialized just yet. A lot of it's been down toward Texas, but has not gotten into Oklahoma just yet, and going into Missouri. Oh, let me shrink that down here. Go back to my radar omega here. Watching that cluster of storms there. And southern Kansas, getting ready to go. This storm's getting ready to come out of extreme southeastern Kansas and going into Missouri here for too long, as it's moving at about 55 miles per hour. So within the next hour, should be making a crossing, going over toward Pittsburgh, there and right on the Kansas-Oklahoma line, and then kind of moving over that way. Tail and Charlie on that one. Once again, the chat is up and functioning. If anybody has any questions, you can please more than welcome to go ahead and leave a comment if you'd like to. I appreciate it. Had a few folks popping in there earlier. It's tough when we get this kind of coverage going wall to wall because everybody and their mother's uncle is streaming their live broadcast right now, and I just kind of get who I can get to kind of come in here, which is okay, not too bad. The whole goal for me is when I'm doing these coverages, if I can just get a few more and get better what I'm doing, and to grow the audience a little at a time. So it's going to take time. I had a YouTuber that I follow that he made a big deal. He got 1,000 subscribers. The guy just went over 1 million, and it took him like 4 years to do it. So it wasn't built in a day. You got to put in a lot of effort and a lot of work. And I do appreciate the folks coming in here and watching the product. I do appreciate it. Very much so. Looks like we come down just a little bit. I'm looking at that hail core again back there in southern Kansas. Looks like it's down to 2.5 inch. Now that's still quite significant. Right there near Liberty, 2.5 inch hail core they're showing up right there. So coming up toward the Mound Valley area, could be some significant hail coming in there. Big thing is just waiting to see if we're going to get the actual tornadoes. We've got the watches that have been out for a little while. We've just added Missouri and we added Illinois in there, but we haven't had any significant tornado warnings yet. We're now coming up over 5 o'clock now, so we're getting closer, right? Like I said, I was looking at probably after 6 o'clock Central Time is when my concern for the potential for tornadoes to start kind of illustrating themselves in there. So let me go back here to the real mega here. And watch this. I think my wife's come home. I think I hear somebody at the door. So hold on for a second. My wife just come home, and when you're doing wall-to-wall severe weather coverage, you got to stay up to date. And my wife decided to bring home some Chinese food, so we're going to have some Chinese food while I'm covering this stuff for you guys here tonight, as we're watching the active weather here. We're going back to my chasers out there, just kind of see where everybody's kind of in motion right now. I think Brandon's actually he's still in Oklahoma, or he's either in Oklahoma or right there in southern Kansas. He's kind of moving around a little bit. I'm not sure. I'll have to double. Freddie is also in Missouri as well. So Oklahoma City's been quiet there pretty much all day. It's been firing up to the north and east, but Oklahoma City might miss out of this. I mean, they've got some stuff down to the south here. Let me loop this here. Go back over to this. So you kind of see this storm there in Vernon. So you're not out of the woods there at Oklahoma City just yet. I mean, you got these storms there to your south and east, so south and west, I should say. So we'll see how this thing materializes here as we're getting into the time when we should start to see some more active weather here across Oklahoma. Now, I will say, like I said, this is not just a one-day event, not a one-day occurrence. As we've got this is what we're seeing currently for today, but this will continue into tomorrow. So for those of you in the Midwest and in the Southeast, especially those who are watching on Facebook, you're not done with this, as we're going to see this enhanced area from Alabama all the way back to Ohio. You got a bullseye right over Ohio for a moderate risk for severe weather, and you got the slight risk for most everybody else around there, Alabama, Georgia. So East Central Alabama, West Central Georgia for my Facebook friends. That's going to be a slight risk for you tomorrow, probably late in the day as it's going into tomorrow night. But again, this is a multi-day event, so going on for today and tomorrow. So let me look here, current here. I'm kind of watching the current stuff. Let me go back over to the radar here. Let me switch. I want to keep folks on the radar. Let me switch that. That's a very impressive line. New warning. This is a new warning that just came out here just a little while ago. This one's for northern Eastland County, southern Stevens County, and southwestern Pinto County until 6 o'clock. Moving east at 60, ping pong size hail and 65 mile per hour gusts with that storm. So the Dallas Metroplex, I'm sure all the guys are watching this with this severe weather. Let me switch over to that radar here with that nice little squall line of storms coming in, moving at about 60 miles per hour. So they're not too far away from there right now with that active severe weather getting into the Dallas area here in the next hour or so with those storms. So we're watching that right through there, and then this will go up in here. Still watching those cluster storms across the southeastern, extreme southeastern portion of Kansas right now with that storm. So I want to go take a look at the latest on, I showed this, it's been a little while. I want to see if I got a new update here on the simulated radar here. Let me switch this back over to the reflectivity here. Composite reflectivity. And what's my sheet? I got a new update. There's 21, not quite in. 2100 still in there. Let me back up this to the 18Z. The 18Z high res gives me goes out 48 hours, so I can track this thing all the way into the Midwest here for tomorrow. So let me switch that back. There we go. I want to go ahead and track this system here, showing the evolution here for tonight and then going in throughout the day tomorrow. So watch this closely here as we watch those storms again flare up across Oklahoma, pushing into Missouri as we head into late tonight. So that's the initial surge of severe weather here going into tonight. And then this will push into the Midwest through the overnight hours. So those tornado risks going into Missouri and into Ohio at night, very dangerous situation there. So folks across Missouri and southern Illinois where the current tornado watch box out need to make sure that they've got your alerts on your phones ready to go should you need it for tonight. But that'll push off toward the east. That's round little one of that severe weather. Then we'll see more activity flare up. Notice that here in the southeast here, boom, we get the big squall line to form up from Kansas back toward Tennessee and into northern Alabama as we go late in the day for tomorrow. So we got that next round. That's the second round. But the other round coming up is this cluster of storms coming out of Oklahoma, Missouri, going across Ohio, into Indiana, into Ohio, going into in the early morning hours tomorrow. And then that kind of pushes off into Pennsylvania. And then we got another round of severe weather formed along that frontal boundary, boom, coming into the early evening hours. So severe weather across the southeast will go into late tomorrow and into tomorrow evening. So that's what we're currently tracking right now on the outlook as far as the high resolution model is concerned going in for tomorrow. Right now, there's not been a single tornado warning that's been issued. There's been more than probably 3 dozen severe thunderstorm warnings, but nothing as far as the severe weather. There's going to be another warning here coming out here shortly. This cell's continuing, a long-trained cell here that's produced hail up to baseball size just south of Parsons. So the two counties right along the Kansas line going into Missouri. So we're talking the towns of Girard, Pittsburgh, and Columbus. You're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly for your area as this cell continues moving, especially down toward Columbus. Looks like that cell might pass between Columbus and into Pittsburgh here for tonight as that continues to move off toward the east here shortly. So I continue to watch here to the south. That's what I'm continuing to watch to see if we get any additional activity here across Oklahoma to erupt, which has not happened. We've had a lot of this activity here to the east of Dallas, a very nice, impressive squall line there. That'll be moving into the Dallas Metroplex here in the next couple hours. But so far have not seen much of a problem there with that so far. And we got a new warning that just came out issued. Let's see if that's over here. All right, let's watch that one. That's way off to the west here. Let's go over to the Amarillo radar here. They just issued a warning on that, really? I'm not sure why they issued that one because that doesn't look all that impressive. No, nothing there. We'll focus in on this one. That supercell's been by itself for a while. 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. This new warning here is for northwestern Comanche, southeastern Jackson, southeastern Kiowa, northwestern Tillman, and north central Wilburg until 6 o'clock. Thunderstorm 4 miles southwest of Fargo, moving northeast at 60. So 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Another one of those hailstorms. I don't no idea why they issued this one because I don't see anything out there. At least the radar doesn't show anything. 3/4 inch. That must be just borderline. Western Wheeler County, northeastern Gray, southern Hempville until 6:15. Shower-producing Virga was located. Okay, I'm going to ignore that one. I don't know why they issued a warning on that. Shower-producing Virga. That's rain not even hitting the ground. Come on, folks. I mean, we've got enough activity going on. We don't need any help with that. But that cell down north of Vernon has been moving up to the northeast. It's been a pretty impressive cell so far with that. And of course, you see these storm cells here south of Graham, east of Abilene now, and should be approaching the Dallas Metroplex here in the next hour or so. Because it's moving like 60 miles an hour, so not too far away. Still waiting to see a new warning here coming up for this storm. This is that long track storm we've been watching up there for a little while. Where is my water vapor imagery? I want to take a look at that. Let's see this here. Yeah, see on the water vapor imagery here, you can see the explosion of thunderstorms along that boundary with that cell. So, oh, I did close that down. I didn't mean to. My apologies. So, if you look very closely, the brighter the green, the more water content. You're seeing the explosion up here, and then you're kind of seeing the explosion right along that boundary. You get that nice little push stretch of the jet stream here flowing up that little dry punch coming up through Kansas, coming in through Texas and into Oklahoma. So, just to the right of that, that's where I'm anticipating maybe we get some severe weather in the form of tornadoes with that wind shear kind of comes into the highest velocity. That's what the tornado parameters were showing a little while ago when I was just looking at it. So let's go back here to radar Omega here. Go here. Let me, I don't know where that went, but it just went away. Don't focus on these. Nice little cluster of lightning on that storm there south of Graham. And again, once again, you see that purple core. That's your hail core, my friends. That was a pretty good hail there on, looks like Texas Road 67 between Graham and Breckenridge. Some pretty good storms through there. I got one little spotter there. Ryan Scholl is probably going to get some pretty good hail video if he stays where he's at. And you see all the hailers all the way down here towards Cisco and just south of Putnam. Loop this through again. So Eastland, Ranger, Cross Plains. Additional warnings will be coming out here shortly with these hailers. And here a new warning just came out. Where's that one? Oh, here we go. Getting into the Kansas area. I don't want to forget this up near Missouri. We do have tornado watches up in this area, so we got to watch for these new warnings here for this particular cell. So we got 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Franklin County, Warren County, and northern Gasconade County until 6. It was located over Swiss, moving northeast at 45, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1/4-inch hail. So this is kind of getting it closer to the St. Louis area with that cell. And we got another warning coming out. So they're just trying to stay up with these warnings as they continue to pop. This is for that cell down here that I was waiting on. I was waiting on this warning to pop. This is the counties right there along the Kansas-Missouri border. So this is what, it's again, 2-inch hail. This one's had a history of producing baseball-size hail with this one. So Cherokee County and southern Crawford County until 6:15. Thunderstorm is located near Altamont, moving east at 50. So that was one I was waiting to, I made the call on. And I knew we were going to probably get that, as that's had a pretty long history of producing hail with that particular storm. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Bunch of storm chasers out there, seeing what they're getting into. These guys were over near that storm earlier, but just seeing the low-hanging wall cloud there, or they're out in front of the thunderstorm right now. All right, here's my quad chart here. Oh, we've had 11 hail and 10 wind reports so far. No tornadoes to speak of so far, and that's the good news, but I don't know if that's going to hold. And Dallas does not have any delays yet. They're lighting up green, but I don't think it's going to stay that way, folks. Absolutely not going to stay that way. All right, I'm going to step this over real quick. I'm going to step out for just real quick. I want to get a little bite to eat. I'll be right back. All right, back in the flow, guys. Sorry about that. I was just getting my dinner for the night. So let me take a look here around. So kind of a wide view here. You can kind of see both these current warnings. One that's over into the St. Louis area, and these ones coming out of the extreme southeastern portions of Kansas coming into Missouri right now. And surprisingly so far, I guess the only surprise I say watching this so far has been the fact that the area that's been kind of was the bullseye hasn't really. There was some periphery stuff, but not really anything in that area just yet. I keep waiting to see if we're going to get that development to occur, and it's been a little slow. But I think again, the time frame that I was looking at was going to be going in after 6 o'clock. So it's only 5:22 right now in the Central Time Zone. Numerous warnings there. And my cat's crying because my wife's home. Yeah, my cat wants to be seen and not heard.
I gave him canned food.
Very. I'm focusing in on this Eastland area because I'm seeing some very high reflectivity through here. Again, what you see that blues, you're probably looking at some hails there, probably upwards of 3 inches possibly. I mean, look at the, off the chart, Bill. Yeah, very, very. So, Cisco, they're right on 20. Eastland, Ranger. Going to see some very large hail come through here very shortly. Let me look at my cross level here. I'll go look at that. Yeah, let me check and go down to that one. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's lighting up very nice. That one's got showing 3-inch hail on that core. That is 3 3/4 inch hail on that cell right there. You can see it very clearly right through that hail core. Very high bill, 67. 2-inch hail reported just to the north of that from amateur radio on that cell. So that cell is very nasty. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to go that one. Go to this one. Sorry about that. Some very, very, very intense hail with that, which is outside of where the hail core they were showing earlier. So, it's a complex storm. Also got some pretty good hailers up here too, up toward Grafford and Mineral Wells. You're going to see some pretty good hails in this one as well. But so far, I keep looking at my cross level to see if there's any indication of any rotation. I'm not seeing anything. Nothing that catches my eye. Yeah, the rotation's been fairly weak. I was looking at the wrong cell, wasn't I? I sure was. Didn't mean to do that. But 2 to 3 inch hails up all up and down that line right there, as that's getting closer and closer to the Dallas area. There you kind of see this new warning that came out here. 70 mile per hour winds, 2-inch hail on this one. Southeastern Young County, southern Jack County, northwestern Parker, northeastern Stevens, northern Palo County until 6:15. So those storms are pretty nasty. That's going to be moving in on the northern side of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex here in the next few minutes. Yeah, a significant number of warnings out there right now, like 14 right now. Quite a bit. Let's checking on these storms across southeastern. These might be losing their punch a little bit. Let me switch back over to this radar over here. Yeah, they might be losing their punch a little bit. See one of these chasers is, see what his video is showing here. New warning just got issued, probably down here in Texas about a bit. Yep. Yeah, that's where I thought we would see. That's that other hailer down here to the south. Not in there just yet. 1 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Southern Eastland County and northwestern Comanche County in central Texas until 6 o'clock. So, not too much longer for these storms are going to be moving into the Dallas area here later tonight. And so, guys, we're coming up toward 5:30 Central Time right now. And I'm still waiting for the conditions up here across Oklahoma to start deteriorating here a little bit as we go into the next couple hours. So it looks like we're starting to get some indications because we're starting to get some development of some storms now across portions of Oklahoma. And that's what I'm going to kind of waiting on. As we're starting to see a little bit of activity going in here for right now. And then, of course, we've got some activity even up here toward the north. Checked up. I haven't looked at the cell in St. Louis in a while. That's still a nice hailer. Wow, that's a real nice one. You can see the purple on this one. This is right near not too far from St. Louis, kind of coming into the New Haven area there. This cell's got another 32 minutes, almost 2-inch hail with this one as well. As that's been the theme of the day is hail reports. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for this one. That's for northwestern Franklin, Warren, and northeastern Gasconade counties on that one right now. But that's definitely got some pretty good hail with that one. You can see it moving there just to the looks like just to the west of New Haven. Surprised this one doesn't have a warning. This one probably will get one here pretty soon. No warning on that cell, but that's clearly got some hail in there between Versailles and Eldon. And and there goes the warning. I love it when I call a warning right when it comes out. So this one's for northwestern Miller County and east central Morgan County until 6. South severe thunderstorm was located near Eldon, moving northeast at 40, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So yeah, just guys zoomed in on that one, and there was the warning. I love it, love it, love it, love it. I always took pride when I would do severe weather coverage on television, and warning would be, I would call warning before the weather service would do it. So yeah, these stuff here over here. Only I think positive on this stuff over here. Maybe some slight indications of some weakening in the air, just a little bit, but that could be temporary. So we'll see how that we get some additional warnings to come into those counties into extreme southwestern portions of Missouri. New warning just came out. Where are you at? Not sure where that one came out. I heard the alert tone, but I didn't see where it came. Man, some nasty hailers here across near the into Texas, coming into Dallas here real soon. Very significant hail in there. The breakfast of severe weather coverage is got to be Chinese food. I think it's a required food group. Oh, it was up here. All right, here's the warnings that came out. Getting close to Jefferson City. That's another hail core, folks. Quite a bit. See that here coming just north of Barton. And this warning goes for another 44 minutes. This is for western Cole and southeastern Montour County until 6:15 Central Daylight Time. They added that addition. They popped that one county up, and then they added the other county to it. Okay, I see what they did. Have had a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. Currently 13 of them out there right now on the count, but nothing as far as tornado warnings just yet. We've got plenty of watches out. There's the, let me make sure this is updated just in case they've trimmed away any counties. Just want to make sure. No, not really. So you can see the tornado watches stretching from Illinois over to Missouri. Then you got a little bit of severe thunderstorm watch there across Kansas. Then back into a tornado watch across Oklahoma and some extreme northern counties of Texas. And then the severe thunderstorm watch box there, just south of that watch box. Well, counties there south of that of the current tornado watch. So that is a very big storm there near Dallas. That's a very good hail there. And let me pass that forward here. I'm almost done eating my dinner here. Very large hail with this Eastland one. I'll check my storm reports out. All right, so I can show you the storm reports here. 2-inch hail, 2-inch hail, 1-inch hail, 1 inch. Those are the storms that are moving there through Eastland right now. Wind gust at 88 miles per hour. Ouch! So, yeah, some pretty good storms along in there with those reports, with those storms that are currently moving through there. And you can see those right here. Whoops, I'm gonna go that one. This one. That's my promotion one. So, history of 2-inch diameter hail with that storm near Eastland and Cisco. Looks like the hail core passed just to the south of Cisco, and that other one just to the north of Eastland. So, kind of splitting the difference between there. And then you got this other hailer up here. Looks like that may stay just to the north of Mineral Springs, but Grafford might take a direct hit with probably 2 to 3 inch hail with that as that moves into that area. That one is 70 mile per hour winds and 2 3/4 inch hail. So that's baseball size hail coming into that region right now. Like I said, the total reports are going to be quite significant with the hail reports. We're currently up to 14 on the hail reports right now. 14 on the hail reports, 10 on the wind, and like I said, we're going to see a whole lot more than that before it's all said and done. I think what I need to do, I probably need to do this. I don't know why I didn't think about this. I just thought of it. Let me do this real quick. Gotta go to my live here. I wanted to go ahead and link this over to my Facebook real quick. I know I'm streaming over here, but I'm going to go ahead and put it in the comments if anybody wants to come over here. Let me have that right there. Boom. There you go. I just put my YouTube link over in the into the Facebook stuff. So if anybody's watching on Facebook, if you want to come over to YouTube and interact and you want to put some comments, you can do so over on that as well. Yeah, see those activity there. Oh, yeah, this is starting to fire now. Yeah, starting to see some changes here. Let me switch this over here. I'm sorry, I got stuck on that map. All right, we're starting to see stuff starting to fire up now here across Oklahoma. Starting to see the storms starting to pop. So we'll start seeing things starting to deteriorate here across Oklahoma here pretty soon. We're seeing some activity there to the northwest of Oklahoma City now. and starting to see some of the lightning starting to increase just south of that area. Yeah, I do suspect we'll start to see things begin to deteriorate here pretty rapidly here in the next hour or so across Oklahoma, the way things are currently looking. Which means I need to hurry up and finish eating. They really trimmed away that county. We got 8 minutes left on that warning. And these storms up here in southeastern Kansas have weakened a little bit, so some good news there. But you got some pretty good cells up here toward the north, though, near the St. Louis area. A very strong hail core here, approaching the Jefferson City area. Let me loop this through here. Yeah, that's definitely coming that way. Russellville, and that's particularly, and boy, we're talking, when it's off the chart reflectivity like that, probably getting close to 3.5-inch hail in that particular cell there, coming up on the Russellville area. I can look at the, yeah, off the chart, when you see it, just kind of, when it goes gray like that, that means you got big, extremely large hail with that particular cell coming into Russellville. This is into Missouri right now, coming in toward Jefferson City, the state capital. I know my geography. Like I said, we've been going on since about 3 o'clock, a little after 3 o'clock this afternoon, about 3:15, about 3.5 hours, and no tornado warnings so far. We've had plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings. More than our fair share, to say the least. I'll go back down here toward Texas. Actually, I want to watch Oklahoma. Let me go back in Oklahoma. I'm kind of watching this area here because this is the zone I've been waiting to fire up here most of the afternoon. So I know as we were getting close to 6 o'clock Central Time that's when we should start to see things to fire. Well, this cell down here toward Texas, though, I tell you, that Mineral Wells is going to get hammered, or Bradford just to the north of there. Coming up on the Texas Highway 337, yeah, Bradford going to get hail with some very good hail there. We'll see a couple of spotters there. Chad Casey's out here, Jeff Anderson. I'm sure they've seen some pretty good hail reports. And this warning. These other counties here out ahead are Bridgeport, Decatur, Springtown. A new warning will be issued here shortly for these counties kind of on the periphery outskirts of Fort Worth Metroplex. Very intense still there. So continuing with the coverage here, hopefully we'll get some more people popping in here as we're continuing the live coverage here of the severe weather here on April Fool's Day of all days, April the 1st, and continuing to watch how this thing develops here as we're getting to the time of day now where we're going to be looking for that severe weather to potentially become tornadic at that time. So right now, not seeing much there to be concerned about, but we're continuing to see the storms now starting to fire up in Oklahoma, and I think that's when we're going to see things begin to change a little bit here as we go through the next several hours. Now that we're kind of getting into that time of day when we're going to see the potential for tornadoes to develop. Oops. Yeah, there's some good cells that are starting to fire. So seeing the activity here starting to fire there to the east of Oklahoma, or southwest of Oklahoma City. Pretty good storm there near Duncan right there. Also notice there's a lot of spotters in there. You notice see the nice little cluster of spotters sitting right in here. A lot of greens and yellows. A lot of the spotter network there south of Oklahoma City. I think they're anticipating some stuff coming up that way. And we'll see how that works out here. All right. Hollywood. I just put something in my chat, make sure my chat's still functioning. At this point of the severe weather coverage, I know the 500-pound gorilla's out there, so almost everybody goes over to him at this point, which I don't blame him. Had some pretty good viewership earlier, but these storms north of Oklahoma City, check these out. These are really you can really get an indication of the strong upper level winds. You notice how elongated these are. You're getting these strong winds blowing up through here with these storms starting to fire. That's indication of that jet energy rotating around that cold core out there right now. Get that out of the way. New warning. Just where I was looking too. All right. Just so I was highlighting that area, we get a new warning here. So 1-inch hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds. And these storms are just getting going. So eastern Kingfisher, northwestern Logan until 6:15. Looking at the severe weather threat right through there, as we're starting to see things beginning to deteriorate a little bit here across Oklahoma. We're looking at coming up on the 6 o'clock hour when I was anticipating some of this stuff to start going downhill, and we're starting to see that indication take place. So this is also going to be entering the time frame once we get past 6 Central Time, where the tornado risk, I think, starts to come on up. And so that's why this part of the country needs to be watched. Now, down here toward the south, obviously, Dallas has got this complex of storms coming through here as well. So Dallas, thank God, they're hopefully will be done with a rush hour here for too long before these storms kind of clip the northern portion of the metro, especially this cluster of storms here kind of coming in here across the northern portions of the metro Dallas area here within less than an hour or so. That's a pretty good box there coming into Dallas. And then you got a little break in that line, and then we got more activity down here. A good little line of activity here coming down to Bollinger and Brownwood, coming right through here. But there's a little bit of gap in there. You notice a little bit of a gap in the line as this moves on through there. So yeah, so that might miss the southern portion. This may stay to the south. So, and they're moving generally west to east, so not really getting any push there. But they're finally getting this redevelopment of stuff up here in Oklahoma. And I really do anticipate the activity here to start going downhill here over the next hour as this pushes off slowly off toward the east and northeast. So currently 12 active severe thunderstorm warnings out there with the severe weather. So I'm gonna check checking up on the latest watches and warnings again. There's the latest look there. I want to look at my cross section real quick. So checking out here. This is up near the Dallas area, so I'm checking these areas in here. 1-inch hail. 1-inch. It looks like these. It's still got 2-inch hail in here just south of Eastland. Oops. Let me close that down. Whoops. So pretty good line there continuing, and it's also very gusty winds along that boundary as it continues to move from west to east there. I got a new warning came out. Let me double check. Double rig here. Where did that one go? Looking. Oops. I'm moving up and down the line here. Oops, let me switch over to this one. So continue to watch that. So very strong, intense lines here going through this way. I think we got a new warning up here toward the north. This might be up toward Jefferson here. Let me look at this one up here. Oh, wow, that's a really intense storm there. Up near Russellville, getting hammered with some very, very heavy rain. Large hail on Russellville, coming into Jefferson City here very shortly. Just south of Highway 50. So again, you see that hail core in there, that purple, that is your hail core that's moving through Russellville right now as we speak. So very intense thunderstorm there moving through the Russellville area. Let me take a look at I have to move my cross level to the other radar. So let me move this up here. Let's move this over. And closer, I'm going up to the St. Louis radar here. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, definitely a pretty good hail core there. Still showing 2-inch hail right near the Mothersville and Newvale. Right, that's that storm there near Russellville. Oh, that's this one. I'm sorry. Get over to this one. Get the right one. So yeah, 3.5 inch hail on that sucker. Ooh. That one right there, it's got 3.5 inch hail. Some pretty gusty winds. Broad rotation in there, but not that bad. Pretty good rotation on itself. So some pretty gusty winds, and showing indications of 3-inch hail, 3.5 inch hail with that one, with that particular cell. Very, very bad stuff right through there. New warning just came out. This is the one coming up toward the St. Louis area. Let me transition back over to this one. Here's the one now coming into just outside the St. Louis area. This is a new warning, goes until 6:45. This is for St. Charles County, East Central Franklin County, West Central St. Louis County on that one. Again, a pretty good hail core on that one. That one's producing pretty good hail there across New Haven with some of the storm reports coming through there. I want to look at my storm reports here. I haven't looked at that in a little while. Let me zoom back out here. I'll look up here toward. Not a lot of reports out of Missouri just yet. There've been plenty across southern Kansas, but nothing there in Missouri. And just kind of looking up and down the line. Okay, nothing to write home about right there. But a clear hail core there moving into just to the east of St. Louis with the severe weather coming into that area. And then you got this other one over at Jefferson. So the outer suburbs of St. Louis as well as the burbs of Jefferson City getting hammered right now with two pretty intense thunderstorms right through there in an area that's got a tornado watch box until like 1 in the morning. So yeah, there's quite significant storms with those two cells right there. And then we'll continue to watch. This was the cells I've been watching here for a while. These have weakened a little bit down here across extreme southeastern 2 counties of Kansas, getting ready to come into Missouri. Looking at that, I don't believe that they will extend a warning there. It's possible, but it's marginal because those have lost a little bit of their intensity from what was being tracked earlier. And now we're kind of watching things deteriorate here across Oklahoma City. Another warning that came out here. Here's a new warning here that's for 24 minutes. This is for 24 more minutes. So these cells kind of paralleling each other as they're moving up toward the north and east. And then, of course, we have these one cells down here toward Dallas that have been big-time storms, big-time hailers, as they continue to move off toward the east there. Keep the old whistle going there. Alrighty. I want to take a look at the currents here. I want to take a look at the we're at 22Z right now. So we're coming up on the 23Z. So we're getting really close. We got 15 active warnings currently right now. I'm checking to see if I got a new update on my simulator radar. So stand by here for a second. I'll see if I've got a new 18-hour here to update you here. I got to get off this. Kind of updating this radar here as I'm looking at it. So 21Z. Is that the last one? I think it is. Yep, 21Z latest out on her. Alright. Yeah, things are just getting started. So again, I want to show this once again. This is the simulator radar. This is the latest 18Z run as we're just starting to get this activity flaring up across Oklahoma City. So you see there as we head to 23, which is right about now, you start to get those thunderstorms popping around Oklahoma right now, and then they really kind of get spotted into the eastern portions of Oklahoma as we head toward the 7 o'clock hour. So that's when the tornado threat will be significant at that time. We get these individual supercells to pop, and then that'll push on into Missouri as we go toward 3Z. That's getting toward 10, 11 o'clock at night. So very dangerous situation there across Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana, especially at the nighttime when these storms kind of moving on through there with those storms kind of lagging in there. So the next few hours are going to really deteriorate as that surge goes up out of Oklahoma, goes into Missouri, and sets off those storms in there. So far, I've not seen any real tornado warnings. That's been really a bit of a surprise so far. I know the hail threat and the wind damage threat was high, but the tornado parameters were lining up pretty good, but have not seen any tornadoes just yet. But again, because we're just about ready to go past 6 o'clock, and that was the time period that I was anticipating for that severe weather to kind of pop in there. And watching what's going on in Oklahoma right now, we'll see if we do get any kind of development of any particular supercells that will give us any kind of tornadic storms here in the next few hours. So going from basically from 6 to midnight in that range will be the main concern there with the tornado threat. 14 alerts right now. I'm going to take my cross level real quick. I want to double check something. Now, those are some mean hailers up there toward so Oklahoma City. I'm kind of watching what's going on there. At the same time, I'm watching these two storms here. They've got some broad rotation, but they're very weak. So I'm watching these two cells as well up here into Missouri. There to the east of St. Louis, or west of St. Louis, and to the west of Jefferson. There you just see kind of updated, but still 3.5 inch hail near that Jefferson storm, and 2 inch hail over there to that storm just the south of Warrenton, showing up there as well. So pretty significant storms with that. Missouri's is Franklin, St. Charles, and St. Louis until getting into St. Louis until 6:45 Central Time. That's got a long way to go on that warning. It just came out. That one just came out. Yeah, it just came out. So let me hijack and go back up to this one. So this warning just came out. I'll go ahead and shift over to it. So there's the new warning here. I'll transition over here. Here's the new warning that just came out here for areas near the St. Louis area. This warning goes 70 mile per hour winds, 1.5 inch hail. These are east central Franklin and west central St. Louis County. So we're getting into a major metro area with some pretty good hail with that particular storm. And then there's another, I guess, a very nasty cell there near the Jefferson City area with some very heavy hail being reported with that one as well. So we got two major hailstorms watching there near Jefferson and St. Louis with that severe weather moving in there currently. And then we're still watching this stuff down in Oklahoma. We're starting to get a lot more warnings to fire up in here, and it's this area in here across the western portion of Oklahoma City as we continue for the next couple hours where the risk for tornado starts to go up right now. So we're just getting a new alert there. Let's see where that one's pointing out for. That's up here in Missouri, so that's a new warning out here. I was anticipating that. We were waiting on that alert to kind of come off. So this is that new warning here: 1 3/4 inch hail, so almost 2 inch hail with this particular cell. Again, we're looking at eastern Cole, southern Callaway, and Osage County, and until 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The big threat with that storm there. That's been producing hail for a while. Long track on that one with the severe weather there on that one. So those are the storms up in Missouri. Still got this one cell down here in Kansas. I think that one's going to expire here shortly. That one expires in about 17 minutes. And right now, those storms that are just coming into Missouri, they don't appear to be severe at this point. If they are, they're marginal. But those aren't looking too bad. But again, we're watching the stuff down here in Oklahoma City and in Oklahoma, as well as near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where the very active severe weather is going on right now. So you see the activity there across Oklahoma. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit closer. It's amazing. You really get a good indication. You see how elongated these storms are. You got a very strong winds blowing up through here, coming into the upper levels of the atmosphere. Kind of stretching, kind of elongating those thunderstorms because of those higher winds that are coming up through there with the jet stream winds above. So that's what's setting that off there into the very high helicity, and we're waiting for potential tornado warnings with these cells here in the next couple hours. We're just now coming up on 6 o'clock Central, so it's between this time and 9 o'clock that I really think we're going to see that weather. And then we got this active weather here. Look at all these warnings. There's a ton of them here across Texas, just to the east of Dallas. Although this storm here, it's got 16 more minutes. That does appear to weaken a little bit, but these ones down here with those purple in here, and I've been highlighting this for folks who've been coming in and out all day. You see those purple spots in there. Each one of those purple areas are indications of you're seeing hailers all up in there, and that's been a big part of this weather outbreak, has been the fact that we've had strong gusty winds and we've had a lot of hail, tremendous amount of hail, and you can see that right there. All the way through from Santa Ana, Coleman, up toward Eastland, Cisco. We're talking 2 inch plus hail with these storm cells moving in with these storms. So let me go back to high reflectivity. You can see that storms there, quite significant with those storms. This one up here to the north has weakened. This one is not nearly as impressive as it was earlier, but still showing a severe thunderstorm warning on that one right now with that cell moving through Texas. So continue to watch that, but my real attention as I'm watching closely is up in Oklahoma, as it was this area that had the moderate risk for severe weather and the tornado risk at its highest across this area, as at least what the Storms Prediction Center was showing with that tornado risk here. And I want to just double check, make sure they have not curved this any at all. It does not look they have not. They have not done that. So that's what we're kind of watching here across basically from Oklahoma City going over to Missouri, because that's the 10% risk for tornadoes to develop in that area. And we're getting into that window between 6 and midnight. That was my window for seeing the potential for tornadoes to move through that area. See what my chaser buddies are doing here. Like Connor's getting near a pretty good. He's over in Missouri. Connor's getting near some pretty good storms there. Brandon's looking okay. Freddie's in plenty of rain right now. He's also in Missouri. So Connor and Freddie are in Missouri. Brandon is over in Oklahoma right now. We got a couple of warnings there in Oklahoma right now. You kind of see these storms up here. Although the worst of it's here, Kingfisher. That's a very large hail being indicated in here.
near between Dover and Kingfish on Highway 81. Very significant hailer with that one. We can keep this. Oklahoma City's got a squall line getting ready to come into the eastern part of their western part of their suburbs. So pretty good storms moving through there right now. So quite significant. They got a new warning just came out. There it is up there to the north. Yeah, I was waiting on that one. Okay, so this new warning here, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That seems to be the standard with these storms right now. 1-inch hail, southwestern Noble, northwestern Logan, northwestern Payne, southeastern Garfield till 6:45. I'm sure everybody there has got all that in there as we're watching these cells here near the Oklahoma City area starting to fire. And another warning just came out. Where'd that one come from? Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Oop. They did issue another one here on this other one. I was waiting if they were going to add another one. Well, that one kind of anticipated a little bit. Oh, here's the new warning here. This is in southwestern Missouri. 1.25-inch hail. We're talking eastern Barton County, southwestern Cedar, southeastern Vernon, and northwestern Dade till 6:45. With that one right there. Again, hail is the big one with this one. Watch that closely. Let me check something here. Let's see if something caught my eye here a little bit. Let me switch over to that one. I need to pull back out. No, nothing there. I was double checking to make sure there wasn't any circulation on that cell. Nothing to write home about. All right, that's good news there. So just pretty hell, some strong gusty winds on that cell moving through the extreme southwestern portion of Missouri at the moment. So currently 13 severe thunderstorm warnings out. Covering the area. We've had, I don't know how many, I've kind of lost count how many severe thunderstorm warnings we've had so far with this particular thing. The only thing that's that has not happened so far is we've not had a tornado warning. We've had numerous hail reports, large hail reports, damaging wind reports, but no tornado warnings as of yet. That is subject to change as that now past the 6 o'clock hour. We're in that 6-hour window. As I was mentioning when I started my broadcast, when I thought the highest risk for potential tornado warnings to kind of start firing off at that time. And I really think tomorrow's tornado warnings, which could be maybe even higher, especially for areas there across Ohio for the morning hours, as we got pretty good spin in the atmosphere, kind of riding along a warm front boundary going up that way, going in for tomorrow. So this is going to be kind of an all-night type event, and those who are out in ahead of the storm need to be careful through tonight and heading into tomorrow, because again, there's that outlook that goes until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You're kind of making that turn over there, and then the day 2 outlook, it pretty much gets everybody in the east. So it just shifts off to the east, and we're talking Ohio down toward Alabama, and then all southeast with that slight risk, as we're going to see a pretty good squall line form later tomorrow afternoon and kind of come on through, and I'll be doing live coverage on that event as well for tomorrow. So everybody on Facebook who is watching, just plan on, I'll be doing live coverage on that one for tomorrow. Here's another warning we just came out here. Another one here that throws 3 in a row with another warning here up into the Stillwater area. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail with this one. This was this possible tornado, which tells me there may be some rotation in with that. Noble County, Logan County, Payne County, Garfield County till 6:45. And it said possible tornado, which tells me there may be some rotation with that cell. So let me go take my cross section here. I want to do a little more investigation and see if what we're seeing in there is truly showing any kind of rotation. So I'm going to pull back out here, taking a look at that cell. Yeah, 1.25-inch hail, 1-inch hail. Nothing that catches my eye. Just kind of checking. I don't see anything in there, at least not from the Oklahoma City radar. Some low-level rotation, but nothing to be concerned with that one right there. So that one's okay. All right, Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Whoa. Let's double check on that. All right, I want to look back up here toward St. Louis and Jefferson again, because these have been really, wow, very, very big hailers on that one. That one there, Jefferson's got catching my eye a little bit here. This one's catching my eye. Let me take a look at something here. That one is starting to draw me a little attention, so let's go take a look at that one. I'm going to pull back out here again. Yeah, that's showing a little rotation on the southwest quadrant of that. Seeing a little rotation with that one. It's elevated, but it's definitely there. So this one needs to be watched. I think we might get a tornado warning on this one here very shortly. Kind of showing a little bit of idea. We may be getting a little bit of rotation on the backside. That's kind of right down in here. Maybe an indication of maybe an inflow notch starting to come through there. Maybe it's elevated for sure. So it's this section right in here where I'm kind of looking to see if we got a potential tornado going there south of Jefferson City. Yeah, that's definitely something to watch. So that one needs to be watched. That one could potentially have a could have a tornado warning here coming here shortly on this one. Right now, the severe thunderstorm warning with 2-inch hail, and that is for southeastern Cullen, Osage County. That one could be upgraded to a potential tornado warning. Watch that closely here shortly. Just had another warning come out. Where was that one? Down here. That's down here toward Texas. We'll take a look at this one real quick. But could see a new tornado. Could see our first tornado warning here very shortly. All right, this new warning here, severe thunderstorm warning for Wise, Jack, Parker, and Tarrant till 7 on that one. So kind of getting in the outer burbs of the Dallas Metroplex there, coming towards Springtown, Paradise, with a storm. Although that storm does not look nearly as impressive as it did earlier. So but that's that warning there. So you got all these warnings here as they're kind of tripping that away. Dallas may not get a direct hit. There's a gap in the line there, so Dallas may actually get a bit of a break. But their northern suburbs are going to get clipped, and the stuff to the south may pass to the south. So interesting there. We'll go back up here to Oklahoma. I'm seeing all the warnings up there from Stillwater. And coming into Oklahoma City itself with some thunderstorms there as well. But this stuff up near Missouri, and that's where a lot of the storm chasers were. We're up in here, Missouri. I think we might be seeing a tornado warning here shortly. I'm watching this very closely. Let me go back over to my split here as we're looking at the latest scan here. All right. It's elevated and it's not very strong. So 1-inch hail on both sides of that. Not quite there, but it's definitely got rotation on the southwest portion of the storm, which is where I would look for a potential tornado near the Wardsville area. Definitely some very significant hail through there, going up to Taos, just south of Jefferson City. And there's no chasers in this area. I was looking to see if there's any chasers with any video. Nothing in that area to write home about. Let's go over here and check a look. There's that other cell. That one's again not that strong. So this is this cell in here. Lamar, Newport, Jericho Springs. Nothing too bad there. Wonder which way Corey's going. One of the storm chasers out there, checking to see where he might be heading. Where's he going? A couple of storm chasers down here. Just want to see which way they were heading. Can't tell. Yeah, they're away from all that activity there. Very impressive sales there in Oklahoma. Near north of Oklahoma City. Got 3 successive warnings sitting right through there. So let's go over. I want to go back over here to. Well, it's getting there right into St. Louis. Looking at 2 different radars here, just kind of checking between the 2. Roger these. Is it? Oh, updated the warning there. Looks like. Nope, just trimmed it away. You see it, you get that close to a radar site, and you get attenuation. Kind of notice a little disruption right there because the storm's sitting almost right on top of the radar. Boy, that storm in Jefferson really, really catching my eye. Big time hailer on that one near Wardsville. When you see that blue in there again, that's that very strong hail on that storm. Now, there's some rotation in there. I mean, just a little bit. Kind of going right through here. Got a new warning. Let's switch back out of this. Oh, there it is. Oklahoma City. There she blows. That's a pretty intense storm, too. Woo! Lots of hail. Check my storm report. I haven't looked at that in a while. Yeah, that keeps going up. We're up to 17 hail reports, 13 wind damage, and 0 tornadoes so far. But the hail reports, I think before it's all said and done, we're gonna have hail reports over 100, easily. Wind damage probably up there. Still waiting on the tornado reports. Have not seen that just yet. So far, so good, but we're waiting to see the storms that we're in that window now between like 6:15 Central up till about midnight. The potential for these tornado warnings to start coming on out. So, but as far as which storm has the best looking threat for tornadoes, still think it's this one over into Jefferson City. This one has showed indications of maybe some spin on the southwest portion of it, of that storm. That's moving through there. This is going through right now the southeastern Cole and Osage counties. 70-mile-per-hour winds with this one. But that's the best looking one I've seen, with some broad rotation on the southwest portion, like you would see with a typical severe thunderstorm when you get to an isolated one like that. So these are supercells, and these are the ones that you look for and you want to focus in on for potential severe weather. And the warning came out here. It's probably down here toward Texas. No, I don't see it there. Not sure where that one came out at. Don't see it. Well, I heard the alert tone, but didn't see the. So those are 2 nasty cells there. Oh, let me transition over. Duh, I'm sitting there moving around that and transfer it over. I'm sorry. My apologies there. So, yeah, seeing there near St. Louis, coming into that big storm there, and then the other one near Jefferson City. And there's the tornado warning. I knew it. Man, I knew it was coming. All right, tornado warning. Radar indicated. This is the one I've been watching for a little while. Got our first official tornado warning of the day. This is the one near Jefferson. I was watching this one. This is radar indicated east central Cole County, central Austin County until 7 o'clock. Thunderstorm producing a tornado was located near Westphalia, moving east at 30. Tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So this is the one that I was anticipating. Possibly looking tornado is the best looking storm we had so far. So we got our first tornado warning, first one of the day in Missouri, just coming off through there. So I'm gonna look at the. I'm looking here at. See if there's any kind of hail balling with this. No, nothing I can see. Only thing is, while they've issued it, that storm does appear, as it's approaching, it does appear to be weakening a little bit. So we got our first tornado warning, and it gets issued right when it appears to be weakening a little bit on that. I'm looking at my cross level here. And there she blows. Yeah, mid-level rotation there. So here's the cross level. Here is, so you see where the red circle is right in there. That is the potential spin up right in that region for tornado. So we're looking right in here. You kind of see that circulation going right through here. That's the broad circulation. That's our tornado signature on the radar. So you see the reflectivity is on your left, and the velocity mode is on your right. You can see the inflow notch kind of coming in through here. Kind of going right through there, and then you kind of got the spin on the back side of it. So that's what I was watching closely here on this warning. It goes until 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time with that storm as it's moving just to the south of the Jefferson area. Let me go back over to Radar Omega here. Again with that cell going for another hour. For kicks and giggles, there's the what to do in a tornado broadcast. I know I got like one person watching right now, but hey, got to treat this like the real thing. You know what I'm talking about? So there is the warning, and then that cell. It's unfortunately because it's sitting right on top of the dang gum radar, getting a massive attenuation on that disruption on that cell as it's passing over the radar site. Coming into St. Louis, but this cell that has a tornado warning, I don't know if it's going to last for another 40 minutes because it appears to me the storm's weakening. I'm not seeing the bright cloud cover of the purple in there. It may have spun up something briefly, but I don't think it's going to be there very long because it does appear to be in a weakening trend right now. So a little bit of a weakening trend with that storm, but those in the land need to take immediate shelter for sure. Hopefully they're listening to their weather folks and doing what's need to be done. So we got our first tornado warning, came out at 7:15 or 6:15 Central Time, which was right in the window where I was looking at. This stuff down here needs to be watched closely. You see these little individual cells here. Look here. No. These little cells here, those need to be watched closely. Let's see if we get any additional tornado outlooks here for that one. But I'll stay on top of this one here on our first tornado warning. As it continues to move off toward the east. Waiting for the next scan here. This does not look all that impressive to me on the... stuff. Let me go back to my cross section here. It was going that way, and then the next scan it kind of gave up just a little bit. Looks like it weakened a little bit. Westphalia, definitely tornado related. Signature elevated at best right now. So there it is near Westphalia, kind of getting in there with the rotation. So and that's the tornado warning. You kind of got this wind notch coming in here. You got this thing circulating around that way. So anywhere right in there is where we're kind of looking right now with that warning. But it does appear to be elevated, and it does appear to be weakening. So that's the good news on that with that particular cell. There, just updated again. Let me check the. Looking at my cross section here again. Yeah, definitely is weakened a bit. Not nearly as impressive as it was before. So let's take a look at that. So that warning in Missouri may get lifted here shortly because it just does not look all that impressive here. There's a cross section again looking at there. Still see the greens and the reds on top of each other, but broad circulation up in the upper levels on that storm as it moving on through. All right, so let's go back over here to Oklahoma. Watching the warnings down here. Got a couple warnings down here that I'm looking at. And it's stuff near Dallas. Let me see here. I'll look at the. Let me look here. No, it's not bad for 20 hours now. All right. Be right back. Where's my... All right. So I can get decent views. Like when I get my.
Is your one follower?
I have nobody. No, zero. Nobody's watching because everybody's watching right at home.
Oh, damn.
Everybody dumps. Where's the?
Really?
Yeah. I'm sure. Where's the remote?
No, that's fine.
Oh.
I'm watching. I'm just Where's your heart? It's hard to break in when you got.
Oh, it's tough. I mean, I still got more
Aw,
followers than I.
he just started though. He's got the market.
He's got the whole market corner.
Yeah, he's got cornered. He's got he's got loyalty now.
Oh yeah. You got it. Oh yeah.
He's been there a while. Sorry. That's hard. He's still trying though. Did you just quit?
Well, I have to put on pause a minute.
I'm watching this story about 3 identical twins. I couldn't find it on TV, but it's on my YouTube. Or, what do you call it? Yeah, YouTube. That's a true story. Damn. He's an identical twin. Yeah. Yes.
Go back over what I was doing. I had to pee real quick. Whew. All right. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I left my microphone on. Didn't mean to do that. All right. My apologies. I am. No, I am. I'm not going anywhere.
Remember, it's a hobby.
Oh, I know that.
It's something you love. Don't get disappointed.
Oh, I know that.
Okay. You like to keep reminding me, though, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, it's fine. You can do that.
I'm going to keep reminding me.
My wife's reminding me that Rome wasn't built in a day.
Reminding me. Your dog is down the street. No, it's not an hour per patient. No, it's not perfect. But you don't have to drive.
Nope, you do not have to drive.
Seriously, get out. I love when you keep reminding me that.
I do. I know.
I need it.
And I got some people on Facebook still watching me, so I'm going to keep broadcasting for those folks.
Is there a door locked?
Whose?
The dogs?
I don't think so. Wait, they'll probably. Hold on, let me go get it.
Did you open that?
All right, I'm back on, Julie.
Love you.
Sorry. Anyway, how you doing, Facebook world? We're watching the severe weather event here on over into Dallas and Oklahoma City. Still waiting for that tornado risk. We've had one warning so far, although it did not look all that impressive here for the severe weather that was up here toward Oklahoma City. I'll show up here toward Missouri. Let me switch over back over to that radar real quick. Is it just doesn't look all that impressive. Still some hail over that, definitely some severe weather, but I'm not seeing anything as far as something that would it's just a little bit near the Lynn area. If you're looking right in here, maybe a little something spin going right through here. Get off that warning. Why the heck did it do that? I don't know why I did that. Let me click off that. Click. Here we go. Just got to be real quick. So, yeah, kind of sitting up in here, maybe. But it's very broad. I'm not really over. It doesn't look all that impressive to me. So this warning, which goes for another 30 minutes, could produce a tornado potentially, but right now does not look all that impressive. Looking at that storm cell right there through Jefferson. And St. Louis is starting to get their out of burbs hit with a pretty good cell just south of St. Charles. So, kind of watching this activity here. This is this warning's got another 15 minutes on that warning there across the extreme southwestern portions of Missouri. Good news is that it looks like Kansas is getting a little bit of a break right now. Everything's out of the state of Kansas right now, but you still got this activity back here over into Oklahoma. With some pretty good activity. You see the several severe thunderstorm warnings there moving off to the north Oklahoma City with that. And we're watching to see if we're going to get any development down in here or not. You know, kind of in between here and looking to see if we get anything that's going to come up in there or not. A new warning just came out. There it is over there. That's where I've been kind of watching. Again, is this Oklahoma area. And you're seeing the new warning. Let me switch over to the Oklahoma City radar a little bit. Oh, that's a nice looking cell. Yeah, these nice little individual cells. And any one of them have the potential to possibly form into a tornado. And this activity that is out to the west currently is going to move off toward the east and move into the southeast and up there. So I'll be doing a wall-to-wall coverage for the southeast, and I'll be watching specifically for the Alabama, Georgia area, specifically with the severe weather because of the audience there on Facebook. I want to make sure you guys are taken care of. All right, so again, just kind of scanning up and down this line, noticing the severe thunderstorm warnings there across portions of Texas still. kind of in between Dallas and Abilene as that line continues to move off toward the east this direction. Dallas looks like they may get a bit of a break because they're kind of between a little break in the line there. And still watching this stuff into Oklahoma right now. So while we're looking at that, I'm going to look again at this cross section. I'm still watching the cell up toward up into Missouri. Let me loop that again. So you can kind of see this here. This is the cell that's up near the southeast of Jefferson, kind of moving to the Lynn area. Very broad rotation. Then it kind of goes away there at the last load. You only see a circulation marker there. You see it there. You see the red there. That's what triggered the tornado warning. And then it dropped, and then it just went away completely. So broad rotation there, but I don't see anything there indicating any kind of tornado for that area. So that's good news for that one. So they've got one. It's got a little bit to go there on that. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I keep forgetting that that's what I have that there for. Get back over to me. Here we go. Hello, I'm back. All right, we're at 7:33 here on April the 1st. No falling. Pretty good severe weather event so far. I'd say definitely had a tremendous number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Only one tornado warning so far. That's been a bit of the good news on this so far. But we're far from being out of the woods yet for any kind of severe weather here. I think we got our second tornado warning here just issued here. All right, finally got one over here in Oklahoma. So let's go ahead and take a look what's going on here in Oklahoma. We got a new tornado warning that just came out. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for southeastern Noble and north central Payne County. So this is our first one that we've seen so far in Oklahoma. Seeing that looking at the reflectivity, I'll tell you that is, if there's a tornado in there, it's very much rain wrapped. Let me look at the high resolution in there. And yeah, just some broad rotation. You kind of see a little bit in here, kind of wrapping around in here. See the reds on greens. That's where you kind of look. So a little something there. Let me look at my cross section. I want to look at my cross section and go to there. And we'll do a little comparison here. See on this cell. So let me look. The warning came out, but I want to look at this one first before I go jumping over to something else. So I'm going to pull out of here. All right, there's that there. All right, going to zoom in on this a little bit, and we'll transition over here. So broad circulation. So seeing some mid-level rotation on that cell. That's this one up here to the north. And not that, pretty good wind shear, but very broad rotation. They're very, very much broad rotation on that cell. And you kind of see it here on the velocity as well, on that corner of that warning. So it's just on the edge there. Definitely radar indicated. And if it's anything in there, it's going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to see it very well, to say the least. So that's good news there, but that's our second tornado warning of the day. Looking at my storm counts here. Force trackers. The big thing here so far has been the hail and wind damage. Hail count up to 25, wind 19. No official tornadoes confirmed so far, but we've had 2 tornado warnings now, one in Oklahoma and one up into areas there into Missouri so far. That's what we've had with the watches and the warnings so far. So continuing to see conditions that will begin to continue to deteriorate with this right now. So continue to watch this storm here. And I think we'll get more activity in Oklahoma as well as we go in here through the next few hours. We're going to continue to see more storms kind of going through there, developing here for the next few hours, because it was always going to be during this time, as the high resolution models were showing that very clearly, that it was going to be during this window that we were looking at the potential for tornadoes here. So Let me look at that here. I want to go back to the radar mega here. So I'll pull back out here, watch Oklahoma City. I want to loop this through here. So, and we're starting to get some activity down here toward the south. So I'm watching this stuff down here, see if we get any more that's going to kind of flare up and potentially give us severe weather down here and other parts of Oklahoma here as we go through the next few hours. Well, that's a nasty cell. Look at that sucker. Woo. That cell's gotten a little worse than what it was before. That cell there it goes. All right. I was waiting for the update. Seeing the purple starting to return on that cell, just coming into the northwest side of the Dallas Metroplex. That warning goes for a 2-inch hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds with that sucker going up into that area. You kind of see the trend there as we're seeing the forecast trend kind of coming up with the storm. But pretty good cell there in northwest portion of Dallas. But we got 2 tornado warnings. We got 1 tornado warning curling out. We got a new warning just came out. Let's see where that one's coming out at. Up here to here. We still got the one. Okay, that's up here toward Missouri. Let's go up to here. New severe thunderstorm warning up here. Pretty good line, squall line starting to develop here. Let me go ahead and put that through a loop here, and you can see that. Pretty good squall line pushing there into the Stockton area. So this new warning here goes until 7:30. This is for Barton, Cedar, St. Clair, Vernon, and Dade counties. El Dorado Springs, looks like moving northeast at 60. These things are really hauling. There's a tremendous amount of jet stream energy with these storms moving in here. I'm going to get back to a traditional view here. There you go. And you can see that line kind of pushing through there. And right along that boundary, you're going to see some very gusty winds right along through here as this is pushing off toward the east there at a pretty good clip. So, yeah, starting to see something. We're up to 17 warnings now on the cap. Another tornado warning here. That's the one that we were watching. This one expires in 21 minutes. Oh, okay, here's the other one. St. Louis. Yeah, this one just came out. All right, so we got radar indicated here. City of St. Louis, and they always hate to see tornado warnings into a very populated area like heading into Missouri. So that is a very dangerous situation. Got a tornado warning there for another 36 minutes, 1 3/4 inch hail. It's too close to the radar. Let me see if I can find out the radar. I'm far enough away. Paducah's too far. But that's a pretty good core there. Ooh. You can see the core that going through the city right there with some very, very heavy rains, large hail with that going through the city of St. Louis right now with that tornado warning that's currently in effect there right now for that particular cell. This is the radar site itself. Let me look at the velocity mode here. It might be a little bit too close to be able to see. Yeah, definitely. It just makes it very difficult to see. Well, looks like it's any circulation sitting right in here, and that's the beginning part. Of course, here's the tornado warning right through there. So we got a pretty good we got a tornado warning there going right through the city heart of St. Louis. So our warning count now is up to 19. As we're seeing now things starting to pop here with these severe thunderstorm warnings and now tornado warnings. So we got that was a new warning here up here toward the north. This one here is for severe thunderstorm warning and 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's for southern Christian County and central Illinois. So we're going into Illinois. That's under a tornado watch until 1 in the morning. We've got 2 tornado warnings out there. This one near Jefferson City does appear to be weakening. I'm not over concerned with that one right now. This one through the heart of St. Louis is very disconcerting seeing that right now. So hopefully, I know the folks in St. Louis, I'm sure they're doing wall-to-wall coverage on this, and anybody in the St. Louis area is taking immediate shelter with that particular tornado event coming through there right now. So we've had 2 tornado warnings there. We got one also back over here in Oklahoma. So we've got 3 active tornado warnings. This is our 3rd one of the night. They've all popped after 6 o'clock Central, which is what the window I was looking at for this right now. I'm looking at the storm in Oklahoma City. That one doesn't. That one's rain wrapped, I'm pretty certain. Maybe the southwest quadrant here. I can zoom in a little bit closer. You can see this one here a little bit better near the Glencone area. Hard to see. Yeah, very broad. Not seeing much. Not seeing anything there that would catch my eye. Nope. Was just taking a look. You never know. Kind of going in there. And you see all the newer warnings here across Oklahoma. I'll go ahead and loop that in. So kind of going back into, there's a new warning again, up along that line. Now pushing back into the northern portions of Oklahoma. So Kansas, the state line is just there to the north. You'll see the state line. This is the Kansas and the Oklahoma line sitting right through there. And so we got these big cluster storms here. And they're all moving back up here to the northeast. So this corner again, that's been hit a couple times, might get hit yet again with some severe weather there across portions of extreme southeastern portions of Kansas, with that line kind of riding up that way. Watching this stuff down here to the south, seeing if you get any kind of new development out here, out ahead of that main line. And there's a very nasty cell here down to the south. Look at the hail core on that sucker. Woo, 2-inch hail. It's a big, powerful storm system there coming into the just north of the Fort Worth area with that. Now our warning count is now up to 20. 20 severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings out there right now. Let's see where that one came out. Still just 3 active warnings. One's getting ready to expire. There's the new warning. Okay, they came out with that warning. This was the cell that was responsible for the tornado warning that appeared to be weakened. So they downgraded it to, they're going to let that tornado warning just run its course and expire. Severe thunderstorm warning now here coming into Missouri. This one is for south central Montgomery County, northwestern Franklin County, southwestern Warren County, and northern Gasconade County until 7:45. So again, this is for those in the southeast. I think we're going to see something similar tomorrow night with a squall line. I think it'll be predominantly severe thunderstorm warnings, but along the boundary, if you get any kind of supercell to a belt out ahead of it, you could get some more additional warnings to get fired where you might see some individual tornadoes. But this one here in Oklahoma and to St. Louis is very, hard to see with that radar view because it is, I'm going to switch over here to the Paducah radar here on the edge. I mean, just a tremendous hail core there going through the central portion of the city. Counting out the 22 warnings right now. Where did that new warning come out? Taking a look here. This is back down toward Oklahoma. I'll go and switch over to this one. So that storm that was producing the tornado warning there in Oklahoma, they put out this warning out ahead of it, and that's for Central Osage County. I think I've called that county, I don't know how many times since we started covered. Western Pawnee County until 7:30. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1/4-inch hail with that one, with that cell. So that there, it looks like they're going to let that tornado warning expire as well. So 2 of them should begin to falter and go away. And we're watching what's going on down here to the south. Still a very intense cell to the northwest of the Fort Worth area. Kind of up near northeast of Springstown. Areas here in Denton, Corinth, and Flower Mound. Those counties getting ready to move into, I believe it's Tarrant County. Probably will get a new warning up for that area here pretty soon here before too long. But it is definitely getting a lot more active now with the warning starting to pop up in that area right now. So I will probably continue coverage until about 9 o'clock Eastern, and at that point I will probably shut down for the night. But until then, I'm going to watch this very closely as we'll continue to watch this. We've got 19 severe thunderstorm warning, only a couple tornado warnings. A couple of them getting ready to expire. This one, Oklahoma City, looks like it's moved on out of there. I'm not concerned about this one. That was for, there's only 14 minutes left on that warning, so that's going to go bye-bye here real soon. And the other warnings are up here into the Missouri area. and that one's gone. So the warning there was near Jefferson County. This one here is getting ready to go. This one's got 14 minutes on this one. That one's already kind of pulled out of there. I think that one's going to expire real soon. And then you got this other one here, 28 minutes on this one, moving through the city of St. Louis. All right, so interesting to see if St. Louis has had any reports of anything there. I'm going to go let me take a look at the my storm report here. I want to take a look and see if there's anything been reported in that area. So let me take a look at that real quick. All right, there's been a lot of wind reports with this. So far in that area, let me go ahead and highlight this real quick. There's the current warnings. We've had hail reports, 1 inch hail, 1 3/4 inch hail, 1 inch hail, 72 mile per hour wind gusts. That's with the cell that's currently going over the city of St. Louis right now. And multiple tree branches down from the very strong damaging winds that are blowing through that area. So that storm's got a history of some hail as well as some large hail with this, as well as some very gusty winds. So that is what's moving through St. Louis as we speak right now. Still got 27 more minutes left on that particular warning, moving through the St. Louis area right now. And this other warning, they did drop it. I kind of figured they were going to. I was waiting for them to do it, and they did. So just got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there right along these two boundaries here. 12 minutes left on that one. 57 minutes on that one. That one is for until 7:45 for those counties that you see there. New warning just came out. Where are we going for this one? This one's down toward the Dallas area. So let's go down here and jump down toward Dallas. Watching this closely here as it cells pulling out of the Stevensville area. This one, northern Somerville, Earth, Parker, Palo Pinto, and Hood counties until 7:45. 60 mile per hour winds and looking at $half size hail on that one. So you can see these lines showing up very well on the satellite image. You look at the blow up of thunderstorms there as we're kind of getting towards sunset now. But a tremendous amount of jet stream energy blowing over the top of those storms, kind of feeding the spin in the atmosphere with the storms. Luckily, we've had 3 tornado warnings so far. Tremendous amount of severe thunderstorm warnings so far. But so far, I'm not seeing any tornado reports, which is good. Hopefully, we can keep it that way. There's been a lot of hail reports now, up to 31 on the hail reports, 19 wind damage reports. No tornadoes officially. That's good news. And but we've got a long way to go. I'd say we got another 5-hour window here of watching for potential tornadoes to kind of move through this area, through this part of the country, especially through Oklahoma and going up into Missouri. So 2 active tornado warnings currently right now. Let me switch you back over to the radar to Omega here. So I see one of these storm chasers here. Let's zoom in on this. He's kind of zoomed in. I don't know if we can see anything there. It's probably getting kind of late. Not seeing much in the way of activity there. And this warning down here, it's the warning. The storm's completely out of there, so that one's kind of gone. The worst of this is out near toward the Pawnee area. See all the purple in here? That is some hailstorms here, just north of Pawnee with that cell moving through there right now. Again, this is kind of going into Osage and western Pawnee County with that storm. But that tornado has moved on out of there. That's not a concern. I'll go back up to the Oklahoma City one here. And for the like of me, I don't know what this one's for. It's as far as 24 minutes. There's nothing in that county, so I don't understand. That's been there for a while. I'm not even sure why that's even showing up there. Nothing in that area. As far as southern Oklahoma is concerned, some storms out here, but nothing to write home about, nothing severe. Just seeing some of these storms, a little lightning in there right now. And then you've got this tremendous hail core storm here coming in the Denton area. This is a nasty, nasty storm here coming into Corinth and Denton. Let me switch my radar here. It's the other very, very better looking storm looking there. Very higher hail on that. Let me see my cross section on that one. I bet that's got probably 2 to 3 inch hail on that one. So I'm gonna switch over to that one. Yeah, 2 inch hail. Knew it. Yep. 2.5 inch hail on that one right there. That sail right there is showing 2.5 inch hail on that storm, and reports of 1 inch to 1.25 inch hail all on the path. You see the little path there, the orange plots there, showing anywhere from 1 to 1.5 inch hail on that storm as it's pushing through there, just to the northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's going to make a beeline here real soon, kind of coming into the Denton area here in the next 30 minutes or so. So that county is going to get pounded here. There'll be a new warning issued here very, very shortly. That include Denton, Collet, and probably Flower Mound here very shortly with that very intense thunderstorm moving in there right now. Only 2 tornado warnings out there right now. The one for the city of St. Louis, which did not look all that bad, and Noble and Payne getting ready to expire in 7 minutes. Neither one of those look all that impressive right now, but I'm continuing to scan the line here to see if there's any more activity that should catch my attention. And when you get a major outbreak like this is very difficult. It's good that you get the tone alert to kind of alert you when those storms are coming, but then you can kind of look and see what's going all up and down this entire area, which we're talking about thousands of miles, and you have to jump between these radars here and kind of see. You got very intense storms there still across the northern portions of Oklahoma, and the line kind of flared up a little bit to the north and to the west of what the models were initially showing. They were showing it kind of south of Oklahoma City. This kind of erupted to the north side of Oklahoma City with the lines. But that tornado warning there, I'm not seeing anything there. New warning just came out. Here, where's this one firing up for? Down here to Texas? No. Oh, there it is. It's St. Louis area. Okay, let's go back up to the St. Louis area. They just issued another severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the cell that's had the tornado warning with it. But I'm not seeing anything there. Whatever was there earlier has since lifted. So we're going to let that tornado warning expire. We've got this new severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And this is for Madison County going into southwestern Illinois. All right, that goes until 8 o'clock Central Daylight Time. But the good news is that tornadic cell has diminished. That's good news there. But I didn't like the fact that you got a tornado warning that went right through the smack part of middle part of town. I'm still looking at the storm reports to see if there's anything of any damage or anything been reported in that area. So as soon as I see something, I'll make sure I get it over here in just a second. So still looking at some pretty good healthy storm here across the southern portions of Missouri. Let me loop this back in here again. The tail end of that line needs to be watched. I see a couple of storm chasers are watching that cell, the bottom end of it, kind of seeing what's going on with that. So let me zoom in on this area right in here. I see a couple of storm chasers. They're kind of watching the tail end of that line probably. Here's Corey. Here's what he's seeing on the tail end of that line right now. Which is not bad. I mean, if you're going to look for anything tornadic, you want to kind of catch on the southwest portion of the line. That's where you would see it, but not seeing anything in that immediate area right now. He's just bringing some pretty good rains going through there. I did notice these same two guys, when they were getting near these hail cores, they were averting them like the plague because there was upwards of 3-inch size hail with some of those storms as they were going through the southeast portions of Kansas earlier. All right, so continue to scan up and down this line here. Again, we're watching these cells here in Oklahoma. Probably going to get some new warnings here as that cell continues to move up to the north and east, coming up toward the Pawnee area and going up north of Homily. So Bartsville, getting awfully close there. You might see some additional warnings up on this as that continues to move. Let's go over to the Oklahoma City radar here. Again, you still got the storms here with more activity here across the western portion of Oklahoma City. Like I said, the only difference I saw from the high-resolution model is like the placement of where the thunderstorms did erupt was probably off by maybe 60, 70 miles, I think. It was more to the west than it was to the east. That's the only thing that was a little bit off with this, but it shows that it's not an exact science. You kind of get a ballpark. As long as you're in the ballpark, you're doing okay. Now, this activity here to the south, I'm watching this very closely. This is showing indications of getting a little stronger in here. I want to watch that very closely as this continues to move up toward the north and east, because this was kind of like the bullseye area right up in here as far as the really large hail and the tornado threat is the 10%, which goes from the eastern portion of Oklahoma going into Missouri and Illinois, kind of in that neighborhood. So I'm going to watch that closely here over the next hour as we're coming up on the 7 o'clock. And we didn't get our first tornado warnings until we got past 6, and we've had 3 in the last hour. And we've got 20 warnings out there currently, including a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And there's that new warning that came in the Denton. I knew this was coming. I was waiting on this one. This one just got issued. So this includes southeastern Wise, Denton County, and northern Tarrant County until 8 o'clock. I was waiting on this one. This was the one I saw coming here very shortly, as that's had a long history of producing some pretty significant hails with that storm system as well. I got to admit, it's been a while since I've seen a reflectivity where almost every thunderstorm was pegging the reflectivity. And it's doing that because hail is an excellent conductor of electricity. It also gives you, also for lightning, I should say, I'm getting my thoughts mixed up here. Hail is an excellent conductor of reflectivity, so the beam can bounce off it very easily. So you get these high reflectivity returns with this. So this storm coming into Denton here, between Denton and Flower Mound, probably put some pretty good dents on some cars. And it's got a history of dumping some hail in there up to 2 inches. Let me go to the storm report here. And I'll show you that here what I'm talking about. Let me pull back out of here again. I'm going to pull into this. New warning just came out again. So I wanted to show you this real quick, and I'll show you that another warning. So that cell that we're watching there, again, you got 1 1/4 inch hail, 2 inch hail, 1 inch hail, 1 inch hail, 1 inch hail, up 1 1/4, 1 inch. So it's got a history of showing the hail going through that area that we're going to be seeing here over the next 30 minutes with those overlapping of that warning there. Let me see that now. The warning just came out. Let's see here. Kind of looking. It's up to the north. Nope, that's everything. So we got warnings extending all the way from Illinois. You see the squall line up in here. So you got these warnings up in here south of Decatur and Shelbyville and Taylorville with some good warnings in here. These go for this one getting ready to expire, and they're probably going to extend that one here shortly because it's still got some pretty good hail. I wouldn't be surprised to see another warning up for this county up ahead of this here very shortly. This one gets another 16 minutes on that one. 60-mile-per-hour winds with this one. And then you got that big cell that was down near the St. Louis area that produced the tornado warning. It's gone away, so some good news on that one. This is still a pretty good one here. Let's switch radars here. This one needs to be watched. This one needs to be watched again. Yep, that one definitely needs to be watched. Yep, as I knew it. I just called that one. There's that warning on the county I just called on. There's 30 minutes there, 1.5 inch hail. That's for northern Moultrie, Shelby, Piatt, and Macon County, so 7:30. That's that warning on that cell. I just called that one, so just got on that one, that cell. Knew that was coming here shortly. I was going back over here to the St. Louis radar here. As that one is catching my eye. It's got some promise on that one. Ooh, we need to watch that one. So I'm watching this part right in here. Possible tornado, some circulation on the back part of that thunderstorm needs to be watched very closely. So let me go back to reflectivity on this, and I'm going to do a cross section on there. So let me go back to my cross level comparison here. And I'm going to pull out, and I got to shift back up to the north. needs to be watched. Let me loop this again. So, could be something trying to form there. I need to watch that very closely. Looks like trying to get something to flare up in there. We're talking about right through here. So we're talking right through here. That needs to be watched very closely. So we're looking right in here. It looks like there could be a bit of an inflow notch trying to form on the back part of that supercell. We'll see how it shows up on the next scan. See if that in fact is the case. But that is showing 1 1/4 inch hail. It's got already been reports of 1.5 inch hail on that one. That one could be going tornadic here very shortly. So I'm gonna keep my cross section on there. I'm gonna watch and see if we get another warning on that. So that's that cell to the east of St. Louis. You had the storm that produced that tornado warning in St. Louis. That has since moved on out. I don't worry about that right now. But this storm south of Herman could form a tornado with that one here very shortly. Still watching these storms back over here to the western portion, southwestern portion. All these are severe thunderstorm warnings on that one for the time being. But this cell up here to the west of St. Louis could indicate a tornado warning here shortly. Looking back over here toward Oklahoma, continuing to see some very strong activity here as well. The Hominy area, that is a very significant hail core there. South of Fairfax, look at that deep purple in there. That whole area there is dumping some very large hail right through here. Area probably getting up 2 inches of hail, 2 inch plus hail in there, golf ball size hail or above. With that moving through Ralston and coming down through there right now. So this is in Oklahoma. Yeah, still 2 different radars showing that significantly through there. So that's through Oklahoma. Still some pretty good shells there. Nothing warning on the south here just yet. Still watching this closely through here. I still think we may get some warnings in here very shortly on those cells right through there. But nothing just yet. And then we got a pretty good hailer here near the Dallas area coming into Denton. Very significant storm here. I'll put that into motion again. But nothing tornadic, at least. Nothing tornadic down there toward Texas. The only significant tornado one that I'm watching, and I've got it on my cross view, so I got 2 different screens I'm looking at, is this cell here up near Missouri. I got a funny feeling we may be getting a new tornado warning that'll be issued here very shortly on that cell. The reflectivity is looking like a bit of a hook trying to form on the back part of that, and could be getting that tilt down lift of a tornado starting to form there. The rest of this line looking a little bit less impressive south of here. So as far as Texas is concerned, only the stronger storms of these 2 cells here. Kind of zoom in a little closer there. So we're talking about Denton and Flower Mound and just north of Stevensville and Glen Rose, and that'll come into the southern portion of Metro Dallas here in the next hour between Fort Worth and Dallas. So those 2 cells are the most concerned there. Switching back up here to Oklahoma. Again, I'm just kind of continuing my scans up and down. Again, it's covering such a large area, just trying to keep up with the warnings. Right now, there's 15 active warnings up and down with severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings. Although right now, none of the tornado warnings are of any significance. They still got the warning up in St. Louis, and I do not see anything here. But I will say this one near St. Louis, this one here in particular, has got my attention. And I'm seeing maybe something trying to form right in here. So we're talking right in this portion of the storm, right through here. Let me get in a little bit closer. So just to the north of Swiss. So that's what I'm looking right now for a potential tornado warning coming out. Nothing just yet. I'm waiting for my scan to do an update here on my cross section. Looks like it's up to 2 inch hail now. Here's my cross section here. And you can kind of see your reflectivity is on the left and your velocity is on the right. And you notice in here when you talk about the hook echo, and you're kind of looking at that right there, you're seeing that a little bit on the back part of that cell. So right through here, kind of watching that, you kind of see it right through there as well. You're seeing just a little bit of the potential there for maybe something trying to drop a tornado. We'll see how it continues with that right now. But right now, looking quiet for the moment. I saw somebody just posted something on the chat. Let me see here. Thanks for being on that. You're welcome, Mary. I appreciate it. Good to be doing this, and I do appreciate you checking me out here for tonight. Been a little quiet on the chat there for a little while, so I appreciate you chiming in there. So we're going to see if we get another warning here on that here in just a second. So let me switch back over here to Radar Omega here, and we go back to reflectivity here. Still some very good big storms. These storm chasers down here have been chasing this cell here for a while. Another big hailer on that one. I can't switch over to that radar. It won't let me do it. There it goes. So a lot of lightning with this one there to the stock roof. Seeing some stuff going on there right now. Going back over to Oklahoma. Yes, we'll probably get another warning here across Oklahoma here very shortly. I anticipate we'll probably get another watch box here covering this area here very shortly. That's looking very promising right up in there. Very busy night. I gotta tell you, so far we've had 3 official warnings so far, tornado warnings, more than probably 50 or so severe thunderstorm warnings. We got a tremendous number of those. So this has been as decently advertised, a little bit lacking on the tornado side of it, which to be honest with you is no complaint of mine because we're getting in the nighttime, and I'm not a big fan of tornadoes at night because you can't really see them, not much you go in it, but the sun's going to be setting here shortly as it's 7:09 Central Time, so you got maybe another hour of daylight before we kind of lose that right now. Yeah, I'm not a fan when we get this heavy severe weather that's going to continue all night tonight and go into Missouri and go into Illinois through the overnight hours all up and down this line. So I kind of give you the perspective here. Here's the regional radar here. And you can kind of see all up and down the line here. Whoops. I'll go to my interactive mode so I can zoom it around here a little bit. So what's the big factor here is we got that warm front boundary that's kind of cutting through Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and as the storms kind of move up in there and they interact with that warm front boundary, that can add a little additional spin as well for the potential for for possible tornadoes right now. So we've only got one warning showing up, and that one in St. Louis is already gone. I don't know why it's even still up, but they're letting it go out to the duration of the warning. I hate when weather offices do that. But we've got right now 14 severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently out there right now, covering a big part of the country from Illinois all the way back down toward Texas. Now, areas of the southeast, and I know I got the folks on the Facebook watching there, your turn is tomorrow. Okay, late tomorrow, probably around the same time, we'll be doing with another squall line like they're doing through Texas right now. We'll be coming across Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia going into tomorrow night. So, again, this is a 2-day event, and we're going to deal with those folks getting in on the action here for tomorrow. So, got a new warning just came out. That's near Oklahoma. So let's go back over to live Radar Omega here. We got a new warning that just came out here. I'll zoom in a little closer. As you see, the highlight area there showing the new warning. This one says tornado possible. When it says that, that means it's seeing some rotation, some broad rotation up there right now. This is for south central Osage County, which has been inundated with warnings all day since about 3 or 4 this afternoon. Pawnee County and in Oklahoma until 8 o'clock. So 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So that's not too bad. But that county's been pounded with severe thunderstorm warnings almost like all day. They've been dealing with their warnings coming in up out of there. As they had one initial line go through, and now they got another batch of warnings going through there right now as we speak. Now, I still think we're going to get something here to pop here soon. I think it's only a matter of time. We're going to see some of this activity in here start to go severe here shortly. I think within the next hour we'll probably see some warnings go up in here. Now, whether they're going to be tornadic or not, we'll wait and see, but that's something that'll be kind of coming in here for later tonight, as we're now coming in at 7:12. And again, this window that I was looking for, the potential tornadoes going up until about midnight, and then it should diminish a bit, but it goes through the overnight hours for the areas up into Missouri, Indiana, as this whole little upper level energy kind of swings up that way as we go through the overnight hours. Going back to that other storm that I've been kind of watching to see if it would come tornadic or not. This storm still got my attention. Still has my attention, that potential tornado. We'll go back to my cross section here because I was waiting to see if it would update here. Still showing 2-inch hail in there. 2.5-inch hail on that core just south of Herman. And still some broad circulation. Here's the cross section of that same storm. Reflectivity on the left, velocity on the right. So you can see where I'm kind of looking here. Again, I still think we could potentially get a warning out of this. As you can kind of see, kind of right through here and around the back end of that storm. So we'll get that out of here. So watching that very closely. I'm not seeing a TBS kind of line up. There's a little bit like an inflow notch maybe trying to form there. So there's broad circulation on the back part of that storm. There's 2-inch hail just to the north of there. So just watching to see if that in fact does something. It's elevated, it looks like, at this point. New warning just came out. So see what new warning came out here. Just heard the alert tone. Not seeing where that was. Sometimes the alert will go off because they will have an update on something and then it won't show up here as a flashing icon, so I can't see it there. Let me go back over here. So 15 kernel alerts. There's no tornado warnings officially out right now. There's 15 severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from all the way from basically Illinois, stretching all the way back toward Texas. Let me go over here to. I just got to go switch to the multi-site mode here, so you kind of see everything that's going on here. So I mean, the squall line goes all the way down into South Texas. So we're talking. And I'll go ahead and follow this all the way up. So you see a couple of the warnings here near the Dallas area. The storm near Denton, a lot of storm spotters around there. Had significant hail with that one being reported. And then we got these other cluster of storms here in Oklahoma. And those have been pretty good hailers as well. So far, it's advertised with the storm. We've had significant hail reports. We've had significant wind reports. No official tornado reports as yet, although we've had several tornado warnings so far. I think we may get another tornado warning here shortly into Missouri. Just kind of watching that very closely. You've got these cluster of storms across southwestern Missouri right now. And then you got this storm right in here. This is the one I'm thinking potentially could become a warning here shortly. That's this cell right here between Herman and New Haven. That one could become tornadic here very shortly. We've already had a tornado warning that went through the downtown area of St. Louis. And let me double check here. I want to double check my storm reports because I have not looked in a while. I want to see if there's been any kind of reports of any tornadoes in that area, just to see. Not that I can see. There's plenty of hail reports through the St. Louis area up to 1 inch, but no wind gusts up to 21, but no tornado reports. So that's good there. Just was double checking to see. That Herman cell though has the potential to become tornadic. Watching that, and of course these go all the way into Illinois. Got one warning over here, another 14 minutes on that one, just to the southeast of Decatur and to the northwest of Charleston. I know I had saw a viewer there in Terre Haute. Hopefully they're watching that severe weather, as I had mentioned to them earlier, to watch that for tonight. So that's what we're seeing right now as of the 8:16. New warning. This is I pulled out. Just came out down here. So here's our new warning here, well south of the Dallas metro area. You see in there? There we go. Meridian. Hico. So 59. That's 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on this one. Let me get you the counties on that one. That's Hamilton, Somerville, Earth, and Busk. until 8:15. I don't know if I said that correctly, but I apologize. On that warning there, south, going into Hiko, Morgan, Meridian, kind of there on 6. And all these have been pretty good hailers all up and down this line with the storm. Let me go back to my individual sites because the composite doesn't do nearly as well as the individual radar sites. So I was just kind of went to that mode to kind of see the up and down the whole line. So yeah, look at that. You see what I mean when I pull over to the individual site? You can see that's got a real big hailer in the middle of that county. That one right there, inch and a quarter inch hail just north of Glen Rose. And let me try another radar site. This one's just on the edge of this one. So you see the purple there on the Hiko site, so you get some very large hail with that one as well. So far, this storm complex, I would say, is going to go down as a lot of hail, a lot of high winds. Thankfully, not a whole lot of tornadoes as you get, but we're not done with it, folks, because, look, again, if we don't get a lot of tornadoes today, we could make up for it tomorrow. So, especially going off to the Midwest and the Southeast tomorrow. So, even though we're not seeing a lot of that just yet tonight, we could still be seeing this again for tomorrow. So please don't let your guard down, especially if you're to the east of these storms and you're watching for tonight, because we definitely could see some more activity here for tomorrow. Going back up to Oklahoma here. Still waiting for some warnings on that. I know it's coming. McAllister, I think you might see a warning here shortly with that activity just here south and east. Getting some activity moving up that way. Let me loop this here. I'm sorry. My apologies. You can see it kind of moving up that way. And you notice how elongated this is. I was mentioning this earlier, the fact that these things look elongated because you got very strong upper level winds blowing over the top of these storms. They show up very well on the satellite picture on that. Surface winds are kind of coming at kind of like this. So there's a little bit of wind shear. Not a tremendous amount of it, but it is there. So I'm working my way back up to the storm up here near. That still looks like I'm gonna watch that one. Still feel like I'm gonna watch that one. Again, broad rotation on that. You see what looks like a hook on the back part of that storm. There's a low-level circulation in there. It's not tornadic, has not dropped a funnel cloud, but there is circulation on the back part of that storm, the southwest quadrant. That's where you look at the hail's up to the north, getting a spin on the bottom core of that. So that's why I'm watching that cell so religiously right here. As you can kind of see here, let me zoom in a little bit closer so I can get in here a little bit better. See that little inflow notch in there, and that's where you would see a tornado. You see the hail core to the north. In a textbook, if you were looking for a severe thunderstorm warning, that's what it would look like. The only thing I'm not seeing is in the velocity mode, a tight green on red. Not seeing that right through there. So there's broad circulation, but is not triggered a tornado warning. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there, but not a tornado warning just yet on this cell here to the. I see that there's a chaser nearby. Let's see what he's showing. Brad Arnold. He's kind of like soup right there. I'll show you that right there. So this is just sort of east to the north of that supercell. It's trying to intercept. And you can see, we're losing our daylight. So tracking these storms at night become increasingly more difficult and very hard to follow. So go take him down right there. So he's just to the north. He's up in Warrington here as the storm is passing just to his south. And that has the potential to become tornadic. I'll watch it. Still waiting to see it. Right now, there's a dozen severe thunderstorm warnings out right now, covering a pretty vast area right now. We had 3 warnings last hour, but we haven't had anything since. So we're still continuing those 2 warnings near the St. Louis area, that one that can become tornadic, and then we got this activity here across southwestern Missouri. Just some plain old heavy thunderstorms, probably some very gusty winds. 70-mile-per-hour winds have been the kind of the credo with a lot of these storms as they've been moving on from west to east along these storms. Now, again, I will say this again, folks. This is for tonight. So this is tonight going into tomorrow morning, but then we're going to deal with it again tomorrow. So if you're to the east of this area for tomorrow, you need to be on the guard because this is what you're expecting here for tomorrow. Everything kind of progresses off to the east, and we're going to see another squall line form after the one tonight, that'll come across Tennessee, Alabama, into Georgia, the southeast, and that core up there to the north coming into the overnight hours with that piece of energy that's going to kind of come out of the plains and up toward the Ohio River, up toward Ohio, with a moderate risk up there for tomorrow. So again, we got plenty to watch with this storm here for today and tomorrow. Okay, new warning just came out. Let me go back over here once again. New warning. Let's see where we're seeing this at. I'm scanning. Heard the warning, but didn't see where it popped. Okay, that could have been an update. So what typically happens sometimes is that the weather service, you'll get an update on a warning and it'll trigger the alert, but it won't trigger a new box because it's already there. So that just happens right there. No, actually, there's a new tornado warning just popped. Where did it come? Where's? Oh, here it is. I just saw it. There it is. Just saw it. All right. This another one in Oklahoma. All right. So we got a new tornado warning now. Radar indicated on this. This is for East Central Osage County, and that county has been plagued all day with countless number of warnings in here right now. And we're talking about 4 miles north of the Hominy area there. So let me switch over to this radar here so I could take a look. Again, this is probably rain wrapped. Let me look at the velocity mode on here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I can see that very well in there. Yep, absolutely. So you're seeing right through here, tornado warning. Yeah, look at that, right through here. This is probably looking at a pretty good tornado there, potentially there, dropping just south of Winona right now with that particular cell. Very strong cell. Probably got a tornado on that one, and yeah, I see the storm chaser out there. So makes me wonder if we get a report on whether that's on the ground or not. So that tornado warning goes until, what was it again? Until 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on that one. I see someone had put something in the chat there. Let me see what we got here. Colton, I thought the squall line didn't produce tornadoes as often. That's true. Okay, that is true with the squall line. But again, because the jet stream energy is kind of running parallel to that line, you can get little eddies that can spin up along a squall line. Okay? Traditionally with tornadoes, you might get something that'll form out with a supercell out ahead of a squall line, but you can still get tornadoes to form in a squall line. It makes it a little more difficult to see because they tend to get rain wrapped. You can't see them very well. But Colton, you can get tornadoes in a squall line, and the upper level winds kind of are conducive for that right now. And I can kind of show you that here on the water vapor imagery. Again, you see the explosion of the thunderstorms kind of coming up through there, and the jet streams paralleling that. So there's some very, very high winds off aloft, and you can get these little eddies that can kind of form along that boundary. So not unusual to see that right now with this particular kind of setup. So that's our fourth tornado warning of the night so far with this coming across northern portions of Oklahoma right now. And I think we're far from it because the greatest window I saw for the severe tornado parameter threat was coming in now from about now until 9-10 o'clock. So I think we're going to get some more tornado warnings here to fire up here so far. Been radar indicated. We've not had any reports on the ground. Let me see the last report. I just want to double check, make sure I am saying the correct thing. Okay, yeah, not officially. So far we've had 62 hail reports, 24 wind reports, but no tornado reports yet. And we've had full warnings so far, but we've not had any official tornadoes on the ground. And now that it's nighttime, that's going to become even more difficult to be able to tell what's tornadic, what's not, because our viewers, our eyes on the ground, the spotter network, and that can't really see that well, especially as the sun's starting to set right now with that severe weather activity picking up there. So still water, and that storm cell down here needs to be watched. This one could potentially become tornadic. Need to watch that one as well. I'm just stretching on down here, checking all on this line real quick. Dallas, this looks very squally through here. Oops, let me transition over. I'm sorry. My apologies. Got stuck on that one slide. Still seeing the squall line here from Denton on down toward Texas through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That'll be coming through here in the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. But right now, the warning concern is up here into Harmony. So I'm going to go back over to velocity mode again. We're going to keep our attention on this one. Let's see here. Yeah, it didn't show. It's not showing up as nice as it did earlier. There we go. Switch over to the right radar. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a nice little ball. All right, we definitely got something in there to watch. You can see that very closely. There's our tornado. Looks like just southeast of Warner, so we got right through here. So Barnesdale here needs to watch this very closely. We got a tornado on that. I clearly can see that. Let me go and motion that through here. You kind of see the spin. Yeah, you can see a nice little spin up there along that little nostril there. But it looks like it'll pass just to the north of the Barnesdale area. Hopefully folks are taking heed on this. Be interested to see if we get any reports of actual tornado on the ground with that or not. But that's a clear indication of something spinning along that boundary layer. Kind of see it kind of pushing out. See it coming here. I'm thinking they'll move the red zone more towards Columbus, Northeast Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, at least what our local news is saying. Yeah, and Colton, listen to your local weather folks there in your National Weather Service. I tell everybody, listen, make sure they stay apprised of the National Weather Service offices. Make sure they got your apps on your phone here. And you guys up in the Cincinnati and up to Pennsylvania, Ohio, especially tomorrow, need to be on the careful lookout right now. But right now we're getting this activity here across Oklahoma, which was kind of the center point of activity here for tonight. We're continuing to see that here along this line. So if this holds together here, another 15, you see, I see new image just still updated there. Yeah, very nice tornado signature right there. That could be a very strong tornado here developing here just to the west of Barnesdale and south of Pawhuska. Bartlesville needs to be on the watch out on here, and we could see this warning get extended out. That's a very significant cell, very textbook cell showing here on that right now. With this tornado that just moved to the south of Wyoming, I may have just clipped the town a little bit there, and we'll see if there's been any storm reports of anything here as this continues to go on by. So let me go back over to reflectivity mode here. Yeah, and that's what I hate. This is the setup where you've got a potential tornado that's rain wrapped, embedded in the squall line. That's what we're seeing with this particular set. It's not your textbook hook like we were looking up there into Missouri where you got individual supercell. This is a spin up or an eddy in a squall line, which makes it's embedded, it's rain wrapped, you can't see it, and you're just going to feel the high winds as it kind of blows through that area if it's down to the ground. So, yeah. So that's what that means with that particular cell as it continues to move off to the northeast. We'll see if that holds together and see if they issue another tornado warning out ahead of it. That's our fourth tornado warning of the day. Spec through here again. All right, let me go back up to Missouri. Boy, I got a lot of warning. I got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings up this way. Look at all the counties there. The severe thunderstorm warnings there in Missouri. Big cluster right through there. Boulevard's got the worst of it. That's for sure. Nice big hailer on that one. See all that purple in there? That is some pretty good hail. And the blues, that's spiking the reflectivity. That's like max reflectivity there. Probably getting upwards of 3.5 to 4 inch hail on that one right there. In fact, I'll take a quick look on that. I almost guarantee you that's what that's showing. Let me take a look at that real quick. Oh yeah. Love when I caught it, man. Yeah, 3 inch hail. That had a TBS on that one. That particular cell there had a TBS on it briefly, but they did not issue a warning on it. I just noticed that this cell here, that's that one right there, had a TBS on it. That's a tornado vortex signature briefly on that cell. On that cell. So but it looks like broad rotation on that one. It's probably an issue with it, but there's definitely some large hail in this, upwards of probably 3 inches of hail plus on that storm as it's moving through the southern portions of Missouri right now. Let me pull back out of here. I want to go back up and check this cell that I was watching to see if it would become tornadic, and well, it's still showing a little bit of inflow notch flat on there. Still showing a little bit something on there. Who's got there? Was area in the red zone for today? Yeah, it was. I mean, as far as the Missouri and up toward that area, it was. It was definitely in the enhanced, and the red was mostly in Oklahoma. This is up in Missouri right now. So that one, I see one of the storm chasers here has gotten in position. Let's take a look and see what he's seeing. That's Brad Arnold. And can't really see as it's gotten completely dark there, and he's buffering. And it looks like they just issued a new warning for the cell. So new warning here, issued severe thunderstorm warning. 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for northwestern St. Charles, southeastern Lincoln, and southeastern Warren County. That's going until 8:30 Central Daylight Time. So that was the one I was just looking at. It's had broad circulation history, but never became tornadic, which is good. So hopefully it'll stay that way. Let me go back to our tornado warning back here. We're going to watch this cell. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back over to velocity mode, and we're checking, see if that's continued. Yeah, but it's still there. Still looking nice. So here's our tornadic cell right here. Looks like switching just to the north of the Barnesdale area. Let me see if I got a, I want to check something here. No, don't see it. I was checking. This is called the correlation coefficient. Sometimes if you look at the correlation coefficient, you can see debris ball. I'm not seeing it on here, at least not with that. But clear rotations there, very strong rotation with this cell just to the north of Barnesdale. I still think if that holds together, if they go through another couple of scans on this, we're probably going to get another tornado warning that'll include up toward the Bartlesdale, Dewey area, up in that area. Will continue here shortly. But that's still a pretty impressive rotation on that particular cell. They're clipping away the warning now. You kind of see it kind of clip there for a second. I guess they're updating the warning box as it's kind of pulled away from Hominy. Probably going to see a new warning here issued here any second as it's getting closer and closer to getting out the edge of the tornado warning for that cell. Let me look at my my cross level here. I want to take a look. I've not looked at that cell from here, so let me take a look at it from here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Very real. Yeah. Very. Here's the cross section of that same cell. You can see that again right here. TBS looks like about 86 knots on that one, so that's not too bad. Seeing a few tornado signatures, TBS, multiple TBSs have been reported in this area. So broad circulation, not unusual to see that. That's but this is very interesting here. You look at this. This just updated again. You see this. You can clearly see the spin on that cell as it gets near the Barnesdale area. I hope everybody in the Barnesdale area is taking shelter and waiting for this to go on by. I know it's a lot of farmland out there, but this little city in there could get hammered pretty good with that. New tornado warnings coming out here. Let me zoom back out here. Looks like we got more alerts. Oh, let me get off the stupid thing. My bad. Go to my high resolution here. Okay, I'll go up here. We got more warnings up here. This is up toward Illinois. That's this severe thunderstorm warning here. This one's up in Indiana. This is for Edgar, Vermilion, Campaign, and Douglas until 8. So severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this one's moving east at 30. All right. Pure inflow, outflow. Yep, that's for sure on that one, on that particular cell. We're definitely seeing plenty of that cell down toward Oklahoma. I want to get back to that warning. I want to watch that thing because I think they're gonna extend that warning here pretty shortly. It's so rain wrapped. You can't really make it out very well on the reflectivity mode. I mean, I can sort of see a little bit of it, but you can really see it on the high res velocity mode. I mean, that is a nice circulation center right through there as that's moving through Barnesdale right now. So I do anticipate, unless that signature vastly changes here shortly, we'll see another tornado warning issued here very shortly out ahead of it. Ochalata, boy, I hope they're taking shelter because that is a pretty pronounced signature coming up your way. Currently looking at 17 warnings out there. Only one tornado warning. That's the current one we're watching. There's numerous severe thunderstorm warnings right now. A couple of flash flood warnings there and parts of Illinois as well right now. So I'm watching this cross section here. Several TBSs on that, the broad circulation embedded in that particular cell moving through Oklahoma right now. So let's see if we get a new warning. Just got an update there. So yeah, Bartlesville, that whole area is going to get a new tornado warning here very, very shortly. Looks like it's riding right along right around the boundary there. So it's probably right along the wall cloud. And when you see that sharp divide there in reflectivity, where very, very nothing to hard rain, you're probably getting kind of a spin up there along the downdraft of the thunderstorm. So watching that very closely here. Let's see here. Let's go back over to I don't like the base. Go back to the high res. Let's see. There's the storm. Yeah, even the storm on Tavasi is showing it. Oh yeah. See the red on green right through there? Very, very nice. So clear, you got the red, you got the green, so you got the circulation right through here. Going right through there. Very, very nice. But I like to leave it on high res velocity. Boom. And you can see, yeah, we got something sitting right in here. That's a pretty good tornado. It could be a large tornado on that one. I really hope the folks here in Ocala and Bartlesville are taking cover because that is a significant tornado. Best tornado signature I've seen of all the warnings we've had tonight. We've had 4. This is definitely the best one we've had so far. Could be a major tornado here coming up through. They went through the Barnesdale area. Hopefully didn't cause much of a problem there, but now coming into Ochalata, getting off the coast to Ochalata. So new warning we issued. I promise you, any second it's coming. I'm just checking while I'm looking up and down. Also, this up here needs to be watched here closely. Maybe a little something's trying to spin up that way. But the most pronounced is down here, clearly. Textbook signature showing up there, buddy. Hey, anyway, those who have been watching, I do appreciate you guys checking out my coverage tonight. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do, as I will be doing more coverage again for tomorrow's event, as we're expecting more activity for tomorrow. So if you want to be part of the fun, please do subscribe to the channel. All right, let me pull back out of here again. I'll go back to my reflectivity mode here. All right, waiting to see if we're going to extend that current warning right now. New record viewership for me, and I do appreciate all the watchers tonight. I do appreciate it. Got to grow this channel a little at a time. It's going to be a bit of a fight, but we're going to get there. All right, let's go back up here. We'll check up here to the north. Again, a tremendous number of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Missouri. And we got this other cell that still looks like it could possibly drop a tornado. I don't know. it's kind of giving some more indication maybe of a little bit of a hook or something, but I haven't really seen it that bad. And you can see that there. It's broad. It's not like the other one. You're not getting that stuff that's away and away, but you kind of see that green and red right through there. But you're not getting stuff on the back side of it. So we're not getting stuff in there, but a broad rotation that's approaching the St. Louis area. So that's something. Let's continue that severe thunderstorm warning into that county right now. Boy, that's a hailer. That is a hailer, my friend. See all that purple in there again? That's that Lewisburg, halfway up to the north there, East Buffalo. That is a hailer. Right through there, right through that purple area. That is large hail. I'll be right back. I got to the restroom real quick. I got to the bathroom. I'm gonna go back down here to this other storm before I leave. Hold on a second. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I apologize. Nature calls. So I'll mute my mic. Be right back. Sorry about that, I'm back. Yep, there's that new tornado warning. I knew it. I was waiting on it. That came right when I went to the bathroom. So this is for central Washington County until 8:15. So we're capable of producing a tornado. So this is a radar indicated tornado. So we don't have confirmation of any kind of tornado on the ground with this particular cell. So that's that new tornado warning. Let's go back to the high res velocity mode. We'll take a look at that again. As you can see, it's getting ready to move out of one warning area and go into the next. So we're moving out of Osage and we're going into the next county here very shortly. So very broad circulation. Haven't gotten any reports of tornado on the ground with this one just yet, but it's been the best candidate so far. Had to get me a little something to wet my whistle. So again, this one is rain wrapped. It is along a squall line. Very difficult to see. There's probably just some swirling winds along that boundary with that storm. I just heard another alert, so I'm double check to see if I see who had the alert. Don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay, new tornado warning. Now I was watching this one earlier. Another tornado warning just came out. And this is into Missouri. Yep. This one is for central Dallas County, east central Polk County, Lacette County until 8:15. Tornado warning. Radar indicated baseball size hail. This one is one that the storm chasers were following, but I guess they stopped because they're obviously getting kind of late, can't see it very well. Looks like something like an inflow notch through here. You kind of see it right there. You got this little ball activity. You got this is the hail on the north side. So this is very typical when you see that kind of setup in here. You zoom in a little bit closer. We'll take a look at the velocity on this one. It's very this not as good as the other one for sure. Let me see base reflectivity. No, it's just our relative velocity. No, can't see it. It's very dirty. Can't really see it very well, but it's something's rolling around in there. Right in. Whoops! Whoa! Grab the right one, dummy. Kind of right through here. Let me loop that real quick. Yeah, not showing up very well. Well, they put that warning all the way out across the county, didn't they? That's a big one. All right, so we got that warning down there, but it's kind of it's going to go across an area that not a lot of roads and people around there, but Buffalo and Lebanon needs to watch that one. But a long way to watch that one. Big hail on the north side of that, significant hail, to say the least. All right, just heard another alert, so let's see what we're seeing here. Nothing down here. Hello, Dallas. Got the 2 warnings up there, and so we got. Let me look at my counter here. So the current warning's out right now. Osage County, Oklahoma. That one's getting ready to expire here in about 12 minutes. Then we put into Washington County, which is the new one that goes until 8:15. And then Missouri, we've got Dallas, LaSalle, and Polk. That's the new one that just came out. So those are the 3 active warnings that we currently have out in Oklahoma and in Missouri. So I'm going to double check this. Okay, there's that new warning. It was all the way down here in Dallas. Oh, first tornado warning down here. This one just lit up. Just lit up. Just caught this one. All right. All right. This is radar indicated northeastern Johnson County till 8:15. Moving east at 35. So this is just the south of the Dallas metro area right now with that tornado warning. And let's see what this one looks like. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's got a nice little ball on that one. Yep, you can see that thing right through there, right through here. Nice little tornado signature showing up there. Yeah, things just got cracking. It's like someone flipped the switch out there. So that's what we got. We got Texas has Johnson County. That's our new tornado warning that's there. So we got 3 active warnings right now. One that kind of overlaps another one, technically 4. But that's right along the tail end of that squall line. It's kind of interesting. We're getting these tornadoes that are kind of breaking out in the squall lines themselves, and not with individuals. There have been some out with the supercells out ahead of it, but we're also getting them in the squall lines themselves too. So I'm going to go back up to this tornado up here. Let's see how this signature's looking. Let's see if it's changed much from the last time we looked at it. There's another tornado, severe thunderstorm watch. You kind of see it flashing there. We'll show you that in a second. But there's that rotation now going into the new warning box area. So Osage County, that one is getting ready to expire. It's moving out of there. It's got 10 more minutes on that one, but the signature is clearly moving on to the next county. The county of Nowata might get a warning here very shortly as well. That spin continues. We got this new severe thunderstorm watch or warning. Warning. This one goes until 8:15. That's for northeastern Payne County on that one. So still a very healthy signature on that Oklahoma one. Best signature of the day with the severe weather. Oops, check up on that. And then we got this warning over here in. This one don't look as nearly as impressive. I mean, it's got hail or it's got some rotation on the bottom end of it, but it don't look, just north of Buffalo, it doesn't look all that impressive. It looks like like I said, it looks like a bit of an inflow notch here, kind of coming in here and kind of rotating around this way. So maybe something in there. This is the hail on the north part of the storm. So if you were going to go look up a textbook, you probably make it would look very similar to that. So looking, scanning up this way. That's still a pretty good cell there. And that wannabe the tornado that I've been watching for like an hour. Broad rotation on the back side of it, nothing's dropped out of it, so nothing to worry about on that one. Hold on 1 second. I need to go get drag my dog in here for the night. Hold on. All right, my apologies there. I had to bring in the dog. He wouldn't bark at the neighbor's dog. All right, so we got 3 different tornado warnings that we're currently watching out there right now. And the most significant one is the one down into Oklahoma. Looks like they just let that other warning expire as that cell has moved out of the other county. And I think we're going to get another warning here if that signature is still looking very pronounced there on the high res. And it's still there. It's been very significant. Very long tract on this one. So we got the alert here for another tornado, another warning that's just come out. We got 21 active warnings out now across the area. Ooh, I just messed up my screen. Sorry about that. So let me see where that new warning that just came out is for. We got tornado warnings down. We got tornado warning in Oklahoma, one in Missouri. And we have one down here in the south, just near the Dallas metro area, with this storm here down here. That's the other two. I got 20 minutes on that warning right now. All these warnings right now have been radar indicated. We've not had any concurrent reports of anything with this. I'm going to go look at my storm reports. I haven't looked at that in just a little while. So let me go look at that real quick and see how we're looking with those reports. A lot of hail reports, a significant number of hail reports. Let me go ahead and show you. I'm going to show you the kind of the broad view. I'm going to pull all the way out here, and you can kind of see where all the reports have been. Tremendous amount of hail reports, heavy rains, all those things with the green ones you see, those are hail reports. And you can see we've had significant number of hail reports. The thunderstorm, the lightning flash, that's the ones that you're seeing where the high wind reports are currently. Here's your tornado warning till 8:15 right there just south of Dallas. And let me put my overlays on here. I didn't put my kind of see. Ooh, sorry. And but no tornado reports. Have been mostly hail and all wind damage reports so far that has kind of come through the area. The last tracker here. What? So far, we've had 82 hail reports and 28 wind reports. Just a really major, significant hail and wind with this event, but no tornado reports as of yet, but we're still expecting this window for tornadoes to continue through the overnight hours. I really hope that a lot of folks are paying attention to this for tonight. And then we're going to do it again, like I said, for tomorrow. So I'm scanning up and down this line again, kind of looking where all the warnings are. Let me switch back over to the Doppler radar Omega here. Just continue to watch this. I really think they're going to have another warning here coming out for this cell up here near the Bartlesville area. This has had the most significant, the best signature we've seen with the stuff tonight. And let me play that again, and you can see that circulation right along that boundary, little notch right along that squall line, and getting ready to pull out of the current warning area. So Nowata, you will probably see a tornado warning issued here for that county here very shortly. Any minute now, we'll see a new tornado warning up for that area. And then this area needs to be back here, needs to be watched. Look at this here. Here's another one to be concerned. See the red on green right through here to the east of Cleveland? This one also needs to be watched. Could see another tornado warning here. Doesn't look overly strong right now, but that is one to pay attention and watch to as well. So all up and down that boundary. So let me go back to reflectivity mode here again. We'll see if that spins up something or not. All right, so we still got this one warning over here in the southern Missouri. Let me plaque that one through. It's got a little hook on the back end of it, hailer on the top, but it does appear to be weakening just a little bit. Not seeing as many purples in there on that one. On this one here, I'm gonna get a little bit closer. I gotta learn to get a little closer on this, but you can see the textbook on this. This is in a warning area. They got the tornado warning is up for another 17 minutes. Why they took it all the way out to the end of the county, I have no idea. There's no way that's going to make it all the way across in 17 minutes, but they plotted it that way. So you could get a little ball, a little something right up in here. This is the hail on the north side. Once again, we got another warning that just dropped. So that's that warning. Let's see if there's any other warning that came out here. Double checking my warnings. Right now, just Texas, Missouri, and Oklahoma. Oklahoma's got a warning until another 15 minutes for Washington County, Missouri, Dallas, and LaSalle County till another 15 minutes, and then Johnson County also another 15 minutes on those 3 active warnings right now. Oh, there's that new tornado warning. Just came out. Yep, this is the one I was waiting on. Just came out. So this is for Central Washington County and Nowata County until 8:30. So this is the one I was waiting on for that particular warning to kind of come out. And looking significant right there. Microphone, sorry. Oops, up. Oh, I'm on the wrong radar side. Hold on a second. Go to the right one, dummy. Oh, here we go. All right. May not be getting, still that little notch in there. You can see that very clearly right through here. A little bit, but it's not as pronounced as it was earlier because we're kind of seeing a squall line boundary with some very gusty winds, and you see just a little notch on that boundary. So right through there, coming into Nowata, hopefully folks are taking cover there on that particular cell. Oops, coming a little north here, sorry. And the other one does not look nearly, south of Hominy doesn't look as pronounced as it did earlier. But clear little notch there with a possible tornado sitting right in here. Coming into the Nowata area, needs to be careful on that because see a tornado on there. Again, this is radar indicated. No reports yet of any tornado on the ground with this one. It's nighttime, it's dark, can't really see much out there. But that has been a long rotation with that for some time now, for probably the last 45 minutes with that particular cell. So McAllister's getting hit with some pretty good storms, but not severe at this point. And let's go down here toward the Dallas area. We're watching the storm down here. Let me look at the high velocity here. I don't see much there now. That's definitely not looking nearly as good as it did earlier. Yeah, it's definitely lifted up. So this one down near Dallas does not look nearly as pronounced as it did earlier, as it kind of tracked right through there. So it was right through there, and then it kind of fell apart, kind of rotated apart a little bit. So the good news there, looks like that one there south of Burlington in Texas has let up a bit. Don't have to worry about that. That's looking a little bit better there right now. New warning just came out. Let's take a look, see where we can find what that one was. Let's hear the new tone. Got several severe thunderstorm warnings in there. All right. There's a warning. Let's look up here. Oh, there's our new warning up here. All right, there's our new warning. It's up here into Missouri. It's for this cell here. Severe thunderstorm warning. Possible tornado. When everybody says possible, again, it's because we got rotation in the system. That's Miller County. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, the main threat. Hail's all been reported with this thing all over the place. So haven't shown this in a little while, so I just want to go ahead and update this. So there's where your current watches and warning. We got severe thunderstorm watches there across portions of Ohio and Indiana. Then you got pretty much tornado watches all the way from Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, and into northern Texas. And then you got a few thunderstorm watches there across Kansas and parts of Texas right there. Those are the pink areas right there. And then the green is where you got the flash flood watches up. And they're going to get a lot more rain in there, folks, before all said and done with this energy pulling up tonight. Let me look at let me go back to Radar Mega. I'll put this on here, and I'm going to put this in a loop mode here. In fact, let me go over to, oops, sorry. Kind of zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see everything going on. Let me kind of push it off toward the north. I want to take a look at the latest model data. So let me look at so I'm sure we got an update here on the simulated radar. Let's take a look at the simulated radar here, and let me make sure we got an update on this. 2200, 2300, 2300 is done. That should be it. 0Z just getting 0Z. Okay, there it is. Okay, this is the 0Z. So let's I'm going to show you over to this. This is the latest high resolution model here. I'll tell you what, let me back this up. This is only going out 9 hours. So let me back this up one with 2300. All right. So this is the latest high resolution model. It's kind of showing where everything's kind of sitting up right now. Looks like it's initiated pretty well. Now watch what happens here as I go through here the next 18 hours. Okay. So you watch the storms there going through portions of Kansas, through Missouri tonight, and really kind of angling up through Illinois. That's why they got the flash flood watches up in that way. There's a tremendous amount of storm activity up that way. So it looks like the activity here toward the south through Texas will begin to diminish a little bit, but really picks up as we head into Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana through the overnight hours tonight. Whoops. And that pushes off toward the east, goes into Ohio as we head toward dawn tomorrow morning. That's kind of where that moderate risk is right now. And then kind of lingers on late in the day. Then we'll watch for more activity here to flare up late tomorrow afternoon. We kind of get the indications of that back toward Mississippi and Louisiana. The 0Z is just kind of initiating now. When it's done, and we should be able to take it right through the duration of this next event. So again, we got this round. It's going to continue all night tonight into tomorrow morning. So the areas of the Midwest need to watch this very closely tonight as that storm, you see it kind of pushes on through there with that energy coming up through Missouri and then swinging on through Illinois and riding along the warm front boundary, which kind of lashes the additional spin potential there for that storm. So let me go back over here to Radar Megas. We got another potential warning come out here. I'm just checking up and down. I heard alert. It was an update. Okay, that was just an update on a current warning. Okay, good news there. All right, let me double check here on my warnings. So right now, the active warnings right now, we're looking at okay, new warning came out for Osage. Okay, that's what that was. All right, so let me come back over here. All right, yep, here it is. Here it is. Let me switch my radars back again. Stand by on that. Single cell mode here. All right, so this warning, that was that spin I was watching earlier, so it did drop something there. I was watching that earlier. Osage Cat, boy, they've gotten beat up today. Tornado indicated moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Tornado warning there on that one. Let me go back to my, not that one, this one. Yeah, I see it. I can see that one. The one to the north doesn't look as impressive as more. This is this one right here. So it's looking right through this area. That's a radar indicator. It looks like it's probably a little elevated, but that's the new warning there for that county. Again, that's for Osage County, which has been slammed with numerous tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings going back hours now for this particular cell. So we got that one goes until 8:30 Central Daylight Time, Nevada and Washington, and until 8:30. And then you got the Johnson one, which is getting ready to expire in 8 minutes. I'm not worried about that one. And the Missouri one, Dallas and Luxated, I'm also not worried about that one. But these two here in Oklahoma clearly have my attention right now. Let me clear that out. Now this is flattened out. So, okay, this is just a pretty gusty wind squall line through here. There was something that was rotating in there earlier. I'm not seeing it now. So that's just a very a wall cloud with some very strong winds blowing through there now. As anything that was tornadic, I'm just not seeing it. It's kind of flattened out. There's still maybe a slight kink in there, but not seeing it. This is kind of a broad circulation down to the south. Let me go back to reflectivity mode here again. Yeah, and that's just a very sharp line. A little bit of indent along that line. You know, kind of right in here maybe a little bit. But I think anything that's in there is just a straight wall cloud at this point. So some very gusty winds moving in from west to east as that squall line's kind of moving on through there. But that tornado warning is still in effect for another 21 minutes. So Nevada folks, I wouldn't think we need to put down their guard just yet with that. And then we're watching this one back here toward the south. I'll loop this one again. And it's kind of watching right down to here. This cell back here needs to be watched. That one also needs to be watched a little bit as well. So, yep, models I think did a decent job of this. I really do. Did better than they did on the last one, that's for sure. We're getting the warnings generally close enough in the area that was highlighted as the area to be concerned with the potential warning. So just to kind of remind you where that was. So that was right through there. So that's where we're getting it, through Oklahoma, right through there, through Missouri. That's where those tornado warnings have been pretty much lining up. So they did a pretty good job on putting where we're seeing the current tornado warnings that are coming up into Oklahoma, just north of the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. We got two warnings up there right now, just south of the Kansas border. So right in the middle of that yellow area, that's where we're seeing the warnings currently. So good job, SPC. Let's give them a golden star. All right, so right now, like we said, we've got two Oklahoma and one in Texas. The next one's going to expire in 5 minutes, and I'm not concerned about that one. And that one's gone away. The other one's kind of dropped off, so that's good news there. So let me go back down here to Dallas and watch this one real quick. Yeah, I'm not concerned about that one. It's kind of weird that the cell here that was coming into Texas, there's the new one. I was just going to call that. So this is coming up in South Texas. This is the severe thunderstorm warning. That was one that was dropping earlier. This is for northeastern Johnson, southeastern Tarrant, Hill County, Ellis County, and Dallas County up until 9:15. This was trying to kind of give, maybe it was going to break between Dallas or not earlier. But let me go ahead and loop that through. That's kind of going through a major metro area right now. Very strong gusty winds along that boundary. Let's see how the hail's looking with this as well. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's some hail in there. You clearly see the hail. That's the hail marker coming into that area. Waxahachie. Waxa. I don't even know. I don't even want to beat that up. I'm sure someone's saying that's not how you pronounce it. I know, but Waxahachie, Waxahachie. I don't know. But clearly, I got some hail with that one for sure. Coming moving into there, probably about 1 inch hail with that cell. This one there, south's probably 1.5 to 2 inch hail with that cell. So that's that warning there. Let's go back up and check on these tornado warnings once again. Go to high res velocity. Yeah. Looks like something maybe on the northern part of this watch trying to get here. Looking right up here. That's an area of concern. Might be some tornado getting north of the Delaware. There was something that was showing down here to the south earlier when it was back coming into the air, but this could be something spinning up to the north. But you see the boundary there. Some very gusty winds all up and down this boundary with that squall line moving this way. So still dealing with those two tornadoes because of that. And this other one down to the south does not look that impressive. That one's not catching my attention that much. Let's go check this one up here in Missouri. I think that one's expired. Yeah, that one's now gone. That's good news there on that one. Let's go back to the St. Louis area. Kind of watching those cells coming through Missouri right now. Jefferson City getting nailed pretty good. New alert. And just on that area I was just looking at. So there's our new severe thunderstorm warning. This one goes for southeastern Calhoun, southwestern New Jersey's County, and north central St. Charles County till 9 o'clock. Well, that cell right through there. That's the one that I've been watching for a while. That was the one that was looked like it could have some potential stuff with it, but never really panned out. That's the local radar there. Yeah, it's just kind of taking a scan on this one here, looking at the different sites. This is the Weather Service one. Too much attenuation coming out of that thing. Ugh, tremendous amount. All right, let's keep focused on these ones down in Oklahoma. Let's keep the focus on Oklahoma. Woo! Been doing this now for 6 hours. Coming up on 6 hours. And I'm probably gonna shut it down here shortly. Not just yet. Probably give it another 15 minutes or so. Then I'm gonna shut down because I gotta get ready for round 2 for tomorrow, man. And it's getting kind of late, but I will keep going on this. I want to see what happens to these 2 warnings right now in this area. I want to thank everybody on Facebook and on YouTube. These are new highs for me for viewership. I do appreciate it, and we're going to grow this product slowly but surely. And with your help, we're going to make it a great product for everybody. So a lot of things I still want to do, but we're going to make it better. All right. Excuse me. I'm checking this other area down here. I mean, some gusty winds along in there, but I'm not seeing anything. Not seeing that red on green. Not seeing that real some rotation in there, but not overly impressive there. The northern part of this was catching my eye earlier, but it's starting to weaken a little bit as well for both these warnings. The one signature we saw earlier, which had the best signature of anything we had going on it, was looking very impressive, but that has since kind of died down a little bit there. So let's go to the base reflectivity again. Continue to watch this. Right now we've got only about 15 more minutes on the current tornado warnings, and if those tornado warnings expire at 9:30. I think that's when I might shut down. We'll see. I'll play it by ear. I want to see how things go. Not to say we're not done with tornado warnings tonight, because we're not. We got these watch boxes that are up here, and I want to show you the watch boxes again. And let me look at my... Ooh, come on. Go. So the area they're going to be watching here is going to be in across where these storms are going to pull out into Missouri. So what they're watching is these cluster of storms here that are going to kind of move into Missouri, into this area up in here. That area. Oops, let me move this over. My bad. I'm sorry. Oops. So move this over a little bit more here. Sorry about that. And so what the Storms Picture Center is that this area of storms here that's moving into this portion of Missouri, that the tornado threat's going to be increasing across this area here over the next couple hours. All right. So these two warnings may expire, but I still think we're going to see some more coming in here for tonight. So we're still going to watch very closely on this. You still got those two watches that are currently out. And I'm just kind of reading through and making sure if there's any kind of updates that I'm missing here. And they'll continue through the overnight hours. I mean, the ones up into, obviously, Illinois and eastern Missouri, you know, that one goes until midnight. And I'll probably extend beyond that. So if you're in any of the zones here that are going to see active severe weather from Ohio, stretching all the way down to Texas and goes into the overnight hours, just make sure the weather radios and weather apps are on and ready to go. All right. So the last update here says that we're going to get additional tornadoes across southwestern portions of Missouri as this activity to the east or to the southwest begins to move in over that area. We also did finally get a warning down here. I just noticed that. I was calling this earlier, was waiting on it. I finally got a warning down here. I totally missed this one. I wasn't paying attention. Zoom this over here. Sorry. This was the one I was talking about earlier. I was waiting for it to go, whether it was going to go warning or not. And this is for southwestern Haskell, northwestern Latimer, and central Pittsburgh until 9. I was waiting to see if we were going to get some additional warnings out ahead of this, because this is where the area that was actually showing very high tornado parameters on the models a little bit earlier with that. So that's something to kind of watch and see. And there appears to be a little spin with that too, just kind of looking at the reflectivity. Let me look at the... Might be too far away from that radar to see, but there's a little bit of rotation in there. It's elevated, but that's that could become tornadic. Need to watch that. Like could be a little bit of spin in there. Let's try the Oklahoma City radar, see what that one looks like. Let's try that one. Nope. How about Fort Smith, Arkansas? Little spin in there, not much, but there's no red on green. Just a little spin taking place in the atmosphere on there, but not tornadic at this point. But it is enough to give us a severe thunderstorm warning in there. And those counties again on that one are Haskell, Latimer, and Pittsburgh until 9. So you got about 40 minutes on that warning right now. And we're down to one tornado warning right now. That's this one. Radar indicating about 10 more minutes on that one right now. And that'll be it on the warnings. We'll get a little bit of a break. Like I said, we're not going to be done, folks. There'll be more tornado warnings going for tonight over the next couple hours going on. So I'm going to watch this closely. You know what? I think I'll stay a little 10. I'm going to wait till 10 o'clock. I'm going to wait till 10. That's going to be 7 hours of coverage for me at that point. And like I said, I got to recharge for tomorrow. So I'm going to stay on here for another 40 more minutes. Let's go till 10 o'clock. So, and again, hey, thanks everybody for kind of tuning in and tuning out. I do appreciate it. Awesome. Got great numbers today. I really feel great about it. We're definitely, every one of these things are getting a little bit better, and I really do appreciate it. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning with this, but not a tornado warning. All right, so that's for, let me get over to the right radar here. Okay, that's for this one out ahead of the storm. Northwestern Craig until 8:45. 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's not actually the tornadic cell. This is something actually developed out ahead of it. You got to see that right there. So that's for this little cell it's got a little purple in there, so it got some pretty decent hail likely in there. This was the cell that was dropping the tornado, although I just wasn't seeing anything as far as a rotation in there. We'll go back over to the velocity mode here. We'll take a look, see. Still a little bit of a notch there. Still a little bit of a spin. Doesn't look nearly as good as it was earlier, but right through there. Not nearly as impressive as it was earlier, but there's still rotation there. We'll see if it gets to the end, if they continue the warning into that county. So we could still see, Craig County could still get a severe tornado warning if that next cell catches up and goes into the county. So we see how far the 0Z is with their model update here. Let me take a look. This was uploading here earlier. And the 0Z will take it out 48 hours. So I'm about 23 hours in now. So that's almost 24 hours. Let's see what that's looking like now. This is still loading. So this is the latest model here going for 24 hours. So we're going to watch this activity here progress here for tonight. See it go push up into Missouri, into Illinois, Indiana, into Ohio, and into Pennsylvania as we go till tomorrow morning. So this is 8 o'clock in the morning. And we're going to watch new activity start to fire with the daytime heating. See through Kentucky, Tennessee, back toward Mississippi. That's where we're going to get the severe weather for tomorrow. So we got another squall line to watch through here going throughout the day tomorrow. So tomorrow late afternoon, we're going to get some more activity kind of coming through Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, with that squall line coming in. This only goes about 23 hours. So we're going to do it again, folks, across with another round of severe weather through Ohio into that area again for tomorrow. So stay tuned. We'll do this again for tomorrow, almost the same time. I'm sure my wife's going to be thrilled to death about back to nights, but hey, that's what you call doing the weather biz. Got to do it. All right. I'm checking all of them down this line again. I want to keep continuing my scan. And I'm waiting to see. It looks like we just got a lot of warnings up in here. So Missouri's going to get a little bit of a break. And then as this activity comes out, Oklahoma kind of comes up that way. That's when I think we may see some more stuff start to fire off. So we go back over to this radar here. Actually, we'll stay on Tulsa. I'm watching this stuff to the south. So as this stuff out of Oklahoma goes into Missouri through the overnight, could see some additional warnings there coming out. Let me check something here. I want to take a look at the total analyticals here. All right, new warning just coming out. Let's see what we got here going here. Up near Indianapolis. Let's go up to Indianapolis. I haven't been up that way in a while. Let's go up this way. Oh, yeah, it's a good hail over there. Yep, got some severe weather up here. That is a pretty good cell. That is 1.5 inch quarter hail, which I can clearly see there. You got a pretty good hailer in here. So this is the core of the storm. It's moving this way toward the Danville area. All right, so this storm is Hendricks County in central Indiana, goes till 10:15 Eastern Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm was 9 miles northeast of Greencastle. So ping pong size hail. Yeah, I can see that with that hailer in there, to say the least. Oh, I see somebody left a comment here. Let me see that real quick. Campbellsville, Kentucky for Tuesday. Well, Campbellsville, Kentucky, David, definitely, you're not out of the woods there. You definitely need to make sure that you stay around. I lived in Kentucky. I was actually born in Kentucky, Fort Knox, Kentucky, and was was stationed at Fort Knox. But Campbellsville, definitely stay on the alert for tomorrow. You're not out of the woods, okay? All right, Dave, give you a big love in there for you. Love. All right, just saw our new warning here. All right, this is severe thunderstorm warning for that. But the one that was showing tornado, looks like they're just going with severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a possible tornado because it was tornadic earlier, but it's now kind of not. So we're talking northern Craig and northeast Nevada. So they're going to let that tornado warning expire, and we're going with a severe thunderstorm warning here across Oklahoma here. All right. So again, hey, thanks everybody giving the comments here for tonight. I really appreciate it. Been a lot more interactive stuff tonight, and I do appreciate that. Good coverage tonight. All right. So right now, as it stands, there are no active tornado warnings. Okay. I'm gonna stay on to another 30 more minutes, and we'll see if we get any additional warnings to fire up. We've got 12 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, covering a lot of states. So thank you to whoever just subscribed. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's kind of weird. Sometimes it goes off and sometimes it don't. So I put my little alert on there. It works. Sometimes it don't. Go figure. So we're going to be doing. So this is where the current warnings are right now. You see the ones down here toward Texas. We've had these here well up north of Killeen and then to south of Dallas. So those are where the current warnings are sitting right in there. I see we got a new chat here I didn't see here. He said there are 3 of 5 enhanced levels. Yeah, and you're in the moderate area over toward area. I can show you, Dave. I can show you that real quick. Let me show you there, brother. I'll show you the day 2 outlook here. So again, where you are, you're kind of right there on that edge there. So you see the elevated area covering just about the entire state of Kentucky for tomorrow. And then the red area, just a little sliver up there to Cincinnati and almost the entire state of Ohio at a moderate risk for tomorrow. So yeah, it's going to be an active day tomorrow. Do not let your guard down, Dave, okay? All right, so let me go back over to this real quick. I apologize, wanted to answer that question. All right, so there's our current warnings in there. Dallas, getting up into Oklahoma. And you kind of see this line there. Look at the squall line here. A very impressive line that's coming up to Oklahoma. But no warnings with that one, but a nice little squall line coming in Oklahoma City. Got that one warning there coming up towards Stigler. We got these warnings up here toward the north. Kind of in a no man's land. There's not even any towns lighting up on that, well, except for Welch and Blue Jacket. So that's kind of a no man's land part of Oklahoma there. A couple of warnings there. And then we've got a couple of warnings here in Missouri. So south of Jefferson, they're now Eldon. They've gotten hit a couple of times with some activity there. And Jefferson City's still getting pounded pretty good. St. Louis has been pounded pretty good a few times. Got the little storm chart. I wonder what he's showing there. I wonder if he's showing much. Still streaming?
In Indiana, that I can get a really good time.
Super right now. Checking the storm chaser there. And then we got the storms over here near Indianapolis right now. And I'll go ahead and loop that a little bit there. Kind of looks like that little cell coming into that county there east or west of Indianapolis appears to be weakening just a little bit as that's moving through there. So 9 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The next one getting ready to go out is for Craig and Nevada. That goes out at that's the most recent. Those go until about 9:15, and we got Putnam, Indiana. That expires at 9:45 Eastern. Craig at 8:45 Central. Missouri's at 9 o'clock Central. A bunch of them going off at 9 o'clock. I've got a new warning just came out. Let's see where that one is. That's over here. That's not unexpected. Yeah, that's Jefferson City was getting hit pretty good. I was just noticing that. And yeah, this warning goes for Cole, Callaway, Osage County in Missouri, not the one over there in Oklahoma. in Mantua County until 9:30 Central Time. We almost got a full hour on that one. We're going to be pounded for a while. It's an hour-long warning. As we're watching that line there kind of come through there, you got pretty good squall line, pretty good energy right along this boundary, kind of all the way down. So kind of cutting across there over that county through Jefferson City. So seeing quite a bit of activity there south of Jefferson City. And then there's stuff back in Oklahoma. That's probably going to continue with some warnings. So that'll go into up over here and to Joplin, and probably get into Springfield a little bit later with this activity as this kind of rides up into this area. And the SPC was specifically noting this area, potentially seeing some more tornadoes developing in this area a little bit later tonight. So don't let your guard down. I mean, it's 8:30. The watches go until midnight as this activity pushes off toward the east. So you got several more hours here. Looks like this warning that was down in Oklahoma has gone away. That's good there. We've only got one warning box down there toward Dallas now. So the trend is downward right now. We lost the daytime heating. The atmosphere starting to settle down a little bit. That heat energy there is kind of diminishing now as the sun's gone down. So we've lost that daytime heating. But there's still a lot of dynamics, a lot of strong dynamics with this thing. So the especially the areas in Missouri and going up into the Midwest for tonight needs to continue to be on guard. I will say that let me lower my last storm report here. It's been a while since I've checked it. Yeah. Oh, okay. We had one tornado report so far. Confirmed. I'm going to guess that's the one that was in Oklahoma. 94 hail reports, 31 wind reports. So a high number of hail reports with the storm. One tornado report. I'll check on that here in a second. I'm pretty certain that that's the one that was in Oklahoma here. But I will check on that. But we've had only one confirmed tornado report so far. So let me go look at my storm report here. Yeah, it was Oklahoma. There it was. I will show it to you. There it was. That's the one that's the signature one that we saw already that was very, very pronounced. Kind of stuck out like a sore thumb. So let's go ahead and check in the latest on that. I'll zoom in closer. Yeah, this is the one that we saw. Tornado, public reported tornado on the ground southwest of Hominy. And that's where we had that very pronounced spin on there. Hopefully there was no damage reported there. But that was at 8:07 Central Daylight Time. So that was that cell that's now moved up toward the north and east. So confirmed that spin that we did report earlier did have a tornado with it. So good job there to the spotter network. So we've had one confirmed on there so far. So again, hey, thank you for all the chats for today. We had a lot of good discussions here with a lot of folks here on the chat. Definitely the best active chat. You know, it's not the continuous live stream chat when you got 10,000 streamers. So at least if you come to my channel and you get it on, I'm going to answer your question because I have the ability to do it because I don't have 5,000 people posting at the same time. So that's a plus. I'll take that as a win. Anyway, let's go back up here. I'm jiving around here. All right, let's go back up here. All right, we're sitting at 9:35 right now. We got about 8 different severe thunderstorm warnings out there. And like I said, if you're in the Springfield area, Joplin, heading over to Lebanon, St. Robert, south of Jefferson City, that whole area needs to be watched. West Plains, all that area because southern Missouri needs to be watched here for the next few hours as that activity here, this little cluster, well, hello, grab your thing, here we go. This little cluster of storms kind of moves in that area, okay? So that area needs to be watched tonight very closely. See if we get any additional tornado warnings to kind of spin up. Things definitely appear to be settling down a little bit. That's good. It's been hot and heavy, like non-stop warnings ever since we got on here. My mom lives in Springfield, Missouri, and I'm originally from there. Oh, okay, Dave. Yeah, well, tell your mom she needs to still watch that stuff. She got all that activity there back off toward her west. So I'm sure she's very well aware what to do when you get weather like this, to say the least. So thank you very much. I'm still watching the chaser there. I was noticing he had a little bit of lightning there. I think that's Brandon's camera right there, with the chase stuff. Can't get a hold of her, Dave? I'll keep trying. I'm sure she's okay. So she's a big girl. If you're from Springfield, you're used to severe weather. You know what you're supposed to do. So I'm sure she'll be okay. So anyway, 7 active alerts. We got 2 over in Indianapolis. Got one there in got 2. Well, new one just issued there. Yeah, just as I was about to speak here. So this one's got some rotation to this particular cloud. Let me go back over to Radar Mega here. I'm sorry. Go back over to this lot here. And 3/4 inch hail. This is for Cole, Callaway, Oswich again, and Montu till 9:30. That area has been hit a few times with the tornado, with the severe thunderstorm site. 60 mile per hour winds. That has definitely been the gusto with this one. That's going into Jefferson City itself. Like I said, the storm chasers appear to be shutting down for the night, and I don't blame them. There's more stuff that we'll be watching for tomorrow. When you get to nighttime, it's just not a safe time to really be going out and chasing. Not unless you got some really pronounced supercells that you know that you're going to be going over an area. You don't want to be chasing out that late. So we're at 9:38 Eastern Time. A great coverage today. Had some over 300 views, which is a lot for me. That's a good start. Good chat. Oh, Connor's getting some good lightning there. I was watching the chasers here. Connor's in Missouri. He's in West Alton, Missouri. And I'm not sure where Brandon is. I'll need to update his position. But you can see him seeing the lightning there on the distance as they're driving out on the roadways here. I was just noticing some of the lightning data. Go back over to lightning. Go back over here to Radar Omega. But I definitely very pleased with the viewership that we've had and the interaction on this. And I got to go back and check a couple of things to improve the interaction part as far as the alerts when people are liking and subscribing to the channel and some other things. But we're going to get there. A year from now, I'll be like, we're kicking some butt. So anyway, 7 active severe thunderstorm warnings right now as we speak. And the atmosphere does appear to be settling down a little bit. Although these watches go out until midnight and 1 in the morning. With some of the stuff going in from Indiana stretching back. Let me look at the latest. I'm going to see if they've trimmed away some of these. I'm sure they have. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, they've trimmed a few more down. So this is the current watch warnings there. The Indiana, the severe thunderstorm watch there going over to Ohio. The yellow, that's all the tornado watches, but they're kind of trimming that away a little bit. And you still got some watches there south of Texas as well, but although I'm not seeing much activity there to speak of. So looking pretty good here, but again, this is not over. You folks east of where you see where the watches and stuff warning night, we'll get on the action for tomorrow, and we'll do this again tomorrow night, probably doing about the same time. So I'll be probably gone about 3 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll go until late. And this will include on Facebook. This is the first time I've kind of streamed on both platforms at the same time. But my Facebook watchers, which are mostly Alabama and Georgia, your area is going to be impacted tomorrow. So I do expect probably more viewership on that platform for tomorrow as a result. I've got a lot more folks on the Facebook channel for Alabama and Georgia, about 11,000 over there. So we'll be ready to kind of cover your area as I do anticipate another squall line coming in. Let me go back over here to the Radar Omega here again. I'm sorry. Kind of got stuck here. So I'm going to kind of hold it here between these two. We got 4 different warnings out on this one shot. So you got 2 over in Indianapolis, and then you got the 4 areas right here. And this is kind of the heavy ground location here, or severe weather that's going to continue in through tonight. Well, new warning just came out. Where did she come out here? Let's see here. Well, must be up here to the north. Don't see it. Where did that one come out? Oh, Texas. Blanco. Down toward Texas. Had to come down there and check. Oh, there it is. Way down here south. Way down south. Way down south in Texas. Yeah, ooh, that's a nasty cell. That's a nasty looking cell there. That's a hailer. You see light blue, and I said that before earlier. That is a hailer. So this one go 1.25 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for Kerr County, Blanco, Gillespie, and Kendall till 9:30 Central Daylight Time. Still getting some pretty good ones. That is a very nasty looking cell coming right into Fredericksburg, Luckenbach. Let's see what the VIL looks like on that one. Oh yeah, boom! We're maxing out the VIL on that. That means that's a large hail, probably 2-inch plus on that one, if it's making it all the way to the ground. But that's a very substantial one. And let's check the high-res velocity on that. No, there's no rotation on that. Just a regular severe thunderstorm warning on that one. But that's going to come in toward Fredericksburg, Johnson City, Luckenberg. It's moving at a pretty good clip, too. What was the speed on that one? I totally missed the speed on that. 55 miles per hour. So it's moving it. New warning just came out. Let's see. Just when things were settling down a little bit, we start to get an impulse again. Let's see where that one came up with. All right. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's that storm to the north. There we go. New severe thunderstorm warning here now, coming across the Kansas line into Missouri. That's just kind of killing a little slither there of Kansas and Missouri. So it's right on the line there. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one. This was for Kansas. We're talking southeastern Bourbon and Crawford County. And in Missouri, we're talking Barton and Vernon. So it's kind of catching those 4 counties right through there until 9:15 as that storm kind of comes across the line there. So these warnings are going to continue throughout the night. So anybody in that area that's going to concern, umbrellas put away, trash cans put away, anything that get blown down the street to cause damage to your yard or neighbor's yard, secure that stuff for tonight if you haven't done so already. Like, oh yeah, I forgot I left my trash can outside. Just get it out of the way, because these storms have been producing pretty religiously 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. They've been pretty steady with this all night with these storms. We've had about a half dozen tornado warnings, which has been on the low side. Probably close to 100 severe thunderstorm warnings by now. It's been quite a bit. Large amount of hail, large amount of gusty winds with these storms. So definitely secure your properties as best you can for tonight, as these storms will continue through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning, as it kind of moves from Oklahoma, Missouri, and then goes through Illinois and into Ohio as that little piece of energy kind of rotates up that way. And then we'll see the redevelopment of more activity going into tomorrow. So I got about another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to call it a night. And so at that point, you guys just make sure you stay prepared on the phone. And I will be doing this again tomorrow. So if you're watching and you're not subscribed, do so you can guys get an idea of when I'm doing the coverage here. Because I know people kind of come in, come out as they're watching TV and stuff. So we got 5 different warnings just on that one shot. No, actually, we stay on this shot here. So there you kind of see the warning. So you got the warnings up here. This one, got that one right here, and that one. So you got 4 different warnings in that one shot coming through Missouri, Kansas, and Oklahoma. So we got those 4 different shots right through there. Let's see what these spotters are seeing, if they're broadcasting still. Corey's still driving. I wonder where I think he's trying to get ahead of this cell up here, and there goes Vince. I think they're trying to get ahead up on 44 to get ahead of these storms that are kind of see what he's doing right there. I think they're trying to get ahead of this storm. I'm not sure if they're trying to get up 44, trying to intercept that storm up towards St. Louis or not. They're heading up the interstate, so they could be doing that way. I'll have to refill my Dr. Pepper supply for tomorrow. Alright, let's see here. Still got the So you got the one warning over here in Indianapolis. Let's see that on there. But that's Terre Haute getting hit by some pretty heavy rains there. Not seeing any real hailers in there. There was some purple in there earlier, but that's definitely decreased there. There was a little bit, I zoom in here, you notice there was some purple there coming in toward Danville, but it's gone away. So the hail is less in there. That's it'll be borderline whether they get a warning into Indianapolis proper itself, but it looks like that cell is weakening a bit. So that's good news on the folks up in Indianapolis or in Indiana. These are still pretty heavy cells here. So St. Louis is definitely not out of the woods here tonight with their weather. With those cells heading up that way. Seeing those two severe thunderstorm warnings there. Pretty good gust line. That's probably got some pretty good gusty winds through there. I'm looking at the reflectivity right there. This right here from Jefferson going all the way down in here. Some very gusty winds. This continues to push off toward the east. Probably good 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. Switching back over here to the west. Still got this cluster of storms here. We're producing these multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here. Although real no sharp boundary on that one. Also, a little bit of rotation in there as well, just a little bit. Kind of right in here, just a little bit of mid-level rotation. Nothing not catching my eye as far as severe is concerned, but just some rotation in the wall cloud itself. Yep, new warning just came out. Where's that one's coming? Oh, down there toward Texas. All right, let's go back down toward Texas. Ooh, that's a good cell. Yeah, just coming into south of Waco. South of Gatesville. I've been to Gatesville. I have been there. So, Ogleby, Moody, Hewitt. Definitely got hail in that one. You see that purple in there. Again, you see purple, it's hail. Promise you. You see purple in a cell like that, you're going to see hail. This warning, it goes 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. That's for McLean, Correll, Bell, and Falls. See the locations there. That's for till 9:15. And the storm was located near Fort Gates, 7 miles south of Gatesville, moving east at 55. That's a pretty nice. So you also got this other hailer down here as well. Approaching the Austin area or Fredericksburg. That could get into the Austin area later if that holds together. Let me switch over to this radar here. Yep. Yeah. So you can see the hail on both these storms here. Got one hailer up in here. Good hail storms on that one. And down on this one. So we got two hailers out there right now. Coming up on 9:49. I'm about ready to call it out about 10 more minutes. But I said I'd stay till 10 o'clock, and I'm staying till 10. I'm staying till 10 o'clock. That's just how it is. So I got 2 warnings there. I got 3 warnings in Texas. See them from Fredericksburg, up near north of Killeen, up near the Fort Hood area, and then up near just south of Dallas. Those are where all our current warnings are in Texas. Oklahoma has actually gotten quiet. Got 1 warning up in Oklahoma. Just to the west of Miami. And Missouri's got some. 3 different ones there. And there's the new one just came out right when I come up to scan. So let's go ahead and take a look at that one, shall we? Up near Columbus. So that's 1 inch hail. And whenever it says possible tornado, that means there's rotation in aloft. Doesn't mean it's tornadic. Just means it's got some mid-level rotation on it. All right? So this warning here is for Cherokee County, goes till 9:30. That's for southeastern Kansas. They've had multiple warnings there as well for tonight. It's had a couple of clusters of thunderstorms that have moved through that area. And then we got these multiple storms here, not too far from St. Louis. This has been a pretty good squall line here. It looks like a little squall line. Nice little boundary. You're probably going to see some additional warnings kind of going out ahead for this area up in here. Probably, oops, can move those a little bit more. A little closer. There we go. We're probably going to see some more warnings out here very shortly, kind of covering right through here. As that's a very nice push there of some pretty sharp divide between the higher and lower reflectivity. You're going to have some pretty gusty winds on that boundary. No real hailers in that. Probably some smaller hail, 3/4 inch hail, 1/2 inch hail, but no real big hail as we were seeing earlier with some of those storms. See if the Indiana storm expired. Yes, Indiana one. They did not extend that one. That's good. I was just checking over there for that. This one's got 5 different warnings on this one. We'll light up this one so you can see everything. There we go. So, and this is where the high risk areas right now. The more moderate risk is kind of sitting in this area right now for warnings. So we're at 9:52. We've been doing this now for coming up on 7 hours. 7-hour coverage. And record coverage for me, longest coverage I've gone. I think the longest I've done was like 4.5 hours. So this is longest I've done. And about ready to shut it down here in about 8 more minutes. But as long as we still got warnings, I'm going to continue to track, continue to watch. Let me look at my latest storm reports, and we'll see if there's been any additional storm reports to come out here. So let me take a look at that real quick. More tornado reports came out. We're up to 3 now. That same cell that we were watching earlier. Let me show you these. Like I said, I was watching. I figured we'd get some more from that one cell. So we got emergency tornado crossing Highway 75. So this was that long track tornado, the one that had the best about an hour or so ago. I was watching this very closely. And then rolled semi with 1 trapped occupant. God, I hate seeing that near Nowata. Tornado got up there at about 8:15 Central Daylight Time. So a little over an hour or so, almost an hour ago. So that's that one cell that's now moved up into this area up in here. So that had the best tornado signature that I've seen. So we've had 3 tornado reports so far. So we're up to 3. So we're up to 95 hail reports, 32 wind reports, and 3 now tornadoes. And really, it was kind of that same long track tornado that we were watching for a while. So we had 3 tornado reports, 32 wind, and 95 hail. Definitely wouldn't call this an outbreak, at least so far, per se. We'll see what happens through the overnight, see if we add any more to this. I know we're looking at the Midwest tomorrow morning and going into tomorrow afternoon. Could be a little bit more pronounced for the tornado outbreak for tomorrow. This has been mostly hail and wind here with this particular event for tonight. We've had about 7 tornado warnings we've had so far with this. But there you kind of see where we had that tornado track. And now the severe thunderstorm warnings have moved off to the north and east there. You see the little red icons there showing where we had that tornado, that best pronounced signature that we were watching earlier. But that has now since settled on down a little bit as we're seeing that storms just kind of giving us this activity here right now, moving in across the southeastern portion of Kansas. And we'll come back into Missouri here through the overnight hours with that activity. So we'll see if we get any additional tornadoes. I think if we get any tornado warnings additional for tonight, they'll be spotty right now. I think as the atmosphere has settled down a little bit. Still some very strong dynamics though, and it only takes 1. But then I think we'll do it again tomorrow when we get some daytime heating and stuff. I want to double check and see they're clipping away their watch counties. I'm just seeing they drop some more counties here. I want to double check something here. I want to make sure that they've not updated this because I've not refreshed this in a while. No, it's still the same. Still the same. So this is for tomorrow. Again, we're dealing with the stuff tonight, but then we got to deal with all this stuff here for tomorrow across the Ohio River Valley and coming down through the Tennessee River Valley and into the southeast. New warning just got issued. Let's go back over here to Radar Omega. Let's see here. Where it is. Probably down toward Texas, I'd bet. No? So we'll send her to Texas. What do we got here? Oh, it must be this. Oh, that's the. No. No, that has to be this one. Okay. That's 5 through there. So we got 5 different warnings here. Kansas Cherokee until 9:30. You got about 33 minutes on all those warnings that are currently out there right now. Hold on a second. I saw something here. Hold on. Here's the side by side looking at those comparisons. You see the tornado reports behind there. Let me go ahead and loop this for you here. Oop, I'm sorry, I didn't leave that up there. So I'll just checking some of these hail. A lot of 1-inch hail being seen in here. All those triangles are showing 1-inch hail on through there. And you got some pretty good storms there just across extreme southeast Kansas coming into Missouri right now. Still some rotation in here, but it's a loft right now. A lot of that's elevated, so I was just making sure there was nothing tornadic that was looking like it was going to drop on there. So let's go back to radar Omega here again. I was just scanning the inside of those storms that are kind of coming across southeastern Kansas and coming into Missouri, and it looks like that will continue to be something that'll be probably setting up additional severe thunderstorm warnings, but I'm not seeing the mid-level rotation there. Not to say that may not spin up for tonight. So what I'm expecting here is we're coming up on 10 o'clock, and I'm about ready to shut it down here for the night here. This is what you're going to expect, okay? I want to show the regional view here on this right now. So here's the regional view. Okay? All right, so what you're going to notice is we've got that boundary off to the north. You got some energy that's kind of riding up along that boundary. And anywhere it intersects that boundary, that stationary front, you could get individual spin-ups of storms and stuff, okay? When we get back to tomorrow, we're going to see this energy. You're going to shift to the east, and we'll get some of that daytime heating to take place, and we'll get some additional storms that are going to fire another round of storms, probably another squall line again that's going to come through Kentucky, Tennessee, or down through Alabama and into Mississippi. So we'll see another redevelopment of some thunderstorms there. But the storms tonight that are down across southeastern Kansas going to ride through Missouri and through Idaho and into Ohio as we go into the overnight hours to tomorrow morning. And then once we get that daytime heating going again, we'll get some more activity that's going to fire up again for tomorrow. And the best daytime, just like similar today, I think it'll be early afternoon. Might see some stuff there, but kind of late afternoon and going into the evening hours. So it's between 3 and 9 o'clock tomorrow, probably the best window for severe weather. Just another warning here popped out. Let me see what we got here. This the same general area. This is the same stuff, and that's just kind of mimicking what I was just telling you. You're going to continue to see warnings fire up along this area of the storms right now. This new warning goes until, for Craig and Ottawa County, until 9:45. And anybody out ahead of this line, okay? Anybody out ahead of this line, right up and through here, Springfield, Ash Grove, Lebanon, Boulevard, as this stuff comes off to the east, you're going to get some additional warnings that are going to fire up tonight. You do have a tornado watch that's up. So individual tornado warnings are possible tonight, although I'm not expecting any kind of significant outbreak. I think if we were going to see that, we would have seen it by now. We'd had about 7 different tornado warnings here for tonight, but no major outbreaks so far. I think we got a better chance of seeing that for tomorrow. We'll see how that works out. All right, it's now 10 o'clock. Thank you again for the 7 hours of coverage for tonight. Thank you for the record viewership for me tonight. I do appreciate that. We had 342. We're going to try to go to 400 again for tomorrow. Try to build this channel one day at a time. All right, you guys stay safe. If you're in the watch and warning area, please keep your weather apps on, keep your radios on, and be ready to go for action tonight. Until I see you tomorrow, take it easy. Good night for the night. Bye.